The Book's Galaxy.
The Spy. Chapter 19. No longer then perplex the breast, when thoughts torment, the first are best. 'Tis mad to go, 'tis death to stay. Away to Aura, haste away. Lapland Love Song. While his comrades were sleeping in perfect forgetfulness of their hardships and dangers, the slumbers of Dunwoody were broken and unquiet. After spending a night of restlessness, he arose, unrefreshed, from the rude bed where he had thrown himself and his clothes, and, without awaking any of the group around him, he wandered into the open air in search of relief. The soft rays of the moon were just passing away in the more distinct light of the morning. The wind had fallen, and the rising mists gave the promise of another of those autumnal days which, in this unstable climate, succeed a tempest with the rapid transitions of magic. The hour had not yet arrived when he intended moving from his present position, and, willing to allow his warriors all the refreshment that circumstances would permit, he strolled towards the scene of the Skinner's punishment, musing upon the embarrassments of his situation, and uncertain how he should reconcile his sense of duty with his love. Although Dunwoody himself placed the most implicit reliance on the captain's purity of intention, he was by no means assured that a board of officers would be equally credulous, and, independently of all feelings of private regard, he felt certain that with the execution of Henry would be destroyed all hopes of a union with his sister. He had dispatched an officer the preceding evening to Colonel Singleton, who was in command of the advance posts, reporting the capture of the British captain, and, after giving his own opinion of his innocence, requesting orders as to the manner in which he was to dispose of his prisoner. These orders might be expected every hour, and his uneasiness increased, in proportion as the moment approached when his friend might be removed from his protection. In this disturbed state of mind, the Major wandered through the orchard, and was stopped in his walk by arriving at the base of those rocks which had protected the Skinners in their flight, before he was conscious whither his steps had carried him. He was about to turn, and retrace his path to his quarters, when he was startled by a voice bidding him, "Stand or die." Dunwoody turned in amazement and beheld the figure of a man placed at a little distance above him on a shelving rock, with a musket leveled at himself. The light was not yet sufficiently powerful to reach the recesses of that gloomy spot, and a second look was necessary before he discovered, to his astonishment, that the peddler stood before him. Comprehending, in an instant, the danger of his situation, and disdaining to implore mercy or to retreat, had the latter been possible, the youth cried firmly, "If I am to be murdered, fire. I will never become your prisoner." "No, Major Dunwoody," said Birch, lowering his musket. "It is neither my intention to capture nor to slay." "What then would you have, mysterious being?" said Dunwoody, hardly able to persuade himself that the form he saw was not a creature of the imagination. "Your good opinion," answered the peddler with emotion. "I would wish all good men to judge me with lenity. To you it must be indifferent what may be the judgment of men, for you seem to be beyond the reach of their sentence." "God spares the lives of his servants to his own time," said the peddler solemnly. "A few hours ago I was your prisoner, and threatened with the gallows. Now you are mine. But Major Dunwoody, you are free. There are men abroad who would treat you less kindly. Of what service would that sword be to you against my weapon and a steady hand? Take the advice of one who has never harmed you, and who never will. Do not trust yourself in the skirts of any wood, unless in company and mounted. And have you comrades who have assisted you to escape, and who are less generous than yourself? No, no, I am alone truly. None know me but my God and him." "And who?" asked the Major with an interest he could not control. "None," continued the peddler, recovering his composure. "But such is not your case, Major Dunwoody. You are young and happy. There are those that are dear to you, and such are not far away. Danger is near them you love most. Danger within and without. Double your watchfulness, strengthen your patrols, and be silent. With your opinion of me, should I tell you more, you would suspect an ambush. But remember and guard them you love best." The peddler discharged the musket in the air, and threw it at the feet of his astonished auditor. When surprise and the smoke allowed Dunwoody to look again on the rock where he had stood, the spot was vacant. The youth was aroused from the stupor, which had been created by this strange scene, by the trampling of horses, and the sound of the bugles. A patrol was drawn to the spot by the report of the musket, and the alarm had been given to the corps. Without entering into any explanation with his men, the major returned quickly to his quarters, where he found the whole squadron under arms in battle array, impatiently awaiting the appearance of their leader. The officer whose duty it was to superintend such matters had directed a party to lower the sign of the Hotel Flanagan, and the post was already arranged for the execution of the spy. On hearing from the major that the musket was discharged by himself, and was probably one of those dropped by the Skinners, for by this time Dunwoody had learned the punishment inflicted by Lawton, but chose to conceal his own interview with Birch, his officers suggested the propriety of executing their prisoner before they marched. Unable to believe that all he had seen was not a dream, Dunwoody, followed by many of his officers and preceded by Sergeant Hollister, went to the place which was supposed to contain the peddler. "Well, sir," said the major to the sentinel who guarded the door, "I trust you have your prisoner in safety." "He is yet asleep," replied the man, "and he makes such a noise I could hardly hear the bugles sound the alarm." "Open the door and bring him forth." The order was obeyed, but to the utter amazement of the honest veteran who entered the prison, he found the room in no little disorder, the coat of the peddler where his body ought to have been, and part of the wardrobe of Betty scattered in disorder on the floor. The washerwoman herself occupied the pallet in profound mental oblivion, clad as when last seen excepting a little black bonnet, which she so constantly wore that it was commonly thought she made it perform the double duty of both day and nightcap. The noise of their entrance and the exclamations of their party awoke the woman. "Is it the breakfast that's wanting?" said Betty, rubbing her eyes. "Faith, ye look as if ye would ate myself, but patience, a little darlings, and ye'll see siche a fry as never was." "Fry," echoed the sergeant, forgetful of his religious philosophy and the presence of his officers. "We'll have you roasted, Jezebel. You've helped that damned peddler to escape. Jezebel back again in your own teeth, and damned piddler too, Mr. Sergeant," cried Betty, who was easily roused. "What have I to do with piddlers or escapes? I might have been a piddler's lady, and wore my silks, if I'd had Sawney Twill, instead of tagging at the heels of a parcel of dragooning rapscallions, who don't know how to trade a lone body with decency." "The fellow has left my Bible," said the veteran, taking he book from the floor. "Instead of spending his time in reading it to prepare for his end like a good Christian, he has been busy in laboring to escape." "And who would stay and be hanged like a dog?" cried Betty, beginning to comprehend the case. "'Tisn't everyone that's born to meet with sick and ind, like yourself, Mr. Hollister." "Silence," said Dunwoody. "This must be inquired into closely, gentlemen. There is no outlet but the door, and there he could not pass, unless the sentinel connived at his escape, or was asleep at his post. Call up the guard." As these men were not paraded, curiosity had already drawn them to the place, and they one and all, with the exception of him before mentioned, denied that any person had passed out. The individual in question acknowledged that Betty had gone by him, but pleaded his orders in justification. "You lie, you thief! You lie!" shouted Betty, who had impatiently listened to his exculpation. "Would ye slanderize a lone woman by saying she walks a camp at midnight? Here have I been slaping the long night, swatly as the sucking babe." "Here, sir," said the sergeant, turning respectfully to Dunwoody, "is something written in my Bible that was not in it before, for having no family to record, I would not suffer any scribbling in the sacred book." One of the officers read aloud, "These certify, that if suffered to get free, it is by God's help alone, to whose divine aid I humbly recommend myself. I'm forced to take the woman's clothes, but in her pocket is a recompense. Witness my hand, Harvey Birch." "What?" roared Betty. "Has the thief robbed a lone woman of her all? Hang him, catch him and hang him, Major, if there's law or justice in the land." "Examine your pocket," said one of the youngsters who was enjoying the scene, careless of the consequences. "Aha! Faith," cried the washerwoman, producing a guinea, "but he is a jewel of a piddler. Long life and a brisk trade to him, say I. He is welcome to the duds, and if he is ever hanged, many a bigger rogue will go free." Dunwoody turned to leave the apartment, and he saw Captain Lawton standing with folded arms, contemplating the scene with profound silence. His manner, so different from his usual impetuosity and zeal, struck his commander as singular. Their eyes met, and they walked together for a few minutes in close conversation, when Dunwoody returned, and dismissed the guard to their place of rendezvous. Sergeant Hollister, however, continued along with Betty, who, having found none of her vestments disturbed but such as the guinea more than paid for, was in high good humor. The washerwoman had for a long time looked on the veteran with the eyes of affection, and she had determined within herself to remove certain delicate objections which had long embarrassed her peculiar situation, as respected the corps, by making the sergeant the successor of her late husband. For some time past the trooper had seemed to flatter this preference, and Betty, conceiving that her violence might have mortified her suitor, was determined to make him all the amends in her power. Besides, rough and uncouth as she was, the washerwoman had still enough of her sex to know that the moments of reconciliation were the moments of power. She therefore poured out a glass of her morning beverage and handed it to her companion as a peace offering. "A few warm words between friends are a trifle, ye must be knowing, Sergeant," said the washerwoman. "It was Michael Flanagan that I ever calumniated the most when I was loving him the best." "Michael was a good soldier and a brave man," said the trooper, finishing the glass. "Our troop was covering the flank of his regiment when he fell, and I rode over his body myself during the day. Poor fellow, he lay on his back, and looked as composed as if he had died a natural death after a year's consumption. Oh, Michael was a great consumer, and be sartain, two such as us make dreadful inroads in the stock, Sergeant. But you're a sober, discreet man, Mr. Hollister, and would be a helpmate indeed. Why, Mrs. Flanagan, I've tarried to speak on a subject that lies heavy at my heart, and I will now open my mind, if you've leisure to listen." "Is it listen?" cried the impatient woman. "And I'd listen to you, Sergeant, if the officers never ate another mouthful. But take a second drop, dear, 'twill encourage you to spake freely." "I am already bold enough in so good a cause," returned the veteran, rejecting her bounty. "Betty, do you think it was really the peddler spy that I placed in this room the last night? And who should it be else, darling?" "The evil one." "What? The divil?" "Aye, even Beelzebub, disguised as the peddler, and them fellows we thought to be skinners were his imps." "Well, sure, Sergeant dear, you're but little out this time anyway, for if the divil's imps go at large in the county Westchester, sure it is the skinners themselves. Mrs. Flanagan, I mean in their incarnate spirits. The evil one knew there was no one we would arrest sooner than the peddler Birch, and he took on his appearance to gain admission to your room." "And what should the divil be wanting of me?" cried Betty, tartly. "And isn't there divils enough in the corps already without one's coming from the bottomless pit to frighten a lone body? 'Twas in mercy to you, Betty, that he was permitted to come. You see he vanished through the door in your form, which is a symbol of your fate, unless you mend your life. Oh, I noticed how he trembled when I gave him the good book. Would any Christian, think you, my dear Betty, write in a Bible in this way, unless it might be the matter of births and deaths, and such lawful chronicles?" The washerwoman was pleased with the softness of her lover's manner, but dreadfully scandalized at his insinuation. She, however, preserved her temper, and with the quickness of her own country's people rejoined, "And would the divil have paid for the clothes, think ye?" "Aye, and overpaid." "Doubtless the money is base," said the sergeant, a little staggered at such an evidence of honesty in one of whom, as to generals, he thought so meanly. "He tempted me with his glittering coin, but the Lord gave me strength to resist. The gold looks well, but I'll change it anyway, with Captain Jack the day. He is niver a bit afeard of any divil of them all." "Betty, Betty," said her companion, "do not speak so disreverently of the evil spirit. He is ever at hand, and will owe you a grudge for your language. Pooh, if he has any bowels at all, he won't mind a fillip or two from a poor lone woman. I am sure no other Christian would. But the dark one has no bowels, except to devour the children of men," said the sergeant, looking around him in horror. "And it's best to make friends everywhere, for there is no telling what may happen till it comes. But, Betty, no man could have got out of this place, and past all the sentinels without being known. Take awful warning from the visit, therefore." Here the dialogue was interrupted by a peremptory summons to the sutler to prepare the morning's repast, and they were obliged to separate, the woman secretly hoping that the interest the sergeant manifested was more earthly than he imagined, and the man, bent on saving a soul from the fangs of the dark spirit that was prowling through their camp in quest of victims. During the breakfast, several expresses arrived, one of which brought intelligence of the actual force and destination of the enemy's expedition that was out on the Hudson, and another, orders to send Captain Wharton to the first post above, under the escort of a body of dragoons. These last instructions, or rather commands, for they admitted of no departure from their letter, completed the sum of Dunwoodie's uneasiness. The despair and misery of Francis were constantly before his eyes, and 50 times he was tempted to throw himself on his horse and gallop to the Locusts, but an uncontrollable feeling prevented. In obedience to the commands of his superior, an officer with a small party was sent to the cottage to conduct Henry Wharton to the place directed, and the gentleman who was entrusted with the execution of the order was charged with a letter from Dunwoodie to his friend, containing the most cheering assurances of his safety, as well as the strongest pledges of his own unceasing exertions in his favor. Lawton was left with part of his own troop, in charge of the few wounded, and as soon as the men were refreshed, the encampment broke up, the main body marching towards the Hudson. Dunwoodie repeated his injunctions to Captain Lawton again and again, dwelt on every word that had fallen from the peddler, and canvassed, in every possible manner that his ingenuity could devise, the probable meaning of his mysterious warnings, until no excuse remained for delaying his own departure. Suddenly recollecting, however, that no directions had been given for the disposal of Colonel Wellmere, instead of following the rear of the column, the major yielded to his desires, and turned down the road which led to the Locusts. The horse of Dunwoodie was fleet as the wind, and scarcely a minute seemed to have passed before he gained sight, from an eminence, of the lonely vale, and as he was plunging into the bottom lands that formed its surface, he caught a glimpse of Henry Wharton and his escort, at a distance, defiling through a pass which led to the posts above. This sight added to the speed of the anxious youth, who now turned the angle of the hill that opened to the valley, and came suddenly on the object of his search. Frances had followed the party which guarded her brother at a distance, and as they vanished from her sight, she felt deserted by all that she most prized in this world. The unaccountable absence of Dunwoodie, with the shock of parting from Henry under such circumstances, had entirely subdued her fortitude, and she had sunk on a stone by the roadside, sobbing as if her heart would break. Dunwoodie sprang from his charger, threw the reins over the neck of the animal, and in a moment he was by the side of the weeping girl. "Frances, my own Frances," he exclaimed, "why this distress? Let not the situation of your brother create any alarm. As soon as the duty I am now on is completed, I will hasten to the feet of Washington and beg his release. The father of his country will never deny such a boon to one of his favorite pupils." "Major Dunwoodie, for your interest in behalf of my poor brother, I thank you," said the trembling girl, drying her eyes and rising with dignity, "but such language addressed to me surely is improper." "Improper? Are you not mine by the consent of your father, your aunt, your brother, nay, by your own consent, my sweet Frances?" "I wish not, Major Dunwoodie, to interfere with the prior claims that any other lady may have to your affections," said Frances, struggling to speak with firmness. "None other, I swear by heaven, none other has any claim on me," cried Dunwoodie with fervor. "You alone are mistress of my inmost soul." "You have practiced so much, and so successfully, Major Dunwoodie, that it is no wonder you excel in deceiving the credulity of my sex," returned Frances, attempting a smile, which the tremulousness of her muscles smothered at birth. "Am I a villain, Miss Wharton, that you receive me with such language? When have I ever deceived you, Frances? Who has practiced in this manner on your purity of heart? Why has not Major Dunwoodie honored the dwelling of his intended father with his presence lately? Did he forget it contained one friend on a bed of sickness, and another in deep distress? Has it escaped his memory that it held his intended wife? Or is he fearful of meeting more than one that can lay a claim to that title? Oh, Peyton, Peyton, how have I been deceived in you? With the foolish credulity of my youth, I thought you all that was brave, noble, generous, and loyal." "Frances, I see how you have deceived yourself," cried Dunwoodie, his face in a glow of fire. "You do me injustice. I swear by all that is most dear to me that you do me injustice." "Swear not, Major Dunwoodie," interrupted Frances, her fine countenance lighting with the luster of womanly pride. "The time is gone by for me to credit oaths. Miss Wharton, would you have me a coxcomb? make me contemptible in my own eyes by boasting with the hope of raising myself in your estimation? Flatter not yourself that the task is so easy, sir, returned Francis, moving towards the cottage. We conversed together in private for the last time, but possibly my father would welcome my mother's kinsman. No, Miss Wharton, I cannot enter his dwelling now. I should act in a manner unworthy of myself. You drive me from you, Francis, in despair. I am going on desperate service, and may not live to return. Should fortune prove severe, at least do my memory justice. Remember that the last breathings of my soul will be for your happiness. So saying, he had already placed his foot in the stirrup, but his youthful mistress, turning on him an eye that pierced his soul, arrested the action. Peyton, Major Dunwoodie, she said, can you ever forget the sacred cause in which you are enlisted? Duty both to your God and to your country forbids your doing anything rashly. The latter has need of your services besides. But her voice became choked, and she was unable to proceed. Besides what? Echoed the youth, springing to her side and offering to take her hand in his own. Frances, having, however, recovered herself, coldly repulsed him and continued her walk homeward. Is this our parting? Cried Dunwoodie in agony. Am I a wretch, that you treat me so cruelly? You have never loved me, and wish to conceal your own fickleness by accusations that you will not explain. Frances stopped short in her walk, and turned on him a look of so much purity and feeling that, heart-stricken, Dunwoodie would have knelt at her feet for pardon, but motioning him for silence, she once more spoke. Hear me, Major Dunwoodie, for the last time. It is a bitter knowledge when we first discover our own inferiority. But it is a truth that I have lately learned. Against you I bring no charges, make no accusations, no, not willingly in my thoughts. Were my claims to your heart just, I am not worthy of you. It is not a feeble, timid girl like me that could make you happy. No, Peyton, you are formed for great and glorious actions, deeds of daring and renown, and should be united to a soul like your own, one that can rise above the weakness of her sex. I should be a weight to drag you to the dust, but with a different spirit in your companion, you might soar to the very pinnacle of earthly glory. To such a one, therefore, I resign you freely, if not cheerfully, and pray, oh, how fervently do I pray, that with such a one you may be happy. Lovely enthusiast, cried Dunwoodie, you know not yourself nor me. It is a woman, mild, gentle, and dependent as yourself, that my very nature loves. Deceive not yourself with visionary ideas of generosity, which will only make me miserable. Farewell, Major Dunwoodie, said the agitated girl, pausing for a moment to gasp for breath. Forget that you ever knew me, remember the claims of your bleeding country, and be happy. Happy, repeated the youthful soldier, bitterly, as he saw her light form gliding through the gate of the lawn and disappearing behind its shrubbery. Yes, I am happy indeed. Throwing himself into the saddle, he plunged his spurs into his horse, and soon overtook his squadron, which was marching slowly over the hilly roads of the county to gain the banks of the Hudson. But painful as were the feelings of Dunwoodie at this unexpected termination of the interview with his mistress, they were but light compared with those which were experienced by the fond girl herself. Frances had, with the keen eye of jealous love, easily detected the attachment of Isabella Singleton to Dunwoodie. Delicate and retiring herself, it never could present itself to her mind that this love had been unsought. Ardent in her own affections and artless in their exhibition, she had early caught the eye of the young soldier, but it required all the manly frankness of Dunwoodie to court her favor, and the most pointed devotion to obtain his conquest. This done, his power was durable, entire, and engrossing. But the unusual occurrences of the few preceding days, the altered mien of her lover during those events, his unwonted indifference to herself, and chiefly the romantic idolatry of Isabella, had aroused new sensations in her bosom. With a dread of her lover's integrity had been awakened the never-failing concomitant of the purest affection, a distrust of her own merits. In the moment of enthusiasm, the task of resigning her lover to another, who might be more worthy of him, seemed easy, but it is in vain that the imagination attempts to deceive the heart. Dunwoodie had no sooner disappeared than our heroine felt all the misery of her situation, and if the youth found some relief in the cares of his command, Frances was less fortunate in the performance of a duty imposed on her by filial piety. The removal of his son had nearly destroyed the little energy of Mr. Wharton, who required all the tenderness of his remaining children to convince him that he was able to perform the ordinary functions of life. Chapter 20. Flatter and praise, commend, extol their graces, though ne'er so black, say they have angels' faces. That man who hath a tongue, I say, is no man, if with that tongue he cannot win a woman. Two Gentlemen of Verona. In making the arrangements by which Captain Lawton had been left, with Sergeant Hollister and 12 men, as a guard over the wounded and heavy baggage of the corps, Dunwoody had consulted not only the information which had been conveyed in the letter of Colonel Singleton, but the bruises of his comrade's body. In vain Lawton declared himself fit for any duty that man could perform, or plainly intimated that his men would never follow Tom Mason to a charge with the alacrity and confidence with which they followed himself. His commander was firm, and the reluctant captain was compelled to comply with as good a grace as he could assume. Before parting, Dunwoody repeated his caution to keep a watchful eye on the inmates of the cottage, and especially enjoined him, if any movements of a particularly suspicious nature were seen in the neighborhood, to break up from his present quarters, and to move down with his party, and take possession of the domains of Mr. Wharton. A vague suspicion of danger to the family had been awakened in the breast of the Major by the language of the peddler, although he was unable to refer it to any particular source, or to understand why it was to be apprehended. For some time after the departure of the troops, the captain was walking before the door of the hotel, inwardly cursing his fate, that condemned him to an inglorious idleness, at a moment when a meeting with the enemy might be expected, and replying to the occasional queries of Betty, who, from the interior of the building, ever and anon demanded, in a high tone of voice, an explanation of various passages in the peddler's escape, which as yet she could not comprehend. At this instant he was joined by the surgeon, who had hitherto been engaged among his patients in a distant building, and was profoundly ignorant of everything that had occurred, even to the departure of the troops. "Where are all the sentinels, John?" he inquired, as he gazed around with a look of curiosity. "And why are you here alone?" "Off, all off, with Dunwoody to the river. You and I are left here to take care of a few sick men and some women." "I am glad, however," said the surgeon, "that Major Dunwoody had consideration enough not to move the wounded. Here, you Mrs. Elizabeth Flanagan, hasten with some food, that I may appease my appetite. I have a dead body to dissect and am in haste." "And here, you Mr. Dr. Archibald Sitgreaves," echoed Betty, showing her blooming countenance from a broken window of the kitchen. "You are ever a-coming too late. Here is nothing to ate but the skin of Jenny, and the body you're mentioning." "Woman," said the surgeon in anger, "do you take me for a cannibal, that you address your filthy discourse to me in this manner? I bid you hasten with such food as may be proper to be received into the stomach fasting, and I'm sure it's for a pop-gun that I should be taking you sooner than for a cannon-ball," said Betty, winking at the captain, "and I tell ye that it's fasting you must be, unless ye'll let me cook ye a steak from the skin of Jenny. The boys have ate me up entirely." Lawton now interfered to preserve the peace, and assured the surgeon that he had already dispatched the proper persons in quest of food for the party. A little mollified with this explanation, the operator soon forgot his hunger, and declared his intention of proceeding to business at once. "And where is your subject?" asked Lawton. "The peddler," said the other, glancing a look at the signpost. "I made Hollister put a stage so high that the neck would not be dislocated by the fall, and I intend making as handsome a skeleton of him as there is in the states of North America. The fellow has good points, and his bones are well knit. I will make a perfect beauty of him. I have long been wanting something of this sort to send as a present to my old aunt in Virginia, who was so kind to me when a boy." "The devil!" cried Lawton. "Would you send the old woman a dead man's bones?" "Why not?" said the surgeon. "What nobler object is there in nature than the figure of a man, and the skeleton may be called his elementary parts? But what has been done with the body?" "Off too." "Off? And who has dared to interfere with my perquisites?" "Sure, just the divil," said Betty. "And who'll be taking yourself away some of these times too, without asking year lave?" "Silence, you witch," said Lawton, with difficulty suppressing a laugh. "Is this the manner in which to address an officer?" "Who called me the filthy Elizabeth Flanagan?" cried the washerwoman, snapping her fingers contemptuously. "I can remember a friend for a year, and don't forget an enemy for a month." But the friendship or enmity of Mrs. Flanagan was alike indifferent to the surgeon, who could think of nothing but his loss, and Lawton was obliged to explain to his friend the apparent manner in which it had happened. "And a lucky escape it was for ye, my jewel of a doctor," cried Betty, as the captain concluded. "Sergeant Hollister, who saw him face to face, as it might be, says it's Beelzebub and no piddler, unless it may be in a small matter of lies and thefts, and sick wickedness. Now a pretty figure ye would have been in cutting up Beelzebub, if the Major had hanged him. I don't think it's very aisy he would have been under yeer knife." Thus, doubly disappointed in his meal and his business, Sitgreaves suddenly declared his intention of visiting the Locusts, and inquiring into the state of Captain Singleton. Lawton was ready for the excursion, and mounting, they were soon on the road, though the surgeon was obliged to submit to a few more jokes from the washerwoman, before he could get out of hearing. For some time the two rode in silence, when Lawton, perceiving that his companion's temper was somewhat ruffled by his disappointments and Betty's attack, made an effort to restore the tranquility of his feelings. "That was a charming song, Archibald, that you commenced last evening when we were interrupted by the party that brought in the peddler," he said. The allusion to Galen was much to the purpose. "I knew you would like it, Jack, when you had got the fumes of the wine out of your head. Poetry is a respectable art, though it wants the precision of the exact sciences and the natural beneficence of the physical. Considered in reference to the wants of life, I should define poetry as an emollient, rather than as a succulent. And yet your ode was full of the meat of wit." "Ode is by no means a proper term for the composition. I should term it a classical ballad." "Very probably," said the trooper. Hearing only one verse, it was difficult to class the composition. The surgeon involuntarily hemmed, and began to clear his throat, although scarcely conscious himself to what the preparation tended. But the captain, rolling his dark eyes towards his companion, and observing him to be sitting with great uneasiness on his horse, continued, "The air is still, and the road solitary, why not give the remainder? It is never too late to repair a loss. My dear John, if I thought it would correct the errors you have imbibed, from habit and indulgence, nothing could give me more pleasure. We are fast approaching some rocks on our left. The echo will double my satisfaction." Thus encouraged, and somewhat impelled by the opinion that he both sang and wrote with taste, the surgeon set about complying with the request in sober earnest. Some little time was lost in clearing his throat, and getting the proper pitch of his voice, but no sooner were these 2 points achieved, than Lawton had the secret delight of hearing his friend commence, "Hast thou ever—" "Hush!" interrupted the trooper. "What rustling noise is that among the rocks? It must have been the rushing of the melody. A powerful voice is like the breathing of the winds. Hast thou ever—" "Listen," said Lawton, stopping his horse. He had not done speaking when a stone fell at his feet and rolled harmlessly across the path. "A friendly shot, that," cried the trooper. "Neither the weapon nor its force implies much ill will." "Blows from stones seldom produce more than contusions," said the operator, bending his gaze in every direction in vain, in quest of the hand from which the missile had been hurled. "It must be meteoric. There is no living being in sight, except ourselves." "It would be easy to hide a regiment behind those rocks," returned the trooper, dismounting and taking the stone in his hand. "Oh, here is the explanation along with the mystery." So saying, he tore a piece of paper that had been ingeniously fastened to the small fragment of rock which had thus singularly fallen before him, and opening it, the captain read the following words, written in no very legible hand: "A musket bullet will go farther than a stone, and things more dangerous than yarbs for wounded men lie hid in the rocks of Westchester. The horse may be good, but can he mount a precipice?" "Thou sayest the truth, strange man," said Lawton. "Courage and activity would avail but little against assassination and these rugged passes." Remounting his horse, he cried aloud, "Thanks, unknown friend, your caution will be remembered." A meager hand was extended for an instant over a rock in the air, and afterwards nothing further was seen or heard in that quarter by the soldiers. "Quite an extraordinary interruption," said the astonished Sitgreaves, "and a letter of very mysterious meaning. Oh, 'tis nothing but the wit of some bumpkin, who thinks to frighten 2 of the Virginians by an artifice of this kind," said the trooper, placing the billet in his pocket. "But let me tell you, Mr. Archibald Sitgreaves, you were wanting to dissect, just now, a damned honest fellow. It was the peddler, one of the most notorious spies in the enemy's service, and I must say that I think it would be an honor to such a man to be devoted to the uses of science. He may be a spy, he must be one, said Lawton, musing, but he has a heart above enmity and a soul that would honor a soldier. The surgeon turned a vacant eye on his companion as he uttered this soliloquy, while the penetrating looks of the trooper had already discovered another pile of rocks, which, jutting forward, nearly obstructed the highway that wound directly around its base. "What the steed cannot mount, the foot of man can overcome," exclaimed the wary partisan. Throwing himself again from his saddle, and leaping a wall of stone, he began to ascend the hill at a pace which would soon have given him a bird's-eye view of the rocks in question, together with all their crevices. This movement was no sooner made than Lawton caught a glimpse of the figure of a man stealing rapidly from his approach, and disappearing on the opposite side of the precipice. "Spur! Sitgreaves! Spur!" shouted the trooper, dashing over every impediment in pursuit, "and murder the villain as he flies." The former part of the request was promptly complied with, and a few moments brought the surgeon in full view of a man armed with a musket, who was crossing the road and evidently seeking the protection of the thick wood on its opposite side. "Stop, my friend. Stop until Captain Lawton comes up, if you please," cried the surgeon, observing him to flee with a rapidity that baffled his horsemanship. But as if the invitation contained new terrors, the footman redoubled his efforts, nor paused even to breathe, until he had reached his goal, when, turning on his heel, he discharged his musket towards the surgeon, and was out of sight in an instant. To gain the highway and throw himself into his saddle detained Lawton but a moment, and he rode to the side of his comrade just as the figure disappeared. "Which way has he fled?" cried the trooper. "John," said the surgeon, "am I not a non-combatant?" "Whither has the rascal fled?" cried Lawton impatiently. "Where you cannot follow into that wood." "But I repeat, John, am I not a non-combatant?" The disappointed trooper, perceiving that his enemy had escaped him, now turned his eyes, which were flashing with anger, upon his comrade, and gradually his muscles lost their rigid compression, his brow relaxed, and his look changed from its fierce expression to the covert laughter which so often distinguished his countenance. The surgeon sat in dignified composure on his horse, his thin body erect, and his head elevated with the indignation of one conscious of having been unjustly treated. "Why did you suffer the villain to escape?" demanded the captain. "Once within reach of my saber, and I would have given you a subject for the dissecting table." "'Twas impossible to prevent it," said the surgeon, pointing to the bars before which he had stopped his horse. "The rogue threw himself on the other side of this fence, and left me where you see, nor would the man in the least attend to my remonstrances, or to an intimation that you wished to hold discourse with him. He was truly a discourteous rascal, but why did you not leap the fence and compel him to a halt? You see, but 3 of the bars are up, and Betty Flanagan could clear them on her cow." The surgeon, for the first time, withdrew his eyes from the place where the fugitive had disappeared and turned his look on his comrade. His head, however, was not permitted to lower itself in the least as he replied, "I humbly conceive, Captain Lawton, that neither Mrs. Elizabeth Flanagan nor her cow is an example to be emulated by Dr. Archibald Sitgreaves. It would be but a sorry compliment to science to say that a doctor of medicine had fractured both his legs by injudiciously striking them against a pair of bar-posts." While speaking, the surgeon raised the limbs in question to a nearly horizontal position, an attitude which really appeared to bid defiance to anything like a passage for himself through the defile. But the trooper, disregarding this ocular proof of the impossibility of the movement, cried hastily, "Here was nothing to stop you, man. I could leap a platoon through boot and thigh without pricking with a single spur. Pshaw! I have often charged upon the bayonets of infantry over greater difficulties than this. You will please to remember, Captain John Lawton, that I am not the riding master of the regiment, nor a drill sergeant, nor a crazy cornet. No, sir, and I speak it with a due respect for the commission of the Continental Congress, nor an inconsiderate captain, who regards his own life as little as that of his enemies. I am only, sir, a poor humble man of letters, a mere doctor of medicine, an unworthy graduate of Edinburgh, and a surgeon of dragoons. Nothing more, I do assure you, Captain John Lawton." So saying, he turned his horse's head towards the cottage, and recommenced his ride. "Aye, you speak the truth," muttered the dragoon. "Had I but the meanest rider of my troop with me, I should have taken the scoundrel and given at least one victim to the laws. But Archibald, no man can ride well who straddles in this manner like the Colossus of Rhodes. You should depend less on your stirrup and keep your seat by the power of the knee." "With proper deference to your experience, Captain Lawton," returned the surgeon, "I conceive myself to be no incompetent judge of muscular action, whether in the knee or in any other part of the human frame. And although but humbly educated, I am not now to learn that the wider the base, the more firm is the superstructure. Would you fill a highway in this manner, with one pair of legs, when half a dozen might pass together in comfort, stretching them abroad like the scythes of the ancient chariot wheels?" The allusion to the practice of the ancients somewhat softened the indignation of the surgeon, and he replied, with rather less hauteur, "You should speak with reverence of the usages of those who have gone before us, and who, however ignorant they were in matters of science, and particularly that of surgery, yet furnished many brilliant hints to our own improvements. Now, sir, I have no doubt that Galen has operated on wounds occasioned by these very scythes that you mention, although we can find no evidence of the fact in contemporary writers. Ah, they must have given dreadful injuries, and, I doubt not, caused great uneasiness to the medical gentlemen of that day. Occasionally a body must have been left in two pieces to puzzle the ingenuity of those gentry to unite. Yet venerable and learned as they were, I doubt not they did it. What? Unite two parts of the human body that have been severed by an edged instrument to any of the purposes of animal life, that have been rent asunder by a scythe, and are united to do military duty," said Lawton. "'Tis impossible, quite impossible," cried the surgeon. "It is in vain, Captain Lawton, that human ingenuity endeavors to baffle the efforts of nature. Think, my dear sir, in this case you separate all the arteries, injure all of the intestines, sever all of the nerves and sinews, and what is of more consequence, you have said enough, Dr. Sitgreaves, to convince a member of a rival school. Nothing shall ever tempt me willingly to submit to be divided in this irretrievable manner. Certes, there is little pleasure in a wound which, from its nature, is incurable." "I should think so," said Lawton dryly. "What do you think is the greatest pleasure in life?" asked the operator suddenly. "That must greatly depend on taste." "Not at all," cried the surgeon. "It is in witnessing, or rather feeling, the ravages of disease repaired by the lights of science cooperating with nature. I once broke my little finger intentionally, in order that I might reduce the fracture and watch the cure. It was only on a small scale, you know, dear John. Still, the thrilling sensation excited by the knitting of the bone, aided by the contemplation of the art of man thus acting in unison with nature, exceeded any other enjoyment that I have ever experienced. Now, had it been one of the more important members, such as the leg or arm, how much greater must the pleasure have been." "Or the neck," said the trooper, but their desultory discourse was interrupted by their arrival at the cottage of Mr. Wharton. No one appearing to usher them into an apartment, the captain proceeded to the door of the parlor, where he knew visitors were commonly received. On opening it, he paused for a moment in admiration at the scene within. The person of Colonel Wellmere first met his eye, bending towards the figure of the blushing Sarah, with an earnestness of manner that prevented the noise of Lawton's entrance from being heard by either of the parties. Certain significant signs which were embraced at a glance by the prying gaze of the trooper had once made him a master of their secret, and he was about to retire as silently as he had advanced, when his companion, pushing himself through the passage, abruptly entered the room. Advancing instantly to the chair of Wellmere, the surgeon instinctively laid hold of his arm, and exclaimed, "Bless me!" A quick and irregular pulse, flushed cheek and fiery eye, strong febrile symptoms and such as must be attended to. While speaking, the doctor, who was much addicted to practicing in a summary way, a weakness of most medical men in military practice, had already produced his lancet and was making certain other indications of his intentions to proceed at once to business. But Colonel Wellmere, recovering from the confusion of the surprise, arose from his seat haughtily and said, "Sir, it is the warmth of the room that lends me the color, and I am already too much indebted to your skill to give you any further trouble. Miss Wharton knows that I am quite well, and I do assure you that I never felt better or happier in my life." There was a peculiar emphasis on the latter part of this speech that, however it might gratify the feelings of Sarah, brought the color to her cheeks again, and Sitgreaves, as his eye followed the direction of those of his patient, did not fail to observe it. "Your arm, if you please, madam," said the surgeon, advancing with a bow. "Anxiety and watching have done their work on your delicate frame, and there are symptoms about you that must not be neglected." "Excuse me, sir," said Sarah, recovering herself with womanly pride. "The heat is oppressive, and I will retire and acquaint Miss Peyton with your presence." There was but little difficulty in practicing on the abstracted simplicity of the surgeon, but it was necessary for Sarah to raise her eyes to return the salutation of Lawton, as he bowed his head nearly to a level with the hand that held open the door for her passage. One look was sufficient. She was able to control her steps sufficiently to retire with dignity, but no sooner was she relieved from the presence of all observers than she fell into a chair and abandoned herself to a feeling of mingled shame and pleasure. A little nettled at the contumacious deportment of the British colonel, Sitgreaves, after once more tendering services that were again rejected, withdrew to the chamber of young Singleton, whither Lawton had already preceded him. Chapter 21. "O Henry, when thou deign'st to sue, can I thy suit withstand? When thou, loved youth, hast won my heart, can I refuse my hand?" Hermit of Walkerworth. The graduate of Edinburgh found his patient rapidly improving in health and entirely free from fever. His sister, with a cheek that was, if possible, paler than on her arrival, watched around his couch with tender care, and the ladies of the cottage had not, in the midst of their sorrows and varied emotions, forgotten to discharge the duties of hospitality. Frances felt herself impelled towards their disconsolate guest, with an interest for which she could not account, and with a force that she could not control. She had unconsciously connected the fates of Dunwoodie and Isabella in her imagination, and she felt, with the romantic ardor of a generous mind, that she was serving her former lover most by exhibiting kindness to her he loved best. Isabella received her attentions with gratitude, but neither of them indulged in any allusions to the latent source of their uneasiness. The observation of Miss Peyton seldom penetrated beyond things that were visible, and to her the situation of Henry Wharton seemed to furnish an awful excuse for the fading cheeks and tearful eyes of her niece. If Sarah manifested less of care than her sister, still the unpracticed aunt was not at a loss to comprehend the reason. Love is a holy feeling with the virtuous of the female sex, and it hallows all that come within its influence. Although Miss Peyton mourned with sincerity over the danger which threatened her nephew, she well knew that an active campaign was not favorable to love, and the moments that were thus accidentally granted were not to be thrown away. Several days now passed without any interruption of the usual avocations of the inhabitants of the cottage or the party at the Four Corners. The former were supporting their fortitude with the certainty of Henry's innocence and a strong reliance on Dunwoodie's exertions in his behalf, and the latter waiting with impatience the intelligence that was hourly expected of a conflict and their orders to depart. Captain Lawton, however, waited for both these events in vain. Letters from the Major announced that the enemy, finding that the party which was to cooperate with them had been defeated and was withdrawn, had retired also behind the works of Fort Washington, where they continued inactive, threatening constantly to strike a blow in revenge for their disgrace. The trooper was enjoined to vigilance, and the letter concluded with a compliment to his honor, zeal, and undoubted bravery. "Extremely flattering, Major Dunwoodie," muttered the dragoon, as he threw down this epistle and stalked across the floor to quiet his impatience. "A proper guard have you selected for this service. Let me see, I have to watch over the interests of a crazy, irresolute old man, who does not know whether he belongs to us or to the enemy. 4 women, 3 of whom are well enough in themselves, but who are not immensely flattered by my society, and the 4th who, good as she is on the wrong side of 40, some 2 or 3 blacks. A talkative housekeeper that does nothing but chatter about gold and despisables and signs and omens, and poor George Singleton. Well, a comrade in suffering has a claim on a man, so I'll make the best of it." As he concluded this soliloquy, the trooper took a seat and began to whistle, to convince himself how little he cared about the matter, when, by throwing his booted leg carelessly round, he upset the canteen that held his whole stock of brandy. The accident was soon repaired, but in replacing the wooden vessel he observed a billet lying on the bench, on which the liquor had been placed. It was soon opened, and he read, "The moon will not rise till after midnight, a fit time for deeds of darkness. There was no mistaking the hand. It was clearly the same that had given him the timely warning against assassination, and the trooper continued, for a long time, musing on the nature of these two notices, and the motives that could induce the peddler to favor an implacable enemy in the manner that he had latterly done. That he was a spy of the enemy, Lawton knew, for the fact of his conveying intelligence to the English commander-in-chief of a party of Americans that were exposed to the enemy was proved most clearly against him on the trial for his life. The consequences of his treason had been avoided, it is true, by a lucky order from Washington, which withdrew the regiment a short time before the British appeared to cut it off, but still the crime was the same. Perhaps, thought the partisan, he wishes to make a friend of me against the event of another capture. But, at all events, he spared my life on one occasion and saved it on another. I will endeavor to be as generous as himself, and pray that my duty may never interfere with my feelings. Whether the danger, intimated in the present note, threatened the cottage or his own party, the captain was uncertain, but he inclined to the latter opinion, and determined to beware how he rode abroad in the dark. To a man in a peaceable country, and in times of quiet and order, the indifference with which the partisan regarded the impending danger would be inconceivable. His reflections on the subject were more directed towards devising means to entrap his enemies than to escape their machinations. But the arrival of the surgeon, who had been to pay his daily visit to the Locusts, interrupted his meditations. Sitgreaves brought an invitation from the mistress of the mansion to Captain Lawton, desiring that the cottage might be honored with his presence at an early hour on that evening. "Ha!" cried the trooper. "Then they have received a letter also." "I think nothing more probable," said the surgeon. "There is a chaplain at the cottage from the Royal Army, who has come out to exchange the British wounded, and who has an order from Colonel Singleton for their delivery. But a more mad project than to remove them now was never adopted. A priest, say you. Is he a hard drinker, a real camp idler, a fellow to breed a famine in a regiment, or does he seem a man who is earnest in his trade? A very respectable and orderly gentleman, and not unreasonably given to intemperance, judging from the outward symptoms," returned the surgeon, "and a man who really says grace in a very regular and appropriate manner." "And does he stay the night?" "Certainly, he waits for his cartel, but hasten, John, we have but little time to waste. I will just step up and bleed 2 or 3 of the Englishmen who are to move in the morning, in order to anticipate inflammation, and be with you immediately." The gala suit of Captain Lawton was easily adjusted to his huge frame, and his companion being ready, they once more took their route towards the cottage. Roanoke had been as much benefited by a few days' rest as his master, and Lawton ardently wished, as he curbed his gallant steed on passing the well-remembered rocks, that his treacherous enemy stood before him, mounted and armed as himself. But no enemy, nor any disturbance whatever, interfered with their progress, and they reached the Locusts just as the sun was throwing his setting rays on the valley and tinging the tops of the leafless trees with gold. It never required more than a single look to acquaint the trooper with the particulars of every scene that was not uncommonly veiled, and the first survey that he took on entering the house told him more than the observations of a day had put into the possession of Dr. Sitgreaves. Miss Peyton accosted him with a smiling welcome that exceeded the bounds of ordinary courtesy, and which evidently flowed more from feelings that were connected with the heart than from manner. Francis glided about, tearful and agitated, while Mr. Wharton stood ready to receive them, decked in a suit of velvet that would have been conspicuous in the gayest drawing-room. Colonel Wellmere was in the uniform of an officer of the household troops of his prince, and Isabella Singleton sat in the parlor, clad in the habiliments of joy, but with a countenance that belied her appearance, while her brother by her side looked, with a cheek of flitting color and an eye of intense interest, like anything but an invalid. As it was the 3rd day that he had left his room, Dr. Sitgreaves, who began to stare about him in stupid wonder, forgot to reprove his patient for imprudence. Into this scene Captain Lawton moved with all the composure and gravity of a man whose nerves were not easily discomposed by novelties. His compliments were received as graciously as they were offered, and after exchanging a few words with the different individuals present, he approached the surgeon, who had withdrawn, in a kind of confused astonishment, to rally his senses. "John," whispered the surgeon with awakened curiosity, "what means this festival? That your wig and my black head would look the better for a little of Betty Flanagan's flour. But it is too late now, and we must fight the battle armed as you see. Observe, here comes the army chaplain in his full robes as a Doctor Divinitatis. What can it mean?" "An exchange," said the trooper. "The wounded of Cupid are to meet and settle their accounts with the god in the way of plighting faith to suffer from his archery no more." The surgeon laid a finger on the side of his nose, and he began to comprehend the case. "Is it not a crying shame that a sunshine hero and an enemy should thus be suffered to steal away one of the fairest plants that grow in our soil," muttered Lawton, "a flower fit to be placed in the bosom of any man? If he be not more accommodating as a husband than as a patient, John, I fear me that the lady will lead a troubled life." "Let her," said the trooper, indignantly. "She has chosen from her country's enemies, and may she meet with a foreigner's virtues in her choice." Further conversation was interrupted by Miss Peyton, who, advancing, acquainted them that they had been invited to grace the nuptials of her eldest niece and Colonel Wellmere. The gentleman bowed, and the good aunt, with an inherent love of propriety, went on to add that the acquaintance was of an old date, and the attachment by no means a sudden thing. To this Lawton merely bowed still more ceremoniously, but the surgeon, who loved to hold converse with the Virgin, replied that the human mind was differently constituted in different individuals. In some, impressions are vivid and transitory, in others more deep and lasting. Indeed, there are some philosophers who pretend to trace a connection between the physical and mental powers of the animal, but, for my part, madam, I believe that the one is much influenced by habit and association, and the other subject altogether to the peculiar laws of matter. Miss Peyton, in her turn, bowed her silent assent to this remark, and retired with dignity to usher the intended bride into the presence of the company. The hour had arrived when American custom has decreed that the vows of wedlock must be exchanged, and Sarah, blushing with a variety of emotions, followed her aunt to the drawing-room. Wellmere sprang to receive the hand that, with an averted face, she extended towards him, and, for the first time, the English colonel appeared fully conscious of the important part that he was to act in the approaching ceremony. Hitherto his air had been abstracted, and his manner uneasy, but everything, excepting the certainty of his bliss, seemed to vanish at the blaze of loveliness that now burst on his sight. All arose from their seats, and the reverend gentleman had already opened the sacred volume, when the absence of Frances was noticed. Miss Peyton withdrew in search of her youngest niece, whom she found in her own apartment and in tears. "Come, my love, the ceremony waits but for us," said the aunt, affectionately entwining her arm in that of her niece. "Endeavor to compose yourself, that proper honor may be done to the choice of your sister. Can he be, worthy of her?" "Can he be otherwise?" returned Miss Peyton. "Is he not a gentleman? A gallant soldier, though an unfortunate one, and certainly, my love, one who appears every way qualified to make any woman happy." Frances had given vent to her feelings, and with an effort, she collected sufficient resolution to venture to join the party below. But to relieve the embarrassment of this delay, the clergyman had put sundry questions to the bridegroom, one of which was by no means answered to his satisfaction. Wellmere was compelled to acknowledge that he was unprovided with a ring, and to perform the marriage ceremony without one, the divine pronounced to be canonically impossible. His appeal to Mr. Wharton, for the propriety of this decision, was answered affirmatively, as it would have been negatively, had the question been put in a manner to lead to such a result. The owner of the Locusts had lost the little energy he possessed, by the blow recently received through his son, and his assent to the objection of the clergyman was as easily obtained as had been his consent to the premature proposals of Wellmere. In this stage of the dilemma, Miss Peyton and Frances appeared. The surgeon of dragoons approached the former, and as he handed her to a chair, observed, "It appears, madam, that untoward circumstances have prevented Colonel Wellmere from providing all of the decorations that custom, antiquity, and the canons of the Church have prescribed as indispensable to enter into the honorable state of wedlock." Miss Peyton glanced her quiet eye at the uneasy bridegroom, and perceiving him to be adorned with what she thought sufficient splendor, allowing for the time and the suddenness of the occasion, she turned her look on the speaker, as if to demand an explanation. The surgeon understood her wishes, and proceeded at once to gratify them. "There is," he observed, "an opinion prevalent that the heart lies on the left side of the body, and that the connection between the members of that side and what may be called the seat of life is more intimate than that which exists with their opposites. But this is an error which grows out of an ignorance of the organic arrangement of the human frame. In obedience to this opinion, the fourth finger of the left hand is thought to contain a virtue that belongs to no other branch of that digitated member, and it is ordinarily encircled, during the solemnization of wedlock, with a cincture or ring, as if to chain that affection to the marriage state, which is best secured by the graces of the female character. While speaking, the operator laid his hand expressively on his heart, and he bowed nearly to the floor when he had concluded. "I know not, sir, that I rightly understand your meaning," said Miss Peyton, whose want of comprehension was sufficiently excusable. "A ring, madam. A ring is wanting for the ceremony." The instant that the surgeon spoke explicitly, the awkwardness of the situation was understood. She glanced her eyes at her nieces, and in the younger she read a secret exultation that somewhat displeased her, but the countenance of Sarah was suffused with a shame that the considerate aunt well understood. Not for the world would she violate any of the observances of female etiquette. It suggested itself to all the females at the same moment that the wedding ring of the late mother and sister was reposing peacefully amid the rest of her jewelry in a secret receptacle that had been provided at an early day to secure the valuables against the predatory inroads of the marauders who roamed through the county. Into this hidden vault, the plate, and whatever was most prized, made a nightly retreat, and there the ring in question had long lain, forgotten until at this moment. But it was the business of the bridegroom, from time immemorial, to furnish this indispensable to wedlock, and on no account would Miss Peyton do anything that transcended the usual reserve of the sex on this solemn occasion. Certainly not until sufficient expiation for the offense had been made, by a due portion of trouble and disquiet. This material fact, therefore, was not disclosed by either, the aunt consulting female propriety, the bride yielding to shame, and Frances rejoicing that an embarrassment, proceeding from almost any cause, should delay her sister's vow. It was reserved for Dr. Sitgreaves to interrupt the awkward silence. "If, madam, a plain ring that once belonged to a sister of my own," he paused and hemmed. "If, madam, a ring of that description might be admitted to this honor, I have one that could be easily produced from my quarters at the corners, and I doubt not it would fit the finger for which it is desired. There is a strong resemblance between my late sister and Miss Wharton in stature and anatomical figure, and in all eligible subjects, the proportions are apt to be observed throughout the whole animal economy." A glance of Miss Peyton's eye recalled Colonel Wellmere to a sense of his duty, and springing from his chair, he assured the surgeon that in no way could he confer a greater obligation on himself than by sending for that very ring. The operator bowed a little haughtily, and withdrew to fulfill his promise by dispatching a messenger on the errand. The aunt suffered him to retire, but unwillingness to admit a stranger into the privacy of their domestic arrangements induced her to follow and tender the services of Caesar, instead of those of Sitgreaves' man who had volunteered for this duty. Katie Haynes was accordingly directed to summon the black to the vacant parlor, and thither Miss Peyton and the surgeon repaired, to give their several instructions. The consent to this sudden union of Sarah and Wellmere, and especially at a time when the life of a member of the family was in such imminent jeopardy, was given from a conviction that the unsettled state of the country would probably prevent another opportunity to the lovers of meeting, and a secret dread on the part of Mr. Wharton that the death of his son might, by hastening his own, leave his remaining children without a protector. But notwithstanding Miss Peyton had complied with her brother's wish to profit by the accidental visit of a divine, she had not thought it necessary to blazon the intended nuptials of her niece to the neighborhood. Had even time been allowed, she thought, therefore, that she was now communicating a profound secret to the Negro and her housekeeper. "Caesar," she commenced with a smile, "you are now to learn that your young mistress, Miss Sarah, is to be united to Colonel Wellmere this evening." "I tink I see him afore," said Caesar, chuckling. "Old black man can tell when a young lady make up he mind." "Really, Caesar, I find I have never given you credit for half the observation that you deserve, but as you already know on what emergency your services are required, listen to the directions of this gentleman and observe them." The black turned in quiet submission to the surgeon, who commenced as follows. "Caesar, your mistress has already acquainted you with the important event about to be solemnized within this habitation, but a cincture or ring is wanting to encircle the finger of the bride, a custom derived from the ancients, and which has been continued in the marriage forms of several branches of the Christian Church, and which is even, by a species of typical wedlock, used in the installation of prelates, as you doubtless understand. Perhaps Massa Doctor will say him over again, interrupted the old Negro, whose memory began to fail him, just as the other made so confident an allusion to his powers of comprehension. I think I get him by heart this time. It is impossible to gather honey from a rock, Caesar, and therefore I will abridge the little I have to say. Ride to the Four Corners, and present this note to Sergeant Hollister, or to Mrs. Elizabeth Flanagan, either of whom will furnish the necessary pledge of connubial affection, and return forthwith. The letter which the surgeon put into the hands of his messenger, as he ceased, was conceived in the following terms. If the fever has left Kinder, give him nourishment. Take 3 ounces more of blood from Watson. Have a search made that the woman Flanagan has left none of her jugs of alcohol in the hospital. Renew the dressings of Johnson, and dismiss Smith to duty. Send the ring, which is pendant from the chain of the watch, that I left with you to time the doses, by the bearer. Archibald Sitgreaves, medical doctor, surgeon of dragoons. Caesar, said Katie when she was alone with the black, put the ring, when you get it, in your left pocket, for that is nearest your heart, and by no means endeavor to try it on your finger, for it is unlucky. Try on he finger? Interrupted the Negro, stretching forth his bony knuckles. Tink a Miss Sally's ring go on old Caesar finger? 'Tis not consequential whether it goes on or not, said the housekeeper, but it is an evil omen to place a marriage ring on the finger of another after wedlock, and of course it may be dangerous before. I tell you, Katie, I neber tink to put on a finger. Go, then, Caesar, and do not forget the left pocket. Be careful to take off your hat as you pass the graveyard, and be expeditious, for nothing, I am certain, can be more trying to the patients than thus to be waiting for the ceremony when a body has fully made up her mind to marry. With this injunction, Caesar quitted the house, and he was soon firmly fixed in the saddle. From his youth, the black, like all of his race, had been a hard rider, but, bending under the weight of 60 winters, his African blood had lost some of its native heat. The night was dark, and the wind whistled through the vale with the dreariness of November. When Caesar reached the graveyard, he uncovered his grizzled head with superstitious awe and threw around him many a fearful glance, in momentary expectation of seeing something superhuman. There was sufficient light to discern a being of earthly mold stealing from among the graves, apparently with a design to enter the highway. It is in vain that philosophy and reason contend with early impressions, and poor Caesar was even without the support of either of these frail allies. He was, however, well mounted on a coach horse of Mr. Wharton's, and clinging to the back of the animal with instinctive skill, he abandoned the rein to the beast. Hillocks, woods, rocks, fences, and houses flew by him with the rapidity of lightning, and the black had just begun to think whither and on what business he was riding in this headlong manner, when he reached the place where the roads met, and the Hotel Flanagan stood before him in its dilapidated simplicity. The sight of a cheerful fire first told the Negro that he had reached the habitation of man, and with it came all his dread of the bloody Virginians. His duty must, however, be done, and, dismounting, he fastened the foaming animal to a fence, and approached the window with cautious steps, to reconnoiter. Before a blazing fire sat Sergeant Hollister and Betty Flanagan, enjoying themselves over a liberal potation. I tell ye, Sergeant dear, said Betty, removing the mug from her mouth, 'tis no raisonable to think it was more than the piddler himself. Sure now, where was the smell of sulphur, and the wings, and the tail, and the cloven foot? Besides, Sergeant, it's no dacent to tell a lone female that she had Beelzebub for a bedfellow. It matters but little, Mrs. Flanagan, provided you escape his talons and fangs hereafter, returned the veteran, following the remark by a heavy draught. Caesar heard enough to convince him that little danger from this pair was to be apprehended. His teeth already began to chatter, and the cold without and the comfort within stimulated him greatly to enter. He made his approaches with proper caution, and knocked with extreme humility. The appearance of Hollister with a drawn sword, roughly demanding who was without, contributed in no degree to the restoration of his faculties, but fear itself lent him power to explain his errand. Advance, said the sergeant, throwing a look of close scrutiny on the black, as he brought him to the light. Advance, and deliver your dispatches. Have you the countersign? I don't tink he know what dat be, said the black, shaking in his shoes. Do massa dat sent me give me many things to carry, dat he little understand. Who ordered you on this duty, did you say? Well, it war he doctor, hisself, so he come up on a gallop, as he always do on a doctor's errand. 'Twas Dr. Sitgreaves, he never knows the countersign himself. Now, Blackie, had it been Captain Lawton, he would not have sent you here, close to a sentinel, without the countersign, for you might get a pistol bullet through your head, and that would be cruel to you, for although you be black, I am none of them who thinks niggers have no souls. Sure a nagger has as much soul as a white, said Betty. Come hither, old man, and warm that shivering carcass of years by the blaze of this fire. I'm sure a Guinea nagger loves hate as much as a soldier loves his drop. Caesar obeyed in silence, and a mulatto boy who was sleeping on a bench in the room was bidden to convey the note of the surgeon to the building where the wounded were quartered. Here, said the washerwoman, tendering to Caesar a taste of the article that most delighted herself. Try a drop, smooty, 'twill warm the black soul within your crazy body, and be giving you spirits as you are going homeward. I tell you, Elizabeth, said the sergeant, that the souls of niggers are the same as our own. How often have I heard the good Mr. Whitefield say that there was no distinction of color in heaven. Therefore it is reasonable to believe that the soul of this here black is as white as my own, or even Major Dunwoodie's. Be sure he be, cried Caesar, a little tartly, whose courage had revived by tasting the drop of Mrs. Flanagan. It's a good soul that the Major is anyway, returned the washerwoman, and a kind soul, and a brave soul too, and you'll say all that yourself, Sergeant, I'm thinking. For the matter of that, returned the veteran, there is one above even Washington, to judge of souls, but this I will say, that Major Dunwoodie is a gentleman who never says, go, boys, but always says, come, boys, and if a poor fellow is in want of a spur or a martingale, and the leather whack is gone, there is never wanting the real silver to make up the loss, and that from his own pocket too. Why then, are you here idle when all that he holds most dear are in danger? Cried a voice with startling abruptness. Mount, mount, and follow your captain. Arm and mount, and that instantly, or you will be too late. This unexpected interruption produced an instantaneous confusion amongst the tipplers. Caesar fled instinctively into the fireplace, where he maintained his position in defiance of a heat that would have roasted a white man. Sergeant Hollister turned promptly on his heel, and seizing Big Saber, the steel was glittering by the firelight, in the twinkling of an eye, but perceiving the intruder to be the peddler, who stood near the open door that led to the lean-to in the rear, he began to fall back towards the position of the black, with a military intuition that taught him to concentrate his forces. Betty alone stood her ground, by the side of the temporary table. Replenishing the mug with a large edition of the article known to the soldiery by the name of choke dog, she held it towards the peddler. The eyes of the washerwoman had for some time been swimming with love and liquor, and turning them good-naturedly on Birch, she cried, Faith, but you're welcome, Mr. Piddler, or Mr. Birch, or Mr. Beelzebub, or what's your name? You're an honest divil anyway, and I'm hoping that you found the petticoats convenient. Come forward, dear, and fail the fire. Sergeant Hollister won't be hurting you, for the fear of an ill turn you may be doing him hereafter, will ye, Sergeant dear? Depart, ungodly man, cried the veteran, edging still nearer to Caesar, but lifting his legs alternately as they scorched with the heat. Depart in peace. There is none here for thy service, and you seek the woman in vain. There is a tender mercy that will save her from thy talons. The sergeant ceased to utter aloud, but the motion of his lips continued, and a few scattering words of prayer were alone audible. The brain of the washerwoman was in such a state of confusion that she did not clearly comprehend the meaning of her suitor, but a new idea struck her imagination, and she broke forth. If it's me the man sacks, where's the matter, pray? Am I not a widowed body and my own property? And you talk of tenderness, Sergeant, but it's little I see of it anyway. Who knows but Mr. Beelzebub here is free to speak his mind? I'm sure it is willing to hear I am. Woman, said the peddler, be silent, and you, foolish man, mount, arm, and mount, and fly to the rescue of your officer if you are worthy of the cause in which you serve, and would not disgrace the coat you wear. The peddler vanished from the sight of the bewildered trio, with a rapidity that left them uncertain whither he had fled. On hearing the voice of an old friend, Caesar emerged from his corner, and fearlessly advanced to the spot where Betty had resolutely maintained her ground, though in a state of utter mental confusion. "I wish Harvey stop," said the black. "If he ride down a road, I should like he company. I don't think Johnny Birch hurt he own son." "Poor, ignorant wretch," exclaimed the veteran, recovering his voice with a long-drawn breath. "Think you that figure was made of flesh and blood?" "Harvey ain't fleshy," replied the black, "but he berry clever man." "Pooh, sergeant dear," exclaimed the washerwoman, "talk racin' for once, and mind what the knowing one tells ye. Call out the boys and ride a bit after Captain Jack. Remember, darling, that he told ye the day to be in readiness to mount at a moment's warning. Aye, but not at a summons from the foul fiend. Let Captain Lawton, or Lieutenant Mason, or Cornet Skipwith say the word, and who is quicker in the saddle than I? Well, sergeant, how often is it that ye've boasted to myself that the corps wasn't a bit afeard to face the divil? No more are we in battle array and by daylight, but it's foolhardy and irreverent to tempt Satan, and on such a night as this. Listen how the wind whistles through the trees, and hark, there is the howling of evil spirits abroad." "I see him," said Caesar, opening his eyes to a width that might have embraced more than an ideal form. "Where?" interrupted the sergeant, instinctively laying his hand on the hilt of his saber. "No, no," said the black. "I see a Johnny Birch come out of he grave Johnny walk afore he buried." "Ah, then he must have led an evil life indeed," said Hollister. "The blessed in spirit lie quiet until the general muster, but wickedness disturbs the soul in this life as well as in that which is to come." "And what is to come of Captain Jack?" cried Betty angrily. "Is it year orders that ye won't mind, nor a warning given? I'll just get my cart, and ride down and tell him that you're afeard of a dead man and Beelzebub, and it isn't succor he may be expecting from ye. I wonder who'll be the orderly of the troop the morrow, then. His name won't be Hollister, anyway." "Nay, Betty, nay," said the sergeant, laying his hand familiarly on her shoulder. "If there must be riding tonight, let it be by him whose duty it is to call out the men and set an example. The Lord have mercy, and send us enemies of flesh and blood." Another glass confirmed the veteran in a resolution that was only excited by a dread of his captain's displeasure, and he proceeded to summon the dozen men who had been left under his command. The boy arriving with the ring, Caesar placed it carefully in the pocket of his waistcoat next his heart, and mounting, shut his eyes, seized his charger by the mane, and continued in a state of comparative insensibility until the animal stopped at the door of the warm stable whence he had started. The movements of the dragoons, being timed to the order of a march, were much slower, for they were made with a watchfulness that was intended to guard against surprise from the evil one himself. Chapter 22. "Be not your tongue thy own shame's orator, look sweet, speak fair, become disloyalty, apparel vice like virtue's harbinger, comedy of errors." The situation of the party in Mr. Wharton's dwelling was sufficiently awkward during the hour of Caesar's absence, for such was the astonishing rapidity displayed by his courser, that the 4 miles of road was gone over, and the events we have recorded had occurred, somewhat within that period of time. Of course, the gentleman strove to make the irksome moments fly as swiftly as possible, but premeditated happiness is certainly of the least joyous kind. The bride and bridegroom are immemorially privileged to be dull, and but few of their friends seem disposed, on the present occasion, to dishonor their example. The English colonel exhibited a proper portion of uneasiness at this unexpected interruption of his felicity, and he sat with a varying countenance by the side of Sarah, who seemed to be profiting by the delay to gather fortitude for the solemn ceremony. In the midst of this embarrassing silence, Dr. Sitgreaves addressed himself to Miss Peyton, by whose side he had contrived to procure a chair. "Marriage, madam, is pronounced to be honorable in the sight of God and man, and it may be said to be reduced, in the present age, to the laws of nature and reason. The ancients, in sanctioning polygamy, lost sight of the provisions of nature, and condemned thousands to misery, but with the increase of science have grown the wise ordinances of society, which ordain that man should be the husband of but one woman." Wellmere glanced a fierce expression of disgust at the surgeon that indicated his sense of the tediousness of the other's remarks, while Miss Peyton, with a slight hesitation, as if fearful of touching on forbidden subjects, replied, "I had thought, sir, that we were indebted to the Christian religion for our morals on this subject." "True, madam, it is somewhere provided in the prescriptions of the apostles, that the sexes should henceforth be on an equality in this particular. But in what degree could polygamy affect holiness of life? It was probably a wise arrangement of Paul, who was much of a scholar and probably had frequent conferences on this important subject with Luke, whom we all know to have been bred to the practice of medicine. There is no telling how far the discursive fancy of Sitgreaves might have led him on this subject had he not been interrupted. But Lawton, who had been a close though silent observer of all that passed, profited by the hint to ask abruptly, "Pray, Colonel Wellmere, in what manner is bigamy punished in England?" The bridegroom started, and his lip blanched. Recovering himself, however, on the instant, he answered with a suavity that became so happy a man, "Death, as such an offense merits," he said. "Death and dissection," continued the operator. "It is seldom that law loses sight of eventual utility in a malefactor. Bigamy in a man is a heinous offense." "More so than celibacy?" asked Lawton. "More so," returned the surgeon with undisturbed simplicity. "One who remains in a single state may devote his life to science and the extension of knowledge, if not of his species, but the wretch who profits by the constitutional tendency of the female sex to credulity and tenderness incurs the wickedness of a positive sin, heightened by the baseness of deception. Really, sir, the ladies are infinitely obliged to you for attributing folly to them as part of their nature. Captain Lawton, in man the animal is more nobly formed than in woman. The nerves are endowed with less sensibility. The whole frame is less pliable and yielding. Is it therefore surprising that a tendency to rely on the faith of her partner is more natural to woman than to the other sex?" Wellmere, as if unable to listen with any degree of patience to so ill-timed a dialogue, sprang from his seat and paced the floor in disorder. Pitying his situation, the reverend gentleman, who was patiently awaiting the return of Caesar, changed the discourse, and a few minutes brought the black himself. The billet was handed to Dr. Sitgreaves, for Miss Peyton had expressly enjoined Caesar not to implicate her, in any manner, in the errand on which he was dispatched. The note contained a summary statement of the several subjects of the surgeon's directions, and referred him to the black for the ring. The latter was instantly demanded, and promptly delivered. A transient look of melancholy clouded the brow of the surgeon, as he stood a moment and gazed silently on the bauble, nor did he remember the place or the occasion, while he mournfully soliloquized as follows. "Poor Anna, gay as innocence and youth could make thee was thy heart, when this cincture was formed to grace thy nuptials, but ere the hour had come, God had taken thee to himself. Years have passed, my sister, but never have I forgotten the companion of my infancy." He advanced to Sarah and, unconscious of observation, placing the ring on her finger, continued, "She for whom it was intended has long been in her grave, and the youth who bestowed the gift soon followed her sainted spirit. Take it, madam, and God grant that it may be an instrument in making you as happy as you deserve." Sarah felt a chill at her heart as this burst of feeling escaped the surgeon, but Wellmere offering his hand, she was led before the divine, and the ceremony began. The first words of this imposing office produced a dead stillness in the apartment, and the minister of God proceeded to the solemn exhortation and witnessed the plighted troth of the parties, when the investiture was to follow. The ring had been left, from inadvertency and the agitation of the moment, on the finger where Sitgreaves had placed it. The slight interruption occasioned by the circumstance was over, and the clergyman was about to proceed, when a figure gliding into the midst of the party at once put a stop to the ceremony. It was the peddler. His look was bitter and ironical, while a finger, raised towards the divine, seemed to forbid the ceremony to go any further. Can Colonel Wellmere waste the precious moments here, when his wife has crossed the ocean to meet him? The nights are long and the moon bright. A few hours will take him to the city. Aghast at the suddenness of this extraordinary address, Wellmere for a moment lost the command of his faculties. To Sarah, the countenance of Birch, expressive as it was, produced no terror. But the instant she recovered from the surprise of his interruption, she turned her anxious gaze on the features of the man to whom she had just pledged her troth. They afforded the most terrible confirmation of all that the peddler affirmed. The room whirled round, and she fell lifeless into the arms of her aunt. There is an instinctive delicacy in woman that seems to conquer all other emotions, and the insensible bride was immediately conveyed from sight, leaving the room to the sole possession of the other sex. The confusion enabled the peddler to retreat with a rapidity that would have baffled pursuit had any been attempted, and Wellmere stood with every eye fixed on him in ominous silence. "'Tis false. 'Tis false as hell," he cried, striking his forehead. "I have ever denied her claim, nor will the laws of my country compel me to acknowledge it." "But what will conscience and the laws of God do?" asked Lawton. "'Tis well, sir," said Wellmere haughtily and retreating towards the door. "My situation protects you now, but a time may come." He had reached the entry, when a slight tap on his shoulder caused him to turn his head. It was Captain Lawton who, with a smile of peculiar meaning, beckoned him to follow. The state of Wellmere's mind was such that he would gladly have gone anywhere to avoid the gaze of horror and detestation that glared from every eye he met. They reached the stables before the trooper spoke, when he cried aloud, "Bring out Roanoke." His man appeared with the steed caparisoned for its master. Lawton, coolly throwing the bridle on the neck of the animal, took his pistols from the holsters and continued, "Here are weapons that have seen good service before today, aye, and in honorable hands, sir. These were the pistols of my father, Colonel Wellmere. He used them with credit in the wars with France, and gave them to me to fight the battles of my country with. In what better way can I serve her than in exterminating a wretch who would have blasted one of her fairest daughters? This injurious treatment shall meet with its reward," cried the other, seizing the offered weapon. "The blood lie on the head of him who sought it." "Amen! But hold a moment, sir. You are now free, and the passports of Washington are in your pocket. I give you the fire. If I fall, there is a steed that will outstrip pursuit, and I would advise you to retreat without much delay, for even Archibald Sitgreaves would fight in such a cause, nor will the guard above be very apt to give quarter." "Are you ready?" asked Wellmere, gnashing his teeth with rage. "Stand forward, Tom, with the lights. Fire." Wellmere fired, and the bullion flew from the epaulette of the trooper. "Now the turn is mine," said Lawton, deliberately leveling his pistol. "And mine," shouted a voice as the weapon was struck from his hand. "By all the devils in hell, 'tis the mad Virginian. Fall on, my boys, and take him. This is a prize not hoped for." Unarmed, and surprised as he was, Lawton's presence of mind did not desert him. He felt that he was in the hands of those from whom he was to expect no mercy, and as 4 of the Skinners fell upon him at once, he used his gigantic strength to the utmost. 3 of the band grasped him by the neck and arms, with an intent to clog his efforts, and pinion him with ropes. The first of these he threw from him, with a violence that sent him against the building, where he lay stunned with the blow. But the 4th seized his legs, and, unable to contend with such odds, the trooper came to the earth, bringing with him all of his assailants. The struggle on the ground was short but terrific. Curses and the most dreadful imprecations were uttered by the Skinners, who in vain called on more of their band, who were gazing on the combat in nerveless horror, to assist. A difficulty of breathing from one of the combatants was heard, accompanied by the stifled moanings of a strangled man, and directly one of the group arose on his feet, shaking himself free from the wild grasp of the others. Both Wellmere and the servant of Lawton had fled, the former to the stables, and the latter to give the alarm, leaving all in darkness. The figure that stood erect sprang into the saddle of the unheeded charger. Sparks of fire, issuing from the armed feet of the horse, gave a momentary light by which the captain was seen dashing like the wind towards the highway. "By hell, he's off," cried the leader, hoarse with rage and exhaustion. "Fire! Bring him down, fire, or you'll be too late." The order was obeyed, and one moment of suspense followed, in the vain hope of hearing the huge frame of Lawton tumbling from his steed. "He would not fall if you had killed him," muttered one. "I've known these Virginians sit their horses with 2 or 3 balls through them. Aye, even after they were dead." A freshening of the wind wafted the tread of a horse down the valley, which by its speed gave assurance of a rider governing its motion. "These trained horses always stop when the rider falls," observed one of the gang. "Then," cried the leader, striking his musket on the ground in a rage, "the fellow is safe. To your business at once. A short half-hour will bring down that canting sergeant and the guard upon us. 'Twill be lucky if the guns don't turn them out. Quick, to your posts, and fire the house and the chambers. Smoking ruins are good to cover evil deeds." "What is to be done with this lump of earth?" cried another, pushing the body that yet lay insensible where it had been hurled by the arm of Lawton. A little rubbing would bring him to. "Let him lie," said the leader fiercely. "Had he been half a man, that dragooning rascal would have been in my power. Enter the house, I say, and fire the chambers. We can't go amiss here. There is plate and money enough to make you all gentlemen, and revenge too." The idea of silver in any way was not to be resisted, and leaving their companion, who began to show faint signs of life, they rushed tumultuously towards the dwelling. Wellmere availed himself of the opportunity, and stealing from the stable with his own charger, he was able to gain the highway unnoticed. For an instant he hesitated, whether to ride towards the point where he knew the guard was stationed and endeavor to rescue the family, or, profiting by his liberty and the exchange that had been effected by the divine, to seek the royal army. Shame and a consciousness of guilt determined him to take the latter course, and he rode towards New York, stung with the reflection of his own baseness, and harassed with the apprehension of meeting with an enraged woman that he had married during his late visit to England, but whose claims, as soon as his passion was sated, he had resolved never willingly to admit. In the tumult and agitation of the moment, the retreat of Lawton and Wellmere was but little noticed, the condition of Mr. Wharton demanding the care and consolation of both the surgeon and the divine. The report of the firearms at first roused the family to the sense of a new danger, and but a moment elapsed before the leader, and one more of the gang, entered the room. "Surrender, you servants of King George," shouted the leader, presenting his musket to the breast of Sitgreaves, "or I will let a little Tory blood from your veins." "Gently, gently, my friend," said the surgeon. "You are doubtless more expert in inflicting wounds than in healing them. The weapon that you hold so indiscreetly is extremely dangerous to animal life. Yield, or take its contents." "Why and wherefore should I yield? I am a non-combatant. The articles of capitulation must be arranged with Captain John Lawton, though yielding, I believe, is not a subject on which you will find him particularly complying." The fellow had by this time taken such a survey of the group as convinced him that little danger was to be apprehended from resistance, and, eager to seize his share of the plunder, he dropped his musket, and was soon busy with the assistance of his men in arranging divers articles of plate and bags. The cottage now presented a singular spectacle. The ladies were gathered around Sarah, who yet continued insensible, in one of the rooms that had escaped the notice of the marauders. Mr. Wharton sat in a state of perfect imbecility, listening to, but not profiting by, the meaning words of comfort that fell from the lips of the clergyman. Singleton was lying on a sofa, shaking with debility and inattentive to surrounding objects, while the surgeon was administering restoratives and looking at the dressings with a coolness that mocked the tumult. Caesar and the attendant of Captain Singleton had retreated to the wood in the rear of the cottage, and Katie Haynes was flying about the building, busily employed in forming a bundle of valuables, from which, with the most scrupulous honesty, she rejected every article that was not really and truly her own. But to return to the party at the Four Corners, when the veteran had got his men mounted and under arms, a restless desire to participate in the glory and dangers of the expedition came over the washerwoman. Whether she was impelled to the undertaking by a dread of remaining alone, or a wish to hasten in person to the relief of her favorite, we will not venture to assert, but, as Hollister was giving the orders to wheel and march, the voice of Betty was heard, exclaiming, "Stop a bit, Sergeant dear, till two of the boys get out the cart, and I'll just ride wid ye. 'Tis like they'll be wounded, and it will be mighty convenient to bring them home in." Although inwardly much pleased with any cause of delay to a service that he so little relished, Hollister affected some displeasure at the detention. "Nothing but a cannonball can take one of my lads from his charger," he said, "and it's not very likely that we shall have as fair fighting as cannon and musketry, in a business of the evil one's inventing. So, Elizabeth, you may go if you will, but the cart will not be wanting." "Now, Sergeant dear, you lie anyway," said Betty, who was somewhat unduly governed by her potations. "And wasn't Captain Singleton shot off his horse but 10 days gone by? Aye, and Captain Jack himself too, and didn't he lie on the ground, face uppermost and back downwards, looking grim? And didn't the boys tink him dead, and turn and lave the rig'lars the day?" "You lie back again," cried the sergeant fiercely, "and so does anyone who says that we didn't gain the day. "For a bit or so, only I main for a bit or so," said the washerwoman. "But Major Dunwoody turned you, and so you licked the Riglars. But the captain it was that fell, and I'm thinking that there's no better rider going, so, Sergeant, it's the cart will be convenient. Here, two of you, just hitch the mare to the tills, and it's no whiskey that ye'll be wanting the morrow, and put the piece of Jenny's hide under the pad. The baste is never the better for the rough ways of the County Westchester." The consent of the sergeant being obtained, the equipage of Mrs. Flanagan was soon in readiness to receive its burden. "As it is quite uncertain whether we shall be attacked in front or in rear," said Hollister, "5 of you shall march in advance, and the remainder shall cover our retreat towards the barrack, should we be pressed. 'Tis an awful moment to a man of little learning, Elizabeth, to command in such a service. For my part, I wish devoutly that one of the officers were here, but my trust is in the Lord." "Pooh, man, away wid ye," said the washerwoman, who had got herself comfortably seated. "The divil a bit of an enemy is there near. March on, hurry-scurry, and let the mare trot, or it's but little that Captain Jack will thank ye for the help." Although unlearned in matters of communicating with spirits or laying the dead, "Mrs. Flanagan," said the veteran, "I have not served through the old war, and 5 years in this, not to know how to guard the baggage. Doesn't Washington always cover the baggage? I am not to be told my duty by a camp follower. Fall in as you are ordered, and dress, men." "Well, march anyway," cried the impatient washerwoman. "The black is there already, and it's tardy the captain will think ye." "Are you sure that it was really a black man that brought the order?" said the sergeant, dropping in between the platoons, where he could converse with Betty, and be at hand, to lead on an emergency, either on an advance or on a retreat. "Nay, and I'm sure of nothing, dear. But why don't the boys prick their horses and jog a trot? The mare is mighty unassy, and it's no warm in this cursed valley, riding as much like a funeral party as old Rags is to Continental. Fairly and softly, aye and prudently, Mrs. Flanagan. It's not rashness that makes the good officer. If we have to encounter a spirit, it's more than likely he'll make his attack by surprise. Horses are not very powerful in the dark, and I have a character to lose, good woman." "Character? And isn't it character and life too that Captain Jack has to lose?" "Halt!" cried the sergeant. "What is that lurking near the foot of the rock on the left?" "Sure, it's nothing, unless it be a matter of Captain Jack's soul that's come to haunt ye, for not being brisker on the march. Betty, your levity makes you an unfit comrade for such an expedition. Advance, one of you, and reconnoiter the spot. Draw swords, rear rank, close to the front." "Pshaw!" shouted Betty. "Is it a big fool or a big coward that ye are? Just wheel from the road, boys, and I'll shove the mare down upon it in the twinkling of an eye, and it's no ghost that I fear." By this time one of the men had returned, and declared there was nothing to prevent their advancing, and the party continued their march, but with great deliberation and caution. "Courage and prudence are the jewels of a soldier, Mrs. Flanagan," said the sergeant. "Without the one, the other may be said to be good for nothing. Prudence without courage, is it that you main? And it's so that I'm thinking myself, sergeant. This baste pulls tight on the reins, anyway. Be patient, good woman. Hark! What is that?" said Hollister, pricking up his ears at the report of Wellmere's pistol. "I'll swear that was a human pistol, and one from our regiment. Rear rank, close to the front. Mrs. Flanagan, I must leave you." So saying, having recovered all his faculties, by hearing a sound that he understood, he placed himself at the head of his men with an air of military pride that the darkness prevented the washerwoman from beholding. A volley of musketry now rattled in the night wind, and the sergeant exclaimed, "March! Quick time!" The next instant the trampling of a horse was heard coming up the road at a rate that announced a matter of life or death, and Hollister again halted his party, riding a short distance in front himself, to meet the rider. "Stand! Who goes there?" shouted Hollister. "Ha! Hollister, is it you?" cried Lawton. "Ever ready and at your post, but where is the guard?" "At hand, sir, and ready to follow you through thick and thin," said the veteran, relieved at once from responsibility, and as eager as a boy to be led against his enemy. "'Tis well," said the trooper, riding up to his men. Then, speaking a few words of encouragement, he led them down the valley at a rate but little less rapid than his approach. The miserable horse of the sutler was soon distanced, and Betty, thus thrown out in the chase, turned to the side of the road and observed, "There. It's no difficult to tell that Captain Jack is with 'em anyway, and away they go like so many nagger boys to a husking frolic. Well, I'll just hitch the mare to this bit of a fence, and walk down and see the sport afoot. It's no reasonable to expose the base to be hurted." Led on by Lawton, the men followed, destitute alike of fear and reflection. Whether it was a party of the refugees or a detachment from the Royal Army that they were to assail, they were profoundly ignorant, but they knew that the officer in advance was distinguished for courage and personal prowess, and these are virtues that are sure to captivate the thoughtless soldiery. On arriving near the gates of the Locusts, the trooper halted his party and made his arrangements for the assault. Dismounting, he ordered 8 of his men to follow his example, and turning to Hollister said, "Stand you here, and guard the horses. If anything attempt to pass, stop it, or cut it down, and—" The flames at this moment burst through the dormer windows and cedar roof of the cottage, and a bright light glared on the darkness of the night. "On!" shouted the trooper. "On, give quarter when you have done justice." There was a startling fierceness in the voice of the trooper that reached to the heart, even amid the horrors of the cottage. The leader of the Skinners dropped his plunder, and for a moment he stood in nerveless dread. Then rushing to a window, he threw up the sash. At this instant Lawton entered, saber in hand, into the apartment. "Die, miscreant!" cried the trooper, cleaving a marauder to the jaw, but the leader sprang into the lawn and escaped his vengeance. The shrieks of the females restored Lawton to his presence of mind, and the earnest entreaty of the divine induced him to attend to the safety of the family. One more of the gang fell in with the dragoons and met his death, but the remainder had taken the alarm in season. Occupied with Sarah, neither Miss Singleton nor the ladies of the house had discovered the entrance of the Skinners, though the flames were raging around them with a fury that threatened the building with rapid destruction. The shrieks of Katie and the terrified consort of Caesar, together with the noise and uproar in the adjacent apartment, first roused Miss Peyton and Isabella to a sense of their danger. "Merciful Providence!" exclaimed the alarmed aunt. "There is a dreadful confusion in the house, and there will be blood shed in consequence of this affair." "There are none to fight," returned Isabella, with a face paler than that of the other. "Dr. Sitgreaves is very peaceable in his disposition, and surely Captain Lawton would not forget himself so far. The southern temper is quick and fiery," continued Miss Peyton, "and your brother, feeble and weak as he is, has looked the whole afternoon flushed and angry." "Good heaven!" cried Isabella, with difficulty supporting herself on the couch of Sarah. "He is gentle as the lamb by nature, though the lion is not his equal when roused. We must interfere. Our presence will quell the tumult, and possibly save the life of a fellow creature." Miss Peyton, excited to attempt what she conceived a duty worthy of her sex and nature, advanced with the dignity of injured female feeling to the door, followed by Isabella. The apartment to which Sarah had been conveyed was in one of the wings of the building, and it communicated with the principal hall of the cottage by a long and dark passage. This was now light, and across its terminations several figures were seen rushing with an impetuosity that prevented an examination of their employment. "Let us advance," said Miss Peyton, with a firmness her face belied. "They must respect our sex." "They shall," cried Isabella, taking the lead in the enterprise. Frances was left alone with her sister. A few minutes were passed in silence, when a loud crash in the upper apartments was succeeded by a bright light that glared through the open door and made objects as distinct to the eye as if they were placed under a noonday sun. Sarah raised herself on her bed and, staring wildly around, pressed both her hands on her forehead, endeavoring to recollect herself. "This, then, is heaven, and you are one of its bright spirits. Oh, how glorious is its radiance! I had thought the happiness I have lately experienced was too much for earth. But we shall meet again. Yes, yes, we shall meet again." "Sarah, Sarah," cried Frances in terror. "My sister, my only sister. Oh, do not smile so horridly. Know me, or you will break my heart." "Hush," said Sarah, raising her hand for silence. "You may disturb his rest. Surely, he will follow me to the grave. Think you there can be 2 wives in the grave? No, 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 one, only one." Frances dropped her head into the lap of her sister, and wept in agony. "Do you shed tears, sweet angel?" continued Sarah soothingly. "Then heaven is not exempt from grief. But where is Henry? He was executed, and he must be here too. Perhaps they will come together. Oh, how joyful will be the meeting." Frances sprang on her feet and paced the apartment. The eye of Sarah followed her in childish admiration of her beauty. "You look like my sister, but all good and lovely spirits are alike. Tell me, were you ever married? Did you ever let a stranger steal your affections from father and brother and sister? If not, poor wretch, I pity you, although you may be in heaven." "Sarah, peace, peace, I implore you to be silent," shrieked Frances, rushing to her bed, "or you will kill me at your feet." Another dreadful crash shook the building to its center. It was the falling of the roof, and the flames threw their light abroad so as to make objects visible around the cottage, through the windows of the room. Frances flew to one of them and saw the confused group that was collected on the lawn. Among them were her aunt and Isabella, pointing with distraction to the fiery edifice and apparently urging the dragoons to enter it. For the first time she comprehended their danger, and uttering a wild shriek, she flew through the passage without consideration or object. A dense and suffocating column of smoke opposed her progress. She paused to breathe, when a man caught her in his arms and bore her, in a state of insensibility through the falling embers and darkness, to the open air. The instant that Frances recovered her recollection, she perceived that she owed her life to Lawton, and throwing herself on her knees, she cried, "Sarah, Sarah, Sarah, save my sister, and may the blessing of God await you." Her strength failed, and she sank on the grass, in insensibility. The trooper pointed to her figure, motioned to Katie for assistance, and advanced once more to the building. The fire had already communicated to the woodwork of the piazzas and windows, and the whole exterior of the cottage was covered with smoke. The only entrance was through these dangers, and even the hardy and impetuous Lawton paused to consider. It was for a moment only, when he dashed into the heat and darkness, where, missing the entrance, he wandered for a minute and precipitated himself back, again, upon the lawn. Drawing a single breath of pure air, he renewed the effort, and was again unsuccessful. On a third trial he met a man staggering under the load of a human body. It was neither the place nor was there time to question or to make distinctions. Seizing both in his arms with gigantic strength, he bore them through the smoke. He soon perceived, to his astonishment, that it was the surgeon and the body of one of the Skinners that he had saved. "Archibald," he exclaimed, "why, in the name of justice, did you bring this miscreant to light again? His deeds are ranked to heaven." The surgeon, who had been in imminent peril, was too much bewildered to reply instantly, but wiping the moisture from his forehead and clearing his lungs from the vapor he had inhaled, he said piteously, "Ah, it is all over. Had I been in time to have stopped the effusion from the jugular, he might have been saved, but the heat was conducive to hemorrhage. Life is extinct indeed. Well, are there any more wounded?" His question was put to the air, for Frances had been removed to the opposite side of the building, where her friends were collected, and Lawton had once more disappeared in the smoke. By this time the flames had dispersed much of the suffocating vapor, so that the trooper was able to find the door, and in its very entrance he was met by a man supporting the insensible Sarah. There was but barely time to reach the lawn again, before the fire broke through the windows and wrapped the whole building in a sheet of flame. "God be praised!" ejaculated the preserver of Sarah. "It would have been a dreadful death to die." The trooper turned from gazing at the edifice to the speaker, and to his astonishment, instead of one of his own men, he beheld the peddler. "Ha! The spy," he exclaimed. "By heavens, you cross me like a spectre." "Captain Lawton," said Birch, leaning in momentary exhaustion against the fence, to which they had retired from the heat, "I am again in your power, for I can neither flee nor resist." "The cause of America is dear to me as life," said the trooper, "but she cannot require her children to forget gratitude and honor. Fly, unhappy man, while yet you are unseen, or it will exceed my power to save you." "May God prosper you, and make you victorious over your enemies," said Birch, grasping the hand of the dragoon with an iron strength that his meager figure did not indicate. "Hold," said Lawton. "But a word, are you what you seem? Are you—" "A royal spy," interrupted Birch, averting his face and endeavoring to release his hand. "Then go, miserable wretch," said the trooper, relinquishing his grasp. "Either avarice or delusion has led a noble heart astray." The bright light from the flames reached a great distance around the ruins, but the words were hardly past the lips of Lawton before the gaunt form of the peddler had glided over the visible space and plunged into the darkness beyond. The eye of Lawton rested for a moment on the spot where he had last seen this inexplicable man, and then turning to the yet insensible Sarah, he lifted her in his arms and bore her, like a sleeping infant, to the care of her friends. Chapter 23. And now her charms are fading fast, her spirits now no more are gay. Alas, that beauty cannot last, that flowers so sweet so soon decay. How sad appears the veil of years, how changed from youth's too flattering scene. Where are her fond admirers gone? Alas, and shall there then be none on whom her soul may lean? Cynthia's grave. The walls of the cottage were all that was left of the building, and these, blackened by smoke and stripped of their piazzas and ornaments, were but dreary memorials of the content and security that had so lately reigned within. The roof, together with the rest of the woodwork, had tumbled into the cellars, and a pale and flitting light, ascending from their embers, shone faintly through the windows. The early flight of the Skinners left the dragoons at liberty to exert themselves in saving much of the furniture, which lay scattered in heaps on the lawn, giving the finishing touch of desolation to the scene. Whenever a stronger ray of light than common shot upwards, the composed figures of Sergeant Hollister and his associates, sitting on their horses in rigid discipline, were to be seen in the background of the picture, together with the beast of Mrs. Flanagan, which, having slipped its bridle, was quietly grazing by the highway. Betty herself had advanced to the spot where the sergeant was posted, and, with an incredible degree of composure, witnessed the whole of the events as they occurred. More than once she suggested to her companion that, as the fighting seemed to be over, the proper time for plunder had arrived, but the veteran acquainted her with his orders, and remained inflexible and immovable, until the washerwoman, observing Lawton come round the wing of the building with Sarah, ventured amongst the warriors. The captain, after placing Sarah on a sofa that had been hurled from the building by two of his men, retired, that the ladies might succeed him in his care. Miss Peyton and her niece flew, with a rapture that was blessed with a momentary forgetfulness of all but her preservation, to receive Sarah from the trooper. But the vacant eye and flushed cheek restored them instantly to their recollection. "Sarah, my child, my beloved niece," said the former, folding the unconscious bride in her arms, "you are saved, and may the blessing of God await him who has been the instrument." "See," said Sarah, gently pushing her aunt aside and pointing to the glimmering ruins, "the windows are illuminated in honor of my arrival. They always receive a bride thus, he told me they would do no less. Listen, and you will hear the bells." "Here is no bride, no rejoicing, nothing but woe," cried Frances, in a manner but little less frantic than that of her sister. "Oh, may heaven restore you to us, to yourself." "Peace, foolish young woman," said Sarah, with a smile of affected pity. "All cannot be happy at the same moment. Perhaps you have no brother or husband to console you. You look beautiful, and you will yet find one, but," she continued, dropping her voice to a whisper, "see that he has no other wife. 'Tis dreadful to think what might happen, should he be twice married." "The shock has destroyed her mind," cried Miss Peyton. "My child, my beauteous Sarah, is a maniac." "No, no, no," cried Frances. "It is fever. She is lightheaded. She must recover. She shall recover." The aunt caught joyfully at the hope conveyed in this suggestion, and dispatched Katie to request the immediate aid and advice of Dr. Sitgreaves. The surgeon was found inquiring among the men for professional employment, and inquisitively examining every bruise and scratch that he could induce the sturdy warriors to acknowledge they had received. A summons of the sort conveyed by Katie was instantly obeyed, and not a minute elapsed before he was by the side of Miss Peyton. "This is a melancholy termination to so joyful a commencement of the night, madam," he observed in a soothing manner. "But war must bring its attendant miseries, though doubtless it often supports the cause of liberty, and improves the knowledge of surgical science." Miss Peyton could make no reply, but pointed to her niece. "'Tis fever," answered Francis. "See how glassy is her eye, and look at her cheek, how flushed." The surgeon stood for a moment, deeply studying the outward symptoms of his patient, and then he silently took her hand in his own. It was seldom that the hard and abstracted features of Sitgreaves discovered any violent emotion. All his passions seemed schooled, and his countenance did not often betray what, indeed, his heart frequently felt. In the present instance, however, the eager gaze of the aunt and sister quickly detected his emotions. After laying his fingers for a minute on the beautiful arm, which, bared to the elbow and glittering with jewels, Sarah suffered him to retain, he dropped it, and dashing a hand over his eyes, turned sorrowfully away. "Here is no fever to excite. 'Tis a case, my dear madam, for time and care only. These, with the blessing of God, may effect a cure." "And where is the wretch who has caused this ruin?" exclaimed Singleton, rejecting the support of his man, and making an effort to rise from the chair to which he had been driven by debility. "It is in vain that we overcome our enemies if, conquered, they can inflict such wounds as this." "Dost think, foolish boy," said Lawton with a bitter smile, "that hearts can feel in a colony? What is America but a satellite of England, to move as she moves, follow where she wists and shine, that the mother country may become more splendid by her radiance? Surely you forget that it is honor enough for a colonist to receive ruin from the hand of a child of Britain." "I forget not that I wear a sword," said Singleton, falling back exhausted. "But was there no willing arm ready to avenge that lovely sufferer, to appease the wrongs of this hoary father?" "Neither arms nor hearts are wanting, sir, in such a cause," said the trooper fiercely, "but chance oftentimes helps the wicked. By heavens, I'd give Roanoke himself for a clear field with the miscreant." "Nay, Captain dear, no be parting with the horse anyway," said Betty. "It is no trifle that can be had by just asking of the right person if you're in need of silver, and the baste is sure of foot, and jumps like a squirrel. Woman, 50 horses, aye, the best that were ever reared on the banks of the Potomac, would be but a paltry price for one blow at a villain." "Come," said the surgeon, "the night air can do no service to George or these ladies, and it is incumbent on us to remove them where they can find surgical attendance and refreshment. Here is nothing but smoking ruins and the miasma of the swamps." To this rational proposition no objection could be raised, and the necessary orders were issued by Lawton to remove the whole party to the Four Corners. America furnished but few and very indifferent carriage-makers at the period of which we write, and every vehicle that in the least aspired to that dignity was the manufacture of a London mechanic. When Mr. Wharton left the city, he was one of the very few who maintained the state of a carriage, and at the time Miss Peyton and his daughters joined him in his retirement, they had been conveyed to the cottage in the heavy chariot that had once so imposingly rolled through the windings of Queen Street, or emerged, with somber dignity, into the more spacious drive of Broadway. This vehicle stood, undisturbed, where it had been placed on its arrival, and the age of the horses alone had protected the favorites of Caesar from sequestration by the contending forces in their neighborhood. With a heavy heart, the Black, assisted by a few of the dragoons, proceeded to prepare it for the reception of the ladies. It was a cumbrous vehicle, whose faded linings and tarnished hammercloth, together with its panels of changing color, denoted the want of that art which had once given it luster and beauty. The lion couchant of the Wharton arms was reposing on the reviving splendor of a blazonry that told the armorial bearings of a prince of the church, and the mitre, that began to shine through its American mask, was a symbol of the rank of its original owner. The chaise which conveyed Miss Singleton was also safe, for the stable and outbuildings had entirely escaped the flames. It certainly had been no part of the plan of the marauders to leave so well-appointed a stud behind them, but the suddenness of the attack by Lawton not only disconcerted their arrangements on this point, but on many others also. A guard was left on the ground under the command of Hollister, who, having discovered that his enemy was of mortal mold, took his position with admirable coolness and no little skill to guard against surprise. He drew off his small party to such a distance from the ruins that it was effectually concealed in the darkness, while at the same time the light continued sufficiently powerful to discover anyone who might approach the lawn with an intent to plunder. Satisfied with this judicious arrangement, Captain Lawton made his dispositions for the march. Miss Peyton, her two nieces, and Isabella were placed in the chariot, while the cart of Mrs. Flanagan, amply supplied with blankets and a bed, was honored with the person of Captain Singleton. Dr. Sitgreaves took charge of the chaise and Mr. Wharton. What became of the rest of the family during that eventful night is unknown, for Caesar alone of the domestics was to be found, if we except the housekeeper. Having disposed of the whole party in this manner, Lawton gave the word to march. He remained himself for a few minutes alone on the lawn, secreting various pieces of plate and other valuables that he was fearful might tempt the cupidity of his own men. When perceiving nothing more that he conceived likely to overcome their honesty, he threw himself into the saddle with the soldierly intention of bringing up the rear. "Stop, stop!" cried a female voice. "Will you leave me alone to be murdered? The spoon is melted, I believe, and I'll have compensation if there's law or justice in this unhappy land." Lawton turned an eye in the direction of the sound, and perceived a female emerging from the ruins, loaded with a bundle that vied in size with the renowned pack of the peddler. "Whom have we here?" said the trooper, "rising like a phoenix from the flames? Oh, by the soul of Hippocrates, but it is the identical she-doctor of famous needle reputation. Well, good woman, what means this outcry?" "Outcry," echoed Katy, panting for breath. "Is it not disparagement enough to lose a silver spoon, but I must be left alone in this lonesome place, to be robbed and perhaps murdered? Harvey would not serve me so. When I lived with Harvey, I was always treated with respect at least, if he was a little close with his secrets, and wasteful of his money." "Then, madam, you once formed part of the household of Mr. Harvey Birch?" "You may say I was the whole of his household," returned the other. "There was nobody but I, and he, and the old gentleman. You didn't know the old gentleman, perhaps? That happiness was denied me. How long did you live in the family of Mr. Birch?" "I disremember the precise time, but it must have been hard on upon 9 years, and what better am I for it all?" "Sure enough, I can see but little benefit that you have derived from the association, truly. But is there not something unusual in the movements and character of this Mr. Birch?" "Unusual is an easy word for such unaccountables," replied Katy, lowering her voice and looking around her. "He was a wonderful disregardful man, and minded a guinea no more than I do a kernel of corn. But help me to some way of joining Miss Jinnett, and I will tell you prodigies of what Harvey has done, first and last." "You will!" exclaimed the trooper, musing. "Here, give me leave to feel your arm above the elbow. There you are not deficient in bone, let the blood be as it may." So saying, he gave the spinster a sudden whirl that effectually confused all her faculties until she found herself safely, if not comfortably, seated on the crupper of Lawton's steed. "Now, madam, you have the consolation of knowing that you are as well mounted as Washington. The nag is sure of foot and will leap like a panther." "Let me get down," cried Katy, struggling to release herself from his iron grasp, and yet afraid of falling. "This is no way to put a woman on a horse. Besides, I can't ride without a pillion." "Softly, good madam," said Lawton, for although Roanoke never falls before, he sometimes rises behind. He is far from being accustomed to a pair of heels beating upon his flanks like a drum major on a field day. A single touch of the spur will serve him for a fortnight, and it is by no means wise to be kicking in this manner, for he is a horse that but little likes to be outdone. "Let me down, I say," screamed Katy. "I shall fall and be killed. Besides, I have nothing to hold on with. My arms are full of valuables." "True," returned the trooper, observing that he had brought bundle and all from the ground. "I perceive that you belong to the baggage guard, but my sword belt will encircle your little waist, as well as my own." Katy was too much pleased with this compliment to make any resistance, while he buckled her close to his own Herculean frame, and driving a spur into his charger, they flew from the lawn with a rapidity that defied further denial. After proceeding for some time, at a rate that a good deal discomposed the spinster, they overtook the cart of the washerwoman driving slowly over the stones, with a proper consideration for the wounds of Captain Singleton. The occurrences of that eventful night had produced an excitement in the young soldier that was followed by the ordinary lassitude of reaction, and he lay carefully enveloped in blankets, and supported by his man, but little able to converse, though deeply brooding over the past. The dialogue between Lawton and his companions ceased with the commencement of their motions, but a footpace being more favorable to speech, the trooper began anew. "Then, you have been an inmate in the same house with Harvey Birch?" "For more than 9 years," said Katy, drawing her breath and rejoicing greatly that their speed was abated. The deep tones of the trooper's voice were no sooner conveyed to the ears of the washerwoman than, turning her head, where she sat directing the movements of the mare, she put into the discourse at the first pause. "Belike, then, good woman, ye're knowing whether or no he's akin to Beelzebub," said Betty. "It's Sergeant Hollister who's saying the same, and no fool is the sergeant anyway." "It's a scandalous disparagement," cried Katy, vehemently. "No kinder soul than Harvey carries a pack, and for a gown or a tidy apron, he will never take a king's farthing from a friend. Beelzebub, indeed. For what would he read the Bible if he had dealings with the evil spirit? He's an honest divil anyway. As I was saying before, the guinea was pure. But then the sergeant thinks him amiss, and it's no want of larning that Mr. Hollister has." "He's a fool," said Katy tartly. "Harvey might be a man of substance were he not so disregardful. How often have I told him that if he did nothing but peddle, and would put his gains to use, and get married, so that things at home could be kept within doors, and leave off his dealings with the Riglars, and all encumberments, that he would soon become an excellent liver. Sergeant Hollister would be glad to hold a candle to him, indeed." "Pooh," said Betty in her philosophical way. "You're no thinking that Mr. Hollister is an officer, and stands next the cornet in the troop. But this piddler gave warning of the brush the night, and it's no sure that Captain Jack would have got the day, but for the reinforcement." "How say you, Betty?" cried the trooper, bending forward on his saddle. "Had you notice of our danger from Birch?" "The very same, darling, and it's hurry I was till the boys was in motion. Not but I knew you're enough for the cowboys any time. But with the divil on your side, I was sure of the day. I'm only wondering there's so little plunder in a business of Beelzebub's contriving. I'm obliged to you for the rescue, and equally indebted to the motive." "Is it the plunder?" "But little did I think of it till I saw the movables on the ground, some burnt and some broke, and other some as good as new. It would be convenient to have one feather bed in the corps anyway. By heavens, 'twas timely succor. Had not Roanoke been swifter than their bullets, I must have fallen. The animal is worth his weight in gold. It's continental, you main, darling. Gould weighs heavy, and is no plenty in the States. If the Nagur hadn't been staying and frighting the sergeant with his copper-colored looks, and a matter of blarney bout ghosts, we should have been in time to have killed all the dogs, and taken the rest prisoners." "It is very well as it is, Betty," said Lawton. "A day will yet come, I trust, when these miscreants shall be rewarded, if not in judgments upon their persons, at least in the opinions of their fellow citizens. The time must arrive when America will distinguish between a patriot and a robber." "Speak low," said Katy. "There's some who think much of themselves that have doings with the Skinners." "It's more they are thinking of themselves, then, than other people thinks of them?" cried Betty. "A thief's a thief, anyway, whether he stales for King George or for Congress." "I knowed that evil would soon happen," said Katy. "The sun set tonight behind a black cloud, and the house dog whined, although I gave him his supper with my own hands. Besides, it's not a week sin I dreamed the dream about the 1,000 lighted candles, and the cakes burnt in the oven." "Well," said Betty, "it's but little I drame, anyway. Just keep an aisy conscience and a plenty of the stuff in ye, and you'll sleep like an infant. The last drame I had was when the boys put the thistle tops in the blankets, and then I was thinking that Captain Jack's man was currying me down for the matter of Roanoke, but it's no trifle I mind either in skin or stomach." "I'm sure," said Katy, with a stiff erectness that drew Lawton back in his saddle, "no man shall ever dare to lay hands on bed of mine. It's undecent and despisable conduct." "Pooh! Pooh!" cried Betty. "If you tag after a troop of horse, a small bit of a joke must be borne. What would become of the States and liberty if the boys had never a clean shirt or a drop to comfort them? Ask Captain Jack there. If they'd fight, Mrs. Beelzebub, and they no clean linen to keep the victory in." "I'm a single woman, and my name is Haynes," said Katy, "and I'd thank you to use no disparaging terms when speaking to me." "You must tolerate a little license in the tongue of Mrs. Flanagan, madam," said the trooper. The drop she speaks of is often of an extraordinary size, and then she has acquired the freedom of a soldier's manner. "Pooh, Captain, darling," cried Betty. "Why do you bother the woman? Talk like yourself, dear, and it's no fool of a tongue that you've got in your own head." But just here away that sergeant made a halt, thinking there might be more divils than one stirring, the night. The clouds are as black as Arnold's heart, and deuce the star is there twinkling among them. Well, the mare is used to a march after nightfall, and is smelling out the road like a pointer slut. "It wants but little to the rising moon," observed the trooper. He called a dragoon who was riding in advance, issued a few orders and cautions relative to the comfort and safety of Singleton, and speaking a consoling word to his friend himself, gave Roanoke the spur, and dashed by the car, at a rate that again put to flight all the philosophy of Catherine Haynes. "Good luck to ye, for a free rider and a bold," shouted the washerwoman as he passed. "If you're meeting Mr. Beelzebub, just back the baste up to him, and show him his consort that you've got on the crupper. I'm thinking it's no long he'd tarry to chat. Well, well, it's his life that we saved. He was saying so himself, though the plunder is nothing to signify." The cries of Betty Flanagan were too familiar to the ears of Captain Lawton to elicit a reply. Notwithstanding the unusual burden that Roanoke sustained, he got over the ground with great rapidity, and the distance between the cart of Mrs. Flanagan and the chariot of Miss Peyton was passed in a manner that, however it answered the intentions of the trooper, in no degree contributed to the comfort of his companion. The meeting occurred but a short distance from the quarters of Lawton, and at the same instant the moon broke from a mass of clouds and threw its light on objects. Compared with the simple elegance and substantial comfort of the Locusts, the Hotel Flanagan presented but a dreary spectacle. In the place of carpeted floors and curtained windows were the yawning cracks of a rudely constructed dwelling, and boards and paper were ingeniously applied to supply the place of the green glass in more than half the lights. The care of Lawton had anticipated every improvement that their situation would allow, and blazing fires were made before the party arrived. The dragoons who had been charged with this duty had conveyed a few necessary articles of furniture, and Miss Peyton and her companions, on alighting, found something like habitable apartments prepared for their reception. The mind of Sarah had continued to wander during the ride, and, with the ingenuity of the insane, she accommodated every circumstance to the feelings that were uppermost in her own bosom. "It is impossible to minister to a mind that has sustained such a blow," said Lawton to Isabella Singleton. "Time and God's mercy can alone cure it, but something more may be done towards the bodily comfort of all. You are a soldier's daughter, and used to scenes like this. Help me to exclude some of the cold air from these windows." Miss Singleton acceded to his request, and while Lawton was endeavoring, from without, to remedy the defect of broken panes, Isabella was arranging a substitute for a curtain within. "I hear the cart," said the trooper in reply to one of her interrogatories. "Betty is tender-hearted in the main. Believe me, poor George will not only be safe but comfortable." "God bless her for her care, and bless you all," said Isabella fervently. "Dr. Sitgreaves has gone down the road to meet him, I know. What is that glittering in the moon?" Directly opposite the window where they stood were the outbuildings of the farm, and the quick eye of Lawton caught at a glance the object to which she alluded. "'Tis the glare of firearms," said the trooper, springing from the window towards his charger, which yet remained caparisoned at the door. His movement was quick as thought, but a flash of fire was followed by the whistling of a bullet before he had proceeded a step. A loud shriek burst from the dwelling, and the captain sprang into his saddle. The whole was the business of but a moment. "Mount, mount, and follow," shouted the trooper, and before his astonished men could understand the cause of alarm, Roanoke had carried him in safety over the fence which lay between him and his foe. The chase was for life or death, but the distance to the rocks was again too short, and the disappointed trooper saw his intended victim vanish in their clefts, where he could not follow. "By the life of Washington," muttered Lawton, as he sheathed his saber, "I would have made two halves of him, had he not been so nimble on the foot, but a time will come." So saying, he returned to his quarters, with the indifference of a man who knew his life was at any moment to be offered a sacrifice to his country. An extraordinary tumult in the house induced him to quicken his speed, and on arriving at the door, the panic-stricken Katy informed him that the bullet aimed at his own life had taken effect in the bosom of Miss Singleton. Chapter 24. Hushed were his Gertrude's lips, but still their bland and beautiful expression seemed to melt with love that could not die, and still his hand she presses to the heart no more that felt. Gertrude of Wyoming. The brief arrangements of the dragoons had prepared 2 apartments for the reception of the ladies, the one being intended as a sleeping room, and situated within the other. Into the latter Isabella was immediately conveyed, at her own request, and placed on a rude bed by the side of the unconscious Sarah. When Miss Peyton and Frances flew to her assistance, they found her with a smile on her pallid lip and a composure in her countenance that induced them to think her uninjured. "God be praised," exclaimed the trembling aunt. "The report of firearms and your fall had led me into error. Surely there was enough horror before, but this has been spared us." Isabella pressed her hand upon her bosom, still smiling, but with a ghastliness that curdled the blood of Frances. "Is George far distant?" she asked. "Let him know, hasten him, that I may see my brother once again." "It is as I apprehended," shrieked Miss Peyton. "But you smile, surely you are not hurt." "Quite well, quite happy," murmured Isabella. "Here is a remedy for every pain." Sarah arose from the reclining posture she had taken, and gazed wildly at her companion. She stretched forth her own hand, and raised that of Isabella from her bosom. It was dyed in blood. "See," said Sarah, "but will it not wash away love? Marry, young woman, and then no one can expel him from your heart unless," she added, whispering and bending over the other, "you find another there before you, then die and go to heaven. There are no wives in heaven." The lovely maniac hid her face under the clothes and continued silent during the remainder of the night. At this moment Lawton entered. Inured as he was to danger in all its forms, and accustomed to the horrors of a partisan war, the trooper could not behold the ruin before him unmoved. He bent over the fragile form of Isabella, and his gloomy eye betrayed the workings of his soul. "Isabella," he at length uttered, "I know you to possess a courage beyond the strength of women." "Speak," she said earnestly. "If you have anything to say, speak fearlessly." The trooper averted his face as he replied, "None ever receive a ball there and survive." "I have no dread of death, Lawton," returned Isabella. "I thank you for not doubting me. I felt it from the first." "These are not scenes for a form like yours," added the trooper. "'Tis enough that Britain calls our youth to the field, but when such loveliness becomes the victim of war, I sicken of my trade." "Hear me, Captain Lawton," said Isabella, raising herself with difficulty, but rejecting aid. "From early womanhood to the present hour have I been an inmate of camps and garrisons. I have lived to cheer the leisure of an aged father, and think you I would change those days of danger and privation for any ease? No. I have the consolation of knowing, in my dying moments, that what woman could do in such a cause I have done. Who could prove a recreant, and witness such a spirit? Hundreds of warriors have I witnessed in their blood, but never a firmer soul among them all." "'Tis the soul only," said Isabella. "My sex and strength have denied me the dearest of privileges. But to you, Captain Lawton, nature has been more bountiful. You have an arm and a heart to devote to the cause, and I know they are an arm and a heart that will prove true to the last. And George and—" She paused, her lip quivered, and her eye sank to the floor. "And Dunwoody," added the trooper. "Would you speak of Dunwoody?" "Name him not," said Isabella, sinking back and concealing her face in her garments. "Leave me, Lawton. Prepare poor George for this unexpected blow." The trooper continued for a little while gazing, in melancholy interest, at the convulsive shudderings of her frame, which the scanty covering could not conceal, and withdrew to meet his comrade. The interview between Singleton and his sister was painful, and for a moment Isabella yielded to a burst of tenderness, but, as if aware that her hours were numbered, she was the first to rouse herself to exertion. At her earnest request, the room was left to herself, the captain, and Frances. The repeated applications of the surgeon to be permitted to use professional aid were steadily rejected, and at length he was obliged unwillingly to retire. "Raise me," said the dying young woman, "and let me look on a face that I love, once more." Frances silently complied, and Isabella turned her eyes in sisterly affection upon George. "It matters but little, my brother, a few hours must close the scene. "Live, Isabella, my sister, my only sister," cried the youth with a burst of sorrow that he could not control. "My father, my poor father. There is the sting of death, but he is a soldier and a Christian. Miss Wharton, I would speak of what interests you, while yet I have strength for the task." "Nay," said Francis tenderly, "compose yourself. Let no desire to oblige me endanger a life that is precious to so many." The words were nearly stifled by her emotions, for the other had touched a chord that thrilled to her heart. "Poor, sensitive girl," said Isabella, regarding her with tender interest. "But the world is still before you, and why should I disturb the little happiness it may afford? Dream on, lovely innocent, and may God keep the evil day of knowledge far distant." "Oh, there is even now little left for me to enjoy," said Francis, burying her face in the clothes. "I am heart-stricken in all that I most loved." "No," interrupted Isabella, "you have one inducement to wish for life that pleads strongly in a woman's breast. It is a delusion that nothing but death can destroy." Exhaustion compelled her to pause, and her auditors continued in breathless suspense, until, recovering her strength, she laid her hand on that of Francis, and continued more mildly, "Miss Wharton, if there breathes a spirit congenial to Dunwoodie's, and worthy of his love, it is your own." A flush of fire passed over the face of the listener, and she raised her eyes, flashing with an ungovernable look of delight, to the countenance of Isabella. But the ruin she beheld recalled better feelings, and again her head dropped upon the covering of the bed. Isabella watched her emotion with a look that partook both of pity and admiration. "Such have been the feelings that I have escaped," she continued. "Yes, Miss Wharton, Dunwoodie is wholly yours." "Be just to yourself, my sister," exclaimed the youth. "Let no romantic generosity cause you to forget your own character." She heard him, and fixed a gaze of tender interest on his face, but slowly shook her head as she replied, "It is not romance, but truth, that bids me speak. Oh, how much have I lived within an hour! Miss Wharton, I was born under a burning sun, and my feelings seem to have imbibed its warmth. I have existed for passion only." Say not so, I implore you," cried the agitated brother. "Think how devoted has been your love to our aged father, how disinterested, how tender your affection to me." "Yes," said Isabella, a smile of mild pleasure beaming on her countenance. "That, at least, is a reflection which may be taken to the grave." Neither Francis nor her brother interrupted her meditations, which continued for several minutes, when, suddenly recollecting herself, she continued, "I remain selfish even to the last. With me, Miss Wharton, America and her liberties were my earliest passion," and again she paused, and Francis thought it was the struggle of death that followed, but reviving, she proceeded, "Why should I hesitate on the brink of the grave? Dunwoodie was my next and my last, but, burying her face in her hands, it was a love that was unsought." "Isabella," exclaimed her brother, springing from the bed and pacing the floor in disorder. "See how dependent we become under the dominion of worldly pride. It is painful to George to learn that one he loves had not feelings superior to her nature and education." "Say no more," whispered Francis. "You distress us both. Say no more, I entreat you." "In justice to Dunwoodie I must speak, and for the same reason, my brother, you must listen. By no act or word has Dunwoodie ever induced me to believe he wished me more than a friend. Nay, latterly, I have had the burning shame of thinking that he avoided my presence." "Would he dare?" said Singleton, fiercely. "Peace, my brother, and listen," continued Isabella, rousing herself with an effort that was final. "Here is the innocent, the justifiable cause. We are both motherless, but that aunt, that mild, plain-hearted, observing aunt, has given you the victory. Oh, how much she loses, who loses a female guardian to her youth. I have exhibited those feelings which you have been taught to repress. After this, can I wish to live?" "Isabella, my poor Isabella, you wander in your mind." "But one word more, for I feel that blood, which ever flowed too swiftly, rushing where nature never intended it to go. Woman must be sought to be prized. Her life is one of concealed emotions. Blessed are they whose early impressions make the task free from hypocrisy, for such only can be happy with men like Dunwoodie." Her voice failed, and she sank back on her pillow in silence. The cry of Singleton brought the rest of the party to her bedside, but death was already upon her countenance. Her remaining strength just sufficed to reach the hand of George, and pressing it to her bosom for a moment, she relinquished her grasp, and, with a slight convulsion, expired. Frances Wharton had thought that fate had done its worst, in endangering the life of her brother and destroying the reason of her sister, but the relief conveyed by the dying declaration of Isabella taught her that another sorrow had aided in loading her heart with grief. She saw the whole truth at a glance, nor was the manly delicacy of Dunwoodie lost upon her. Everything tended to raise him in her estimation, and, for mourning that duty and pride had induced her to strive to think less of him, she was compelled to substitute regret that her own act had driven him from her in sorrow, if not in desperation. It is not in the nature of youth, however, to despair, and Frances now knew a secret joy that gave a new spring to her existence. The sun broke forth on the morning that succeeded this night of desolation in unclouded luster and seemed to mock the petty sorrows of those who received his rays. Lawton had early ordered his steed, and was ready to mount as the first burst of light broke over the hills. His orders were already given, and the trooper threw his leg across the saddle in silence, and casting a glance of fierce chagrin at the narrow space that had favored the flight of the Skinner, he gave Roanoke the rein and moved slowly towards the valley. The stillness of death pervaded the road, nor was there a single vestige of the scenes of the night to tarnish the loveliness of a glorious morn. Struck with the contrast between man and nature, the fearless trooper rode by each pass of danger, regardless of what might happen, nor did he rouse himself from his musing until the noble charger, snuffing the morning air, greeted the steeds of the guard under Sergeant Hollister. Here, indeed, was to be seen sad evidence of the midnight fray, but the trooper glanced his eye over it with the coolness of one accustomed to such sights. Without wasting the moments in useless regrets, he proceeded, at once, to business. "Have you seen anything?" he demanded of the orderly. "Nothing, sir, that we dared to charge upon," returned Hollister, "but we mounted once at the report of distant firearms." "'Tis well," said Lawton gloomily. "Ah, Hollister, I would give the animal I ride to have had your single arm between the wretch who drew that trigger and these useless rocks, which overhang every bit of ground, as if they grudged pasture to a single hoof. Under the light of day and charging man to man, I am as good as another. But I can't say that I'm overfond of fighting with those that neither steel nor lead can bring down. What silly crotchet is uppermost now in that mystified brain of thine, Deacon Hollister? I like not the dark object that has been maneuvering in the skirt of the woods since the first dawn of day, and twice, during the night, it was seen marching across the firelight, no doubt with evil intent. Is it yon ball of black, at the foot of the rock maple, that you mean? In truth it moves. But without mortal motion, said the sergeant, regarding it with awful reverence. It glides along, but no feet have been seen by any who watch here. Had it wings? Cried Lawton. It is mine. Stand fast until I join. The words were hardly uttered before Roanoke was flying across the plain and apparently verifying the boast of his master. That cursed rocks, ejaculated the trooper as he saw the object of his pursuit approaching the hillside, but, either from want of practice or from terror, it passed the obvious shelter they offered and fled into the open plain. I have you, man or devil, shouted Lawton, whirling his saber from its scabbard. Halt, and take quarter. His proposition was apparently acceded to, for, at the sound of his powerful voice, the figure sank upon the ground, exhibiting a shapeless ball of black, without life or motion. What have we here? Cried Lawton, drawing up by its side. A gala suit of the good maiden Jeanette Peyton, wandering around its birthplace, or searching in vain for its discomfited mistress. He leaned forward in his stirrups, and placing the point of his sword under the silken garment, by throwing aside the covering, discovered part of the form of the reverend gentleman who had fled from the Locusts the evening before in his robes of office. In truth, Hollister had some ground for his alarm. An army chaplain is, at any time, a terror to a troop of horse. The clergyman had collected enough of his disturbed faculties to discover that it was a face he knew, and somewhat disconcerted at the terror he had manifested, and the indecent attitude in which he had been found, he endeavored to rise and offer some explanation. Lawton received his apologies good-humoredly, if not with much faith in their truth, and after a short communication upon the state of the valley, the trooper courteously alighted, and they proceeded towards the guard. I am so little acquainted, sir, with the rebel uniform that I really was unable to distinguish whether those men whom you say are your own did or did not belong to the gang of marauders." "Apology, sir, is unnecessary," replied the trooper, curling his lip. "It is not your task as a minister of God to take note of the facings of a coat. The standard under which you serve is acknowledged by us all." "I serve under the standard of His Gracious Majesty, George III," returned the priest, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "But really the idea of being scalped has a strong tendency to unman a new beginner, like myself." "Scalped," echoed Lawton, stopping short in his walk. Then recollecting himself, he added with composure, "If it is to Dunwoodie's squadron of Virginia Light Dragoons that you allude, it may be well to inform you that they generally take a bit of the skull with the skin." "Oh, I can have no apprehensions of gentlemen of your appearance," said the divine with a smirk. "It is the natives that I apprehend." "Natives? I have the honor to be one, I assure you, sir." "Nay, I beg that I may be understood. I mean the Indians, they who do nothing but rob and murder and destroy." "And scalp." "Yes, sir, and scalp too," continued the clergyman, eyeing his companion a little suspiciously. "The copper-colored, savage Indians." "And did you expect to meet those nose-jeweled gentry in the neutral ground?" "Certainly, we understand in England that the interior swarms with them." "And call you this the interior of America?" cried Lawton, again halting, and staring the other in the face with a surprise too naturally expressed to be counterfeited. "Surely, sir, I conceive myself to be in the interior." "Attend," said Lawton, pointing towards the east. "See you not that broad sheet of water which the eye cannot compass? Thither lies the England you deem worthy to hold dominion over half the world. See you the land of your nativity? 'Tis impossible to behold objects at a distance of 3,000 miles, exclaimed the wondering priest, a little suspicious of his companion's sanity. "No. What a pity it is that the powers of man are not equal to his ambition. Now turn your eyes westward. Observe that vast expanse of water which rolls between the shores of America and China." "I see nothing but land," said the trembling priest. "There is no water to be seen." "'Tis impossible to behold objects at a distance of 3,000 miles, repeated Lawton, pursuing his walk. "If you apprehend the savages, seek them in the ranks of your prince. Rum and gold have preserved their loyalty." "Nothing is more probable than my being deceived," said the man of peace, casting furtive glances at the colossal stature and whiskered front of his companion. "But the rumors we have at home, and the uncertainty of meeting with such an enemy as yourself, induced me to fly at your approach." "'Twas not judiciously determined," said the trooper. "As Roanoke has the heels of you greatly, and flying from Scylla, you were liable to encounter Charybdis. Those woods and rocks cover the very enemies you dread." "The savages!" exclaimed the divine, instinctively placing the trooper in the rear. "More than savages, men who, under the guise of patriotism, prowl through the community, with a thirst for plunder that is unsatiable, and a love of cruelty that mocks the ingenuity of the Indian, fellows whose mouths are filled with liberty and equality, and whose hearts are overflowing with cupidity and gall, gentlemen that are Wycliffe the Skinners." "I have heard them mentioned in our army," said the frightened divine, "and had thought them to be the aborigines. You did the savages injustice." They now approached the spot occupied by Hollister, who witnessed with surprise the character of the prisoner made by his captain. Lawton gave his orders, and the men immediately commenced securing and removing such articles of furniture as were thought worthy of the trouble, and the captain, with his reverend associate, who was mounted on a mettled horse, returned to the quarters of the troop. It was the wish of Singleton that the remains of his sister should be conveyed to the post commanded by his father, and preparations were early made to this effect. The wounded British were placed under the control of the chaplain, and towards the middle of the day Lawton saw all the arrangements so far completed as to render it probable that in a few hours he would be left with his small party in undisturbed possession of the corners. While leaning in the doorway, gazing in moody silence at the ground which had been the scene of the last night's chase, his ear caught the sound of a horse, and the next moment a dragoon of his own troop appeared dashing up the road, as if on business of the last importance. The steed was foaming, and the rider had the appearance of having done a day's service. Without speaking, he placed a letter in the hand of Lawton, and led his charger to the stable. The trooper knew the hand of the major, and ran his eye over the following. I rejoice it is the order of Washington that the family of the Locusts are to be removed above the Highlands. They are to be admitted to the society of Captain Wharton, who waits only for their testimony to be tried. You will communicate this order, and with proper delicacy, I do not doubt. The English are moving up the river, and the moment you see the Whartons in safety, break up and join your troop. There will be good service to be done when we meet, as Sir Henry is reported to have sent out a real soldier in command. Reports must be made to the commandant at Peekskill, for Colonel Singleton is withdrawn to headquarters to preside over the inquiry upon poor Wharton. Fresh orders have been sent to hang the peddler if we can take him, but they are not from the commander-in-chief. Detail a small guard with the ladies and get into the saddle as soon as possible. Yours sincerely, Peyton Dunwoody. This communication entirely changed the whole arrangement. There was no longer any motive for removing the body of Isabella, since her father was no longer with his command, and Singleton reluctantly acquiesced in an immediate interment. A retired and lovely spot was selected, near the foot of the adjacent rocks, and such rude preparations were made as the time and the situation of the country permitted. A few of the neighboring inhabitants collected from curiosity and interest, and Miss Peyton and Frances wept in sincerity over her grave. The solemn offices of the church were performed by the minister, who had so lately stood forth to officiate in another and very different duty, and Lawton bent his head and passed his hand across his brow, while the words that accompanied the first clod were uttered. A new stimulus was given to the Whartons by the intelligence conveyed in the letter of Dunwoody, and Caesar, with his horses, was once more put in requisition. The relics of the property were entrusted to a neighbor in whom they had confidence, and, accompanied by the unconscious Sarah, and attended by 4 dragoons and all of the American wounded, Mr. Wharton's party took their departure. They were speedily followed by the English chaplain, with his countrymen, who were conveyed to the waterside where a vessel was in waiting to receive them. Lawton joyfully witnessed these movements, and as soon as the latter were out of sight, he ordered his own bugle to sound. Everything was instantly in motion. The mare of Mrs. Flanagan was again fastened to the cart. Dr. Sitgreaves exhibited his shapeless form once more on horseback, and the trooper appeared in the saddle, rejoicing in his emancipation. The word to march was given, and Lawton, throwing a look of sullen ferocity at the place of the Skinner's concealment, and another of melancholy regret towards the grave of Isabella, led the way, accompanied by the surgeon in a brown study, while Sergeant Hollister and Betty brought up the rear, leaving a fresh southerly wind to whistle through the open doors and broken windows of the Hotel Flanagan, where the laugh of hilarity, the joke of the hardy partisan, and the lamentations of the sorrowing had so lately echoed. Chapter 25. No vernal blooms their torpid rocks array, but winter, lingering, chills the lap of May. No zephyr fondly soothes the mountain's breast, but meteors glare, and stormy glooms invest. Goldsmith. The roads of Westchester are, at this hour, below the improvements of the country. Their condition at the time of the tale has already been alluded to in these pages, and the reader will, therefore, easily imagine the task assumed by Caesar when he undertook to guide the translated chariot of the English prelate through their windings, into one of the less frequented passes of the highlands of the Hudson. While Caesar and his steeds were contending with these difficulties, the inmates of the carriage were too much engrossed with their own cares to attend to those who served them. The mind of Sarah had ceased to wander so wildly as at first, but at every advance that she made towards reason, she seemed to retire a step from animation. From being excited and flighty, she was gradually becoming moody and melancholy. There were moments, indeed, when her anxious companions thought that they could discern marks of recollection, but the expression of exquisite woe that accompanied these transient gleams of reason forced them to the dreadful alternative of wishing that she might forever be spared the agony of thought. The day's march was performed chiefly in silence, and the party found shelter for the night in different farmhouses. The following morning the cavalcade dispersed. The wounded diverged towards the river, with the intention of taking water at Peekskill, in order to be transported to the hospitals of the American army above. The litter of Singleton was conveyed to a part of the Highlands where his father held his quarters, and where it was intended that the youth should complete his cure. The carriage of Mr. Wharton, accompanied by a wagon conveying the housekeeper and what baggage had been saved, and could be transported, resumed its route towards the place where Henry Wharton was held in duress, and where he only waited their arrival to be put on trial for his life. The country which lies between the waters of the Hudson and Long Island Sound is, for the first 40 miles from their junction, a succession of hills and dales. The land bordering on the latter then becomes less abrupt and gradually assumes a milder appearance until it finally melts into the lovely plains and meadows of the Connecticut. But as you approach the Hudson, the rugged aspect increases until you at length meet with the formidable barrier of the Highlands. Here the neutral ground ceased. The Royal Army held the 2 points of land that commanded the southern entrance of the river into the mountains, but all the remaining passes were guarded by the Americans. We have already stated that the pickets of the Continental Army were sometimes pushed low into the country, and that the hamlet of the White Plains was occasionally maintained by parties of its troops. At other times, the advanced guards were withdrawn to the northern extremity of the country, and, as has been shown, the intermediate country was abandoned to the ravages of the miscreants who plundered between both armies, serving neither. The road taken by our party was not the one that communicates between the 2 principal cities of the states, but was a retired and unfrequented pass, that to this hour is but little known, and which, entering the hills near the eastern boundary, emerges into the plain above, many miles from the Hudson. It would have been impossible for the tired steeds of Mr. Wharton to drag the heavy chariot up the lengthened and steep ascents which now lay before them, and a pair of country horses were procured, with but little regard to their owners' wishes, by the 2 dragoons who still continued to accompany the party. With their assistance, Caesar was enabled to advance, by slow and toilsome steps, into the bosom of the hills. Willing to relieve her own melancholy by breathing a fresher air, and also to lessen the weight, Frances alighted as they reached the foot of the mountain. She found that Katy had made similar preparations, with the like intention of walking to the summit. It was near the setting of the sun, and, from the top of the mountain, their guard had declared that the end of their journey might be discerned. Frances moved forward with the elastic step of youth, and, followed by the housekeeper at a little distance, she soon lost sight of the sluggish carriage that was slowly toiling up the hill, occasionally halting to allow the cattle to breathe. "Oh, Miss Fanny, what dreadful times these be," said Katy, when they paused for breath themselves. "I knowed that calamity was about to befall, ever sin the streak of blood was seen in the clouds." "There has been blood upon earth, Katy, though but little is ever seen in the clouds." "Not blood in the clouds," echoed the housekeeper. "Yes, that there has, often, and comets with fiery, smoking tails. Didn't people see armed men in the heavens, the year the war began? And, the night before the Battle of the Plains, wasn't there thunder, like the cannon themselves? Ah, Miss Fanny, I am fearful that no good can follow rebellion against the Lord's anointed." "These events are certainly dreadful," returned Frances, "and enough to sicken the stoutest heart. But what can be done, Katy? Gallant and independent men are unwilling to submit to oppression, and I am fearful that such scenes are but too common in war." "If I could but see anything to fight about," said Katy, renewing her walk as the young lady proceeded, "I shouldn't mind it so much. 'Twas said the king wanted all the tea for his own family, at one time, and then again that he meant the colonies should pay over to him all their earnings. Now this is matter enough to fight about, for I'm sure that no one, however he may be lord or king, has a right to the hard earnings of another." Then it was all contradicted, and some said Washington wanted to be king himself, so that between the 2, one doesn't know which to believe. Believe neither, for neither is true. I do not pretend to understand, myself, all the merits of this war, Katy, but to me it seems unnatural that a country like this should be ruled by another so distant as England. "So I have heard Harvey say to his father, that is dead and in his grave," returned Katy, approaching nearer to the young lady, and lowering her voice. "Many is the good time that I've listened to them talking, when all the neighborhood was asleep, and such conversations, Miss Fanny, that you can have no idea on. Well, to say the truth, Harvey was a mystified body, and he was like the winds in the good book. No one could tell whence he came, or whither he went." Frances glanced her eye at her companion with an apparent desire to hear more. "There are rumors abroad relative to the character of Harvey," she said, "that I should be sorry were true." "'Tis a disparagement, every word on't," cried Katy, vehemently. "Harvey had no more dealings with Beelzebub than you or I had. I'm sure if Harvey had sold himself, he would take care to be better paid, though, to speak the truth, he was always a wasteful and disregardful man." "Nay, nay," returned the smiling Francis. "I have no such injurious suspicion of him, but has he not sold himself to an earthly prince, one too much attached to the interests of his native island to be always just to this country?" "To the King's Majesty," replied Katy. "Why, Miss Fanny, your own brother that's in jail serves King George." "True," said Francis, "but not in secret, openly, manfully, and bravely. 'Tis said he is a spy, and why ain't one spy as bad as another? 'Tis untrue. No act of deception is worthy of my brother, nor of any would he be guilty, for so base a purpose as gain or promotion." "Well, I'm sure," said Katy, a little appalled at the manner of the young lady. "If a body does the work, he should be paid for it. Harvey is by no means particular about getting his lawful dues, and I darst to say, if the truth was forthcoming, King George owes him money this very minute." "Then you acknowledge his connection with the British Army," said Francis. "I confess there have been moments when I have thought differently. Lord, Miss Fanny, Harvey is a man that no calculation can be made on. Though I lived in his house for a long concourse of years, I have never known whether he belonged above or below. The time that Burgeen was taken he came home, and there was great doings between him and the old gentleman, but for my life I couldn't tell if 'twas joy or grief. Then here, the other day, when the great British general, I am sure I have been so flurried with losses and troubles, that I forget his name." "Under," said Francis. "Yes, André, when he was hanged, across the Tappan, the old gentleman was near hand to going crazy about it, and didn't sleep for night nor day, till Harvey got back, and then his money was mostly golden guineas, but the Skinners took it all, and now he is a beggar, or, what's the same thing, despisable for poverty and want." To this speech Frances made no reply, but continued her walk up the hill, deeply engaged in her own reflections. The allusion to André had recalled her thoughts to the situation of her own brother. They soon reached the highest point in their toilsome progress to the summit, and Frances seated herself on a rock to rest and to admire. Immediately at her feet lay a deep dell, but little altered by cultivation, and dark with the gloom of a November sunset. Another hill rose opposite to the place where she sat, at no great distance, along whose rugged sides nothing was to be seen but shapeless rocks, and oaks whose stunted growth showed a meager soil. To be seen in their perfection, the highlands must be passed immediately after the fall of the leaf. The scene is then the finest, for neither the scanty foliage which the summer lends the trees, nor the snows of winter are present to conceal the minutest objects from the eye. Chilling solitude is the characteristic of the scenery, nor is the mind at liberty, as in March, to look forward to a renewed vegetation that is soon to check, without improving, the view. The day had been cloudy and cool, and thin fleecy clouds hung around the horizon, often promising to disperse, but as frequently disappointing Frances in the hope of catching a parting beam from the setting sun. At length a solitary gleam struck on the base of the mountain on which she was gazing, and moved gracefully up its side until reaching the summit. It stood for a minute, forming a crown of glory to the somber pile. So strong were the rays, that what was before indistinct now clearly opened to the view. With a feeling of awe at being thus unexpectedly admitted, as it were, into the secrets of that desert place, Frances gazed intently, until, among the scattered trees and fantastic rocks, something like a rude structure was seen. It was low and so obscured by the color of its materials that, but for its roof, and the glittering of a window, it must have escaped her notice. While yet lost in the astonishment created by discovering a habitation in such a spot, on moving her eyes she perceived another object that increased her wonder. It apparently was a human figure, but of singular mold and unusual deformity. It stood on the edge of a rock, a little above the hut, and it was no difficult task for our heroine to fancy it was gazing at the vehicles that were ascending the side of the mountain beneath her. The distance, however, was too great to distinguish with precision. After looking at it a moment in breathless wonder, Frances had just come to the conclusion that it was ideal, and that what she saw was a part of the rock itself, when the object moved swiftly from its position and glided into the hut, at once removing every doubt as to the nature of either. Whether it was owing to the recent conversation that she had been holding with Katy, or to some fancied resemblance that she discerned, Frances thought as the figure vanished from her view, that it bore a marked likeness to Birch, moving under the weight of his pack. She continued to gaze towards the mysterious residence, when the gleam of light passed away, and at the same instant the tones of a bugle rang through the glens and hollows, and were re-echoed in every direction. Springing on her feet, the alarmed girl heard the trampling of horses, and directly a party in the well-known uniform of the Virginians came sweeping round the point of a rock near her, and drew up at a short distance. Again the bugle sounded a lively strain, and before the agitated Frances had time to rally her thoughts, Dunwoodie dashed by the party of dragoons, threw himself from his charger, and advanced to her side. His manner was earnest and interested, but in a slight degree constrained. In a few words he explained that he had been ordered up with a party of Lawton's men, in the absence of the captain himself, to attend the trial of Henry, which was fixed for the morrow, and that, anxious for their safety in the rude passes of the mountain, he had ridden a mile or two in quest of the travelers. Frances explained with trembling voice the reason of her being in advance, and taught him momentarily to expect the arrival of her father. The constraint of his manner had, however, unwillingly on her part, communicated itself to her own deportment, and the approach of the chariot was a relief to both. The Major handed her in, spoke a few words of encouragement to Mr. Wharton and Miss Peyton, and again mounting, led the way towards the plains of Fishkill, which broke on their sight, on turning the rock, with the effect of enchantment. A short half-hour brought them to the door of the farmhouse which the care of Dunwoodie had already prepared for their reception, and where Captain Wharton was anxiously expecting their arrival. Chapter 26. These limbs are strengthened with a soldier's toil, nor has this cheek been ever blanched with fear. But this sad tale of thine enervates all within me that I once could boast as man. Chill, trembling agues seize upon my frame, and tears of childish sorrow pour, apace, through scarred channels that were marked by wounds. Duo. The friends of Henry Wharton had placed so much reliance on his innocence that they were unable to see the full danger of his situation. As the moment of trial, however, approached, the uneasiness of the youth himself increased, and after spending most of the night with his afflicted family, he awoke, on the following morning, from a short and disturbed slumber, to a clearer sense of his condition, and a survey of the means that were to extricate him from it with life. The rank of André, and the importance of the measures he was plotting, together with the powerful intercessions that had been made in his behalf, occasioned his execution to be stamped with greater notoriety than the ordinary events of the war. But spies were frequently arrested, and the instances that occurred of summary punishment for this crime were numerous. These were facts that were well known to both Dunwoodie and the prisoner, and to their experienced judgments the preparations for the trial were indeed alarming. Notwithstanding their apprehensions, they succeeded so far in concealing them that neither Miss Peyton nor Frances was aware of their extent. A strong guard was stationed in the outbuilding of the farmhouse where the prisoner was quartered, and several sentinels watched the avenues that approached the dwelling. Another was constantly near the room of the British officer. A court was already detailed to examine into the circumstances, and upon their decision the fate of Henry rested. The moment at length arrived, and the different actors in the approaching investigation assembled. Frances experienced a feeling like suffocation, as, after taking her seat in the midst of her family, her eyes wandered over the group who were thus collected. The judges, 3 in number, sat by themselves, clad in the vestments of their profession, and maintained a gravity worthy of the occasion, and becoming in their rank. In the center was a man of advanced years, and whose whole exterior bore the stamp of early and long-tried military habits. This was the president of the court, and Francis, after taking a hasty and unsatisfactory view of his associates, turned to his benevolent countenance as to the harbinger of mercy to her brother. There was a melting and subdued expression in the features of the veteran that, contrasted with the rigid decency and composure of the others, could not fail to attract her notice. His attire was strictly in conformity to the prescribed rules of the service to which he belonged, but while his air was erect and military, his fingers trifled with a kind of convulsive and unconscious motion with a bit of crape that entwined the hilt of the sword on which his body partly reclined, and which, like himself, seemed a relic of older times. There were the workings of an unquiet soul within, but his military front blended awe with the pity that its exhibition excited. His associates were officers selected from the Eastern troops, who held the fortresses of West Point and the adjacent passes. They were men who had attained the meridian of life, and the eye sought in vain the expression of any passion or emotion on which it might seize as an indication of human infirmity. In their demeanor there was a mild but a grave, intellectual reserve. If there was no ferocity nor harshness to chill, neither was there compassion nor interest to attract. They were men who had long acted under the dominion of a prudent reason, and whose feelings seemed trained to a perfect submission to their judgments. Before these arbiters of his fate, Henry Wharton was ushered under the custody of armed men. A profound and awful silence succeeded his entrance, and the blood of Frances chilled as she noted the grave character of the whole proceedings. There was but little of pomp in the preparations to impress her imagination, but the reserved, businesslike air of the whole scene made it seem, indeed, as if the destinies of life awaited the result. Two of the judges sat in grave reserve, fixing their inquiring eyes on the object of their investigation, but the president continued gazing around with uneasy, convulsive motions of the muscles of the face that indicated a restlessness foreign to his years and duty. It was Colonel Singleton who, but the day before, had learned the fate of Isabella, but who stood forth in the discharge of a duty that his country required at his hands. The silence and the expectation in every eye at length struck him, and making an effort to collect himself, he spoke, in the tones of one used to authority. "Bring forth the prisoner," he said, with a wave of the hand. The sentinels dropped the points of their bayonets towards the judges, and Henry Wharton advanced, with a firm step, into the center of the apartment. All was now anxiety and eager curiosity. Frances turned for a moment in grateful emotion, as the deep and perturbed breathing of Dunwoody reached her ears, but her brother again concentrated all her interest in one feeling of intense care. In the background were arranged the inmates of the family who owned the dwelling, and behind them, again, was a row of shining faces of ebony, glistening with pleased wonder. Amongst these was the faded luster of Caesar Thompson's countenance. "You are said," continued the president, "to be Henry Wharton, a captain in His Britannic Majesty's 60th Regiment of Foot." "I am." "I like your candor, sir. It partakes of the honorable feelings of a soldier, and cannot fail to impress your judges favorably." "It would be prudent," said one of his companions, "to advise the prisoner that he is bound to answer no more than he deems necessary. Although we are a court of martial law, yet, in this respect, we own the principles of all free governments." A nod of approbation from the silent member was bestowed on this remark, and the president proceeded with caution, referring to the minutes he held in his hand. "It is an accusation against you that, being an officer of the enemy, you passed the pickets of the American army at the White Plains in disguise on the 29th of October last, whereby you are suspected of views hostile to the interests of America, and have subjected yourself to the punishment of a spy." The mild but steady tones of the speaker, as he slowly repeated the substance of this charge, were full of authority. The accusation was so plain, the facts so limited, the proof so obvious, and the penalty so well established, that escape seemed impossible. But Henry replied with earnest grace, "That I passed your pickets in disguise is true, but—" "Peace!" interrupted the president. "The usages of war are stern enough in themselves. You need not aid them to your own condemnation." "The prisoner can retract that declaration if he please," remarked another judge. "His confession, if taken, goes fully to prove the charge." "I retract nothing that is true," said Henry proudly. The two nameless judges heard him in silent composure, yet there was no exultation mingled with their gravity. The president now appeared, however, to take new interest in the scene. "Your sentiment is noble, sir," he said. "I only regret that a youthful soldier should so far be misled by loyalty as to lend himself to the purposes of deceit." "Deceit," echoed Wharton. "I thought it prudent to guard against capture from my enemies." "A soldier, Captain Wharton, should never meet his enemy but openly and with arms in his hands. I have served 2 kings of England, as I now serve my native land, but never did I approach a foe unless under the light of the sun, and with honest notice that an enemy was nigh." "You are at liberty to explain what your motives were in entering the ground held by our army in disguise," said the other judge, with a slight movement of the muscles of his mouth. "I am the son of this aged man before you," continued Henry. "It was to visit him that I encountered the danger. Besides, the country below is seldom held by your troops, and its very name implies a right to either party to move at pleasure over its territory. Its name, as a neutral ground, is unauthorized by law. It is an appellation that originates with the condition of the country. But wherever an army goes, it carries its rights along, and the first is the ability to protect itself. I am no casuist, sir, returned the youth, but I feel that my father is entitled to my affection, and I would encounter greater risks to prove it to him in his old age. A very commendable spirit, cried the veteran. Come, gentlemen, this business brightens. I confess at first it was very bad, but no man can censure him for desiring to see his parents. And have you proof that such only was your intention? Yes, here, said Henry, admitting a ray of hope. Here is proof. My father, my sister, Major Dunwoodie, all know it. Then, indeed, returned his immovable judge, we may be able to save you. It would be well, sir, to examine further into this business. Certainly, said the president with alacrity. Let the elder Mr. Wharton approach and take the oath. The father made an effort at composure and, advancing with a feeble step, he complied with the necessary forms of the court. You are the father of the prisoner, said Colonel Singleton, in a subdued voice, after pausing a moment in respect for the agitation of the witness. He is my only son. And what do you know of his visit to your house on the 29th day of October last? He came, as he told you, to see me and his sisters. Was he in disguise? Asked the other judge. He did not wear the uniform of the 60th. To see his sisters, too, said the president with great emotion. Have you daughters, sir? I have two. Both are in this house. Had he a wig? Interrupted the officer. There was some such thing, I do believe, upon his head. And how long had you been separated? Asked the president. 1 year and 2 months. Did he wear a loose greatcoat of coarse materials? Inquired the officer, referring to the paper that contained the charges. There was an overcoat. And you think that it was to see you only that he came out? Me and my daughters. A boy of spirit, whispered the president to his silent comrade. I see but little harm in such a freak. 'Twas imprudent, but then it was kind. Do you know that your son was entrusted with no commission from Sir Henry Clinton, and that the visit to you was not merely a cloak to other designs? How can I know it? Said Mr. Wharton, in alarm. Would Sir Henry entrust me with such a business? Know you anything of this pass? Exhibiting the paper that Dunwoodie had retained when Wharton was taken. Nothing, upon my honor. Nothing, cried the father, shrinking from the paper as from contagion. On your oath? Nothing. Have you other testimony? This does not avail you, Captain Wharton. You have been taken in a situation where your life is forfeited. The labor of proving your innocence rests with yourself. Take time to reflect, and be cool. There was a frightful calmness in the manner of this judge that appalled the prisoner. In the sympathy of Colonel Singleton, he could easily lose sight of his danger, but the obdurate and collected air of the others was ominous of his fate. He continued silent, casting imploring glances towards his friend. Dunwoodie understood the appeal, and offered himself as a witness. He was sworn, and desired to relate what he knew. His statement did not materially alter the case, and Dunwoodie felt that it could not. To him personally but little was known, and that little rather militated against the safety of Henry than otherwise. His account was listened to in silence, and the significant shake of the head that was made by the silent member spoke too plainly what effect it had produced. Still you think that the prisoner had no other object than what he has avowed, said the president, when he had ended. None other, I will pledge my life, cried the major, with fervor. Will you swear it? Asked the immovable judge. How can I? God alone can tell the heart, but I have known this gentleman from a boy. Deceit never formed part of his character. He is above it. You say that he escaped, and was retaken in open arms? Said the president. He was. Nay, he received a wound in the combat. You see, he yet moves his arm with difficulty. Would he, think you, sir, have trusted himself where he could fall again into our hands, unless conscious of innocence? Would André have deserted a field of battle, Major Dunwoodie, had he encountered such an event near Tarrytown? Asked his deliberate examiner. Is it not natural to youth to seek glory? Do you call this glory? Exclaimed the major. An ignominious death and a tarnished name. Major Dunwoodie, returned the other, still with inveterate gravity. You have acted nobly. Your duty has been arduous and severe, but it has been faithfully and honorably discharged. Ours must not be less so. During the examination, the most intense interest prevailed among the hearers. With that kind of feeling which could not separate the principle from the cause, most of the auditors thought that if Dunwoodie failed to move the hearts of Henry's judges, no other possessed the power. Caesar thrust his misshapen form forward, and his features, so expressive of the concern he felt, and so different from the vacant curiosity pictured in the countenance of the other blacks, caught the attention of the silent judge. For the first time he spoke. "Let that black be brought forward." It was too late to retreat, and Caesar found himself confronted with a row of rebel officers before he knew what was uppermost in his thoughts. The others yielded the examination to the one who suggested it, and using all due deliberation, he proceeded accordingly. "You know the prisoner?" "I think he ought," returned the black, in a manner as sententious as that of his examiner. "Did he give you the wig when he threw it aside?" "I don't want him," grumbled Caesar. "Got a very good hair hisself." "Were you employed in carrying any letters or messages of any kind while Captain Wharton was in your master's house?" "I do what it tell me," returned the black. "But what did they tell you to do?" "Sometime a one ting, sometime another." "Enough," said Colonel Singleton with dignity. "You have the noble acknowledgment of a gentleman. What more can you obtain from this slave? Captain Wharton, you perceive the unfortunate impression against you. Have you other testimony to adduce?" To Henry there now remained but little hope. His confidence in his security was fast ebbing, but with an indefinite expectation of assistance from the loveliness of his sister, he fixed an earnest gaze on the pallid features of Frances. She arose and with a tottering step moved towards the judges. The paleness of her cheek continued but for a moment, and gave place to a flush of fire, and with a light but firm tread, she stood before them. Raising her hand to her polished forehead, Frances threw aside her exuberant locks, and displayed a picture of beauty and innocence to their view that might have moved even sterner natures. The president shrouded his eyes for a moment, as if the wild eye and speaking countenance recalled the image of another. The movement was transient, and recovering himself, with an earnestness that betrayed his secret wishes. "To you, then, your brother previously communicated his intention of paying your family a secret visit?" "No, no," said Frances, pressing her hand on her brain, as if to collect her thoughts. "He told me nothing. We knew not of the visit until he arrived. But can it be necessary to explain to gallant men that a child would incur hazard to meet his only parent, and that in times like these, and in a situation like ours?" "But was this the first time? Did he never even talk of doing so before?" inquired the colonel, leaning towards her with paternal interest. "Certainly, certainly," cried Frances, catching the expression of his own benevolent countenance. "This is but the fourth of his visits." "I knew it," exclaimed the veteran, rubbing his hands with delight. "An adventurous, warm-hearted son, I warrant me, gentlemen, a fiery soldier in the field. In what disguises did he come?" "In none, for none were then necessary. The royal troops covered the country and gave him safe passage." "And was this the first of his visits out of the uniform of his regiment?" asked the colonel in a suppressed voice, avoiding the penetrating looks of his companions. "Oh, the very first," exclaimed the eager girl. "His first offense, I do assure you, if offense it be." "But you wrote him, you urged the visit. Surely, young lady, you wished to see your brother," added the impatient colonel. "That we wished it, and prayed for it, oh, how fervently we prayed for it, is true, but to have held communion with the royal army would have endangered our father, and we dared not." "Did he leave the house until taken, or had he intercourse with any out of your own dwelling?" "With none, no one, excepting our neighbor, the peddler Birch." "With whom?" exclaimed the colonel, turning pale, and shrinking as from the sting of an adder. Dunwoodie groaned aloud, and striking his head with his hand, cried in piercing tones, "He is lost," and rushed from the apartment. "But Harvey Birch," repeated Frances, gazing wildly at the door through which her lover had disappeared. "Harvey Birch," echoed all the judges. The two immovable members of the court exchanged looks, and threw an inquisitive glance at the prisoner. "To you, gentlemen, it can be no new intelligence to hear that Harvey Birch is suspected of favoring the royal cause," said Henry, again advancing before the judges. for he has already been condemned by your tribunals to the fate that I now see awaits myself. I will therefore explain that it was by his assistance I procured the disguise and passed your pickets, but to my dying moments and with my dying breath, I will avow that my intentions were as pure as the innocent being before you." "Captain Wharton," said the President solemnly, "the enemies of American liberty have made mighty and subtle efforts to overthrow our power. A more dangerous man, for his means and education, is not ranked among our foes than this peddler of Westchester. He is a spy, artful, delusive, and penetrating, beyond the abilities of any of his class. Sir Henry could not do better than to associate him with the officer in his next attempt. He would have saved André. Indeed, young man, this is a connection that may prove fatal to you." The honest indignation that beamed on the countenance of the aged warrior was met by a look of perfect conviction on the part of his comrades. "I have ruined him!" cried Frances, clasping her hands in terror. "Do you desert us? Then he is lost indeed." "Forbear, lovely innocent, forbear," said the colonel with strong emotion. "You injure none, but distress us all." "Is it then such a crime to possess natural affection?" said Frances wildly. "Would Washington, the noble, upright, impartial Washington, judge so harshly? Delay till Washington can hear his tale." "It is impossible," said the President, covering his eyes as if to hide her beauty from his view. "Impossible? Oh, but for a week suspend your judgment. On my knees I entreat you, as you will expect mercy yourself, when no human power can avail you, give him but a day." "It is impossible," repeated the colonel in a voice that was nearly choked. "Our orders are peremptory, and too long delay has been given already." He turned from the kneeling suppliant, but could not or would not extricate that hand that she grasped with frenzied fervor. "Remand your prisoner," said one of the judges to the officer who had the charge of Henry. "Colonel Singleton, shall we withdraw?"
"Singleton? Singleton?"
echoed Frances. "Then you are a father and know how to pity a father's woes. You cannot, will not, wound a heart that is now nearly crushed. Hear me, Colonel Singleton, as God will listen to your dying prayers. Hear me, and spare my brother." "Remove her," said the colonel, gently endeavoring to extricate his hand, but none appeared disposed to obey. Frances eagerly strove to read the expression of his averted face, and resisted all his efforts to retire. "Colonel Singleton, how lately was your own son in suffering and in danger? Under the roof of my father he was cherished, under my father's roof he found shelter and protection. Oh, suppose that son the pride of your age, the solace and protection of your infant children, and then pronounce my brother guilty, if you dare." "What right has Heath to make an executioner of me?" exclaimed the veteran fiercely, rising with a face flushed like fire, and every vein and artery swollen with suppressed emotion. "But I forget myself. Come, gentlemen, let us mount. Our painful duty must be done." "Mount not, go not," shrieked Frances. "Can you tear a son from his parent, a brother from his sister, so coldly? Is this the cause I have so ardently loved? Are these the men that I have been taught to reverence? But you relent, you do hear me, you will pity and forgive." "Lead on, gentlemen," said the colonel, motioning towards the door and erecting himself into an air of military grandeur, in the vain hope of quieting his feelings. "Lead not on, but hear me," cried Frances, grasping his hand convulsively. "Colonel Singleton, you are a father. Pity, mercy, mercy for the son, mercy for the daughter. Yes, you had a daughter. On this bosom she poured out her last breath. These hands closed her eyes. These very hands that are now clasped in prayer did those offices for her that you condemn my poor, poor brother to require." One mighty emotion the veteran struggled with and quelled, but with a groan that shook his whole frame. He even looked around in conscious pride at his victory, but a second burst of feeling conquered. His head, white with the frost of 70 winters, sank upon the shoulder of the frantic suppliant. The sword that had been his companion in so many fields of blood dropped from his nerveless hand, and as he cried, "May God bless you for the deed," he wept aloud. Long and violent was the indulgence that Colonel Singleton yielded to his feelings. On recovering, he gave the senseless Frances into the arms of her aunt, and turning with an air of fortitude to his comrades, he said, "Still, gentlemen, we have our duty as officers to discharge, our feelings as men may be indulged hereafter. What is your pleasure with the prisoner?" One of the judges placed in his hand a written sentence that he had prepared while the colonel was engaged with Francis, and declared it to be the opinion of himself and his companion. It briefly stated that Henry Wharton had been detected in passing the lines of the American army as a spy and in disguise. That thereby, according to the laws of war, he was liable to suffer death, and that this court adjudged him to the penalty, recommending him to be executed by hanging before 9 o'clock on the following morning. It was not usual to inflict capital punishments, even on the enemy, without referring the case to the commander-in-chief for his approbation, or in his absence, to the officer commanding for the time being. But, as Washington held his headquarters at New Windsor, on the western bank of the Hudson, there was sufficient time to receive his answer. "This is short notice," said the veteran, holding the pen in his hand, in a suspense that had no object. "Not a day to fit one so young for heaven?" "The royal officers gave hail but an hour," returned his comrade. "We have granted the usual time, but Washington has the power to extend it, or to pardon." "Then to Washington will I go," cried the colonel, returning the paper with his signature. "And if the services of an old man like me, or that brave boy of mine, entitle me to his ear, I will yet save the youth." So saying, he departed, full of his generous intentions in favor of Henry Wharton. The sentence of the court was communicated, with proper tenderness, to the prisoner, and after giving a few necessary instructions to the officer in command, and dispatching a courier to headquarters with their report, the remaining judges mounted and rode to their own quarters, with the same unmoved exterior, but with the consciousness of the same dispassionate integrity that they had maintained throughout the trial. Chapter 27. Have you no countermand for Claudio yet? But he must die tomorrow? Measure for measure. A few hours were passed by the prisoner, after his sentence was received, in the bosom of his family. Mr. Wharton wept in hopeless despondency over the untimely fate of his son, and Frances, after recovering from her insensibility, experienced an anguish of feeling to which the bitterness of death itself would have been comparatively light. Miss Peyton alone retained a vestige of hope, or presence of mind to suggest what might be proper to be done under their circumstances. The comparative composure of the good aunt arose in no degree from any want of interest in the welfare of her nephew, but it was founded in a kind of instinctive dependence on the character of Washington. He was a native of the same colony with herself, and although his early military services, and her frequent visits to the family of her sister, and subsequent establishment at its head, had prevented their ever meeting, still she was familiar with his domestic virtues, and well knew that the rigid inflexibility for which his public acts were distinguished formed no part of his reputation in private life. He was known in Virginia as a consistent but just and lenient master, and she felt a kind of pride in associating in her mind her countrymen with the man who led the armies, and in a great measure controlled the destinies of America. She knew that Henry was innocent of the crime for which he was condemned to suffer, and with that kind of simple faith that is ever to be found in the most ingenuous characters, could not conceive of those constructions and interpretations of law that inflicted punishment without the actual existence of crime. But even her confiding hopes were doomed to meet with a speedy termination. Towards noon, a regiment of militia that were quartered on the banks of the river moved to the ground in front of the house that held our heroine and her family, and deliberately pitched their tents, with the avowed intention of remaining until the following morning to give solemnity and effect to the execution of a British spy. Dunwoody had performed all that was required of him by his orders, and was at liberty to retrace his steps to his expectant squadron, which was impatiently waiting his return to be led against a detachment of the enemy that was known to be slowly moving up the banks of the river in order to cover a party of foragers in its rear. He was accompanied by a small party of Lawton's troop, under the expectation that their testimony might be required to convict the prisoner, and Mason, the lieutenant, was in command. But the confession of Captain Wharton had removed the necessity of examining any witnesses on behalf of the people. The major, from an unwillingness to encounter the distress of Henry's friends, and a dread of trusting himself within its influence, had spent the time we have mentioned in walking by himself, in keen anxiety, at a short distance from the dwelling. Like Miss Peyton, he had some reliance on the mercy of Washington, although moments of terrific doubt and despondency were continually crossing his mind. To him the rules of service were familiar, and he was more accustomed to consider his general in the capacity of a ruler, than as exhibiting the characteristics of the individual. A dreadful instance had too recently occurred, which fully proved that Washington was above the weakness of sparing another in mercy to himself. While pacing, with hurried steps, through the orchard, laboring under these constantly recurring doubts, enlivened by transient rays of hope, Mason approached, accoutred completely for the saddle. "Thinking you might have forgotten the news brought this morning from below, sir, I have taken the liberty to order the detachment under arms," said the lieutenant, very coolly, cutting down with his sheathed saber the mullein tops that grew within his reach. "What news?" cried the major, starting. "Only that John Bull is out in Westchester with a train of wagons which, if he fills, will compel us to retire through these cursed hills in search of provender. These greedy Englishmen are so shut up on York Island that when they do venture out, they seldom leave straw enough to furnish the bed of a Yankee heiress." "Where did the express leave them, did you say? The intelligence has entirely escaped my memory." "On the heights above Sing Sing," returned the lieutenant, with no little amazement. "The road below looks like a hay market, and all the swine are sighing forth their lamentations as the corn passes them towards King's Bridge. George Singleton's orderly, who brought up the tidings, says that our horses were holding consultation if they should not go down without their riders and eat another meal, for it is questionable with them whether they can get a full stomach again. If they are suffered to get back with their plunder, we shall not be able to find a piece of pork at Christmas fat enough to fry itself." "Peace with all this nonsense of Singleton's orderly, Mr. Mason," cried Dunwoody impatiently. "Let him learn to wait the orders of his superiors." "I beg pardon in his name, Major Dunwoody," said the subaltern, but like myself, he was in error. We both thought it was the order of General Heath to attack and molest the enemy whenever he ventured out of his nest. "Recollect yourself, Lieutenant Mason," said the major, "or I may have to teach you that your orders pass through me." "I know it, Major Dunwoody, I know it, and I am sorry that your memory is so bad as to forget that I never have yet hesitated to obey them." "Forgive me, Mason," cried Dunwoody, taking both his hands. "I do know you for a brave and obedient soldier, forget my humor. But this business, had you ever a friend?" "Nay, nay," interrupted the lieutenant. "Forgive me and my honest zeal. I knew of the orders, and was fearful that censure might fall on my officer. But remain, and let a man breathe a syllable against the corps, and every sword will start from the scabbard of itself. Besides, they are still moving up, and it is a long road from Croton to King's Bridge. Happen what may, I see plainly that we shall be on their heels before they are housed again." "Oh, that the courier was returned from headquarters!" exclaimed Dunwoody. "This suspense is insupportable." "You have your wish," cried Mason. "Here he is at the moment, and riding like the bearer of good news. God send it may be so, for I can't say that I particularly like myself to see a brave young fellow dancing upon nothing." Dunwoody heard but very little of this feeling declaration, for ere half of it was uttered, he had leaped the fence and stood before the messenger. "What news?" cried the major, the moment that the soldier stopped his horse. "Good," exclaimed the man, and feeling no hesitation to entrust an officer so well known as Major Dunwoody, he placed the paper in his hands as he added, "But you can read it, sir, for yourself." Dunwoody paused not to read, but flew with the elastic spring of joy to the chamber of the prisoner. The sentinel knew him, and he was suffered to pass without question. "Oh, Peyton," cried Francis as he entered the apartment, "you look like a messenger from heaven. Bring you tidings of mercy?" "Here, Francis, here, Henry, here, dear cousin Jeanette," cried the youth, as with trembling hands he broke the seal. "Here is the letter itself, directed to the captain of the guard. But listen." All did listen with intense anxiety, and the pang of blasted hope was added to their misery, as they saw the glow of delight which had beamed on the countenance of the major give place to a look of horror. The paper contained the sentence of the court, and underneath was written these simple words: "Approved, George Washington." "He's lost, he's lost," cried Francis, sinking into the arms of her aunt. My son," sobbed the father. "There is mercy in heaven if there is none on earth. May Washington never want that mercy he thus denies to my innocent child." "Washington!" echoed Dunwoody, gazing around him in vacant horror. "Yes, 'tis the act of Washington himself. These are his characters. His very name is here, to sanction the dreadful deed. Cruel, cruel Washington, cried Miss Peyton. How has familiarity with blood changed his nature? Blame him not, said Dunwoody. It is the general and not the man. My life on it, he feels the blow he is compelled to inflict. I have been deceived in him, cried Francis. He is not the savior of his country, but a cold and merciless tyrant. Oh, Peyton, Peyton, how have you misled me in his character? Peace, dear Francis. Peace, for God's sake. Use not such language. He is but the guardian of the law. You speak the truth, Major Dunwoody, said Henry, recovering from the shock of having his last ray of hope extinguished, and advancing from his seat by the side of his father. I, who am to suffer, blame him not. Every indulgence has been granted me that I can ask. On the verge of the grave, I cannot continue unjust. At such a moment, with so recent an instance of danger to your cause from treason, I wonder not at Washington's unbending justice. Nothing now remains but to prepare for that fate which so speedily awaits me. To you, Major Dunwoody, I make my first request. Name it, said the Major, giving utterance with difficulty. Henry turned, and pointing to the group of weeping mourners near him, he continued, Be a son to this aged man, help his weakness, and defend him from any usage to which the stigma thrown upon me may subject him. He has not many friends amongst the rulers of this country. Let your powerful name be found among them. It shall. And this helpless innocent, continued Henry, pointing to where Sarah sat, unconscious of what was passing, I had hoped for an opportunity to revenge her wrongs. A flush of excitement passed over his features, but such thoughts are evil, I feel them to be wrong. Under your care, Peyton, she will find sympathy and refuge. She shall, whispered Dunwoody. This good aunt has claims upon you already. Of her I will not speak, but here, taking the hand of Francis, and dwelling upon her countenance with an expression of fraternal affection, here is the choicest gift of all. Take her to your bosom, and cherish her as you would cultivate innocence and virtue. The Major could not repress the eagerness with which he extended his hand to receive the precious boon, but Francis, shrinking from his touch, hid her face in the bosom of her aunt. No, 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 she murmured. None can ever be anything to me who aid in my brother's destruction. Henry continued gazing at her in tender pity for several moments, before he again resumed a discourse that all felt was most peculiarly his own. I have been mistaken, then. I did think, Peyton, that your worth, your noble devotion to a cause that you have been taught to revere, that your kindness to our father when in imprisonment, your friendship for me, in short, that your character was understood and valued by my sister. It is, whispered Francis, burying her face still deeper in the bosom of her aunt. I believe, dear Henry, said Dunwoody, this is a subject that had better not be dwelt upon now. You forget, returned the prisoner with a faint smile, how much I have to do, and how little time is left to do it in. I apprehend, continued the Major, with a face of fire, that Miss Wharton has imbibed some opinions of me that would make a compliance with your request irksome to her, opinions that it is now too late to alter. No, 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 cried Francis quickly. You are exonerated, Peyton. With her dying breath she removed my doubts. Generous Isabella, murmured Dunwoody, but still, Henry, spare your sister now, nay, spare even me. I speak in pity to myself, returned the brother, gently removing Francis from the arms of her aunt. What a time is this to leave two such lovely females without a protector. Their abode is destroyed, and misery will speedily deprive them of their last male friend. Looking at his father, can I die in peace with the knowledge of the danger to which they will be exposed? You forget me, said Miss Peyton, shrinking at the idea of celebrating nuptials at such a moment. No, my dear aunt, I forget you not, nor shall I until I cease to remember, but you forget the times and the danger. The good woman who lives in this house has already dispatched a messenger for a man of God to smooth my passage to another world. Francis, if you would wish me to die in peace, to feel a security that will allow me to turn my whole thoughts to heaven, you will let this clergyman unite you to Dunwoody. Frances shook her head, but remained silent. I ask for no joy, no demonstration of a felicity that you will not, cannot feel, for months to come, but obtain a right to his powerful name, give him an undisputed title to protect you. Again the maid made an impressive gesture of denial. for the sake of that unconscious sufferer, pointing to Sarah, for your sake, for my sake, my sister. Peace, Henry, or you will break my heart, cried the agitated girl. Not for worlds would I at such a moment engage in the solemn vows that you wish. It would render me miserable for life. You love him not, said Henry, reproachfully. I cease to importune you to do what is against your inclinations. Frances raised one hand to conceal her countenance, as she extended the other towards Dunwoodie, and said earnestly, Now you are unjust to me. Before, you were unjust to yourself. Promise me then, said Wharton, musing a while in silence, that as soon as the recollection of my fate is softened, you will give my friend that hand for life, and I am satisfied. I do promise, said Frances, withdrawing the hand that Dunwoodie delicately relinquished, without even presuming to press it to his lips. Well then, my good aunt, continued Henry, will you leave me for a short time alone with my friend? I have a few melancholy commissions with which to entrust him, and would spare you and my sister the pain of hearing them. There is yet time to see Washington again, said Miss Peyton, moving towards the door, and then, speaking with extreme dignity, she continued, I will go myself. Surely he must listen to a woman from his own colony, and we are in some degree connected with his family. Why not apply to Mr. Harper? Said Frances, recollecting the parting words of their guest for the first time. Harper, echoed Dunwoodie, turning towards her with the swiftness of lightning. What of him? Do you know him? It is in vain, said Henry, drawing him aside. Frances clings to hope with the fondness of a sister. Retire, my love, and leave me with my friend. But Frances read an expression in the eye of Dunwoodie that chained her to the spot. After struggling to command her feelings, she continued, He stayed with us for 2 days. He was with us when Henry was arrested. And, did you know him? Nay, continued Frances, catching her breath as she witnessed the intense interest of her lover. We knew him not. He came to us in the night, a stranger, and remained with us during the severe storm, but he seemed to take an interest in Henry, and promised him his friendship. What? Exclaimed the youth in astonishment. Did he know your brother? Certainly, it was at his request that Henry threw aside his disguise. But, said Dunwoodie, turning pale with suspense, he knew him not as an officer of the Royal Army? Indeed he did, cried Miss Peyton, and he cautioned us against this very danger. Dunwoodie caught up the fatal paper that still lay where it had fallen from his own hands and studied its characters intently. Something seemed to bewilder his brain. He passed his hand over his forehead, while each eye was fixed on him in dreadful suspense, all feeling afraid to admit those hopes anew that had been so sadly destroyed. What said he? What promised he? At length Dunwoodie asked with feverish impatience. He bid Henry apply to him when in danger, and promised to requite the son for the hospitality of the father. Said he this, knowing him to be a British officer? Most certainly, and with a view to this very danger. Then, cried the youth aloud, and yielding to his rapture, then you are safe, then will I save him. Yes, Harper will never forget his word. But has he the power too? Said Frances. Can he move the stubborn purpose of Washington? Can he? If he cannot, shouted the youth. If he cannot, who can? Green and Heath and young Hamilton are nothing compared to this Harper. But, rushing to his mistress and pressing her hands convulsively, repeat to me, you say you have his promise? Surely, surely, Peyton, his solemn, deliberate promise, knowing all the circumstances. Rest easy, cried Dunwoodie, holding her to his bosom for a moment. Rest easy, for Henry is safe. He waited not to explain, but darting from the room, he left the family in amazement. They continued in silent wonder until they heard the feet of his charger as he dashed from the door with the speed of an arrow. A long time was spent after this abrupt departure of the youth, by the anxious friends he had left, in discussing the probability of his success. The confidence of his manner had, however, communicated to his auditors something of his own spirit. Each felt that the prospects of Henry were again brightening, and with their reviving hopes they experienced a renewal of spirits, which in all but Henry himself amounted to pleasure. With him, indeed, his state was too awful to admit of trifling, and for a few hours he was condemned to feel how much more intolerable was suspense than even the certainty of calamity. Not so with Frances. She, with all the reliance of affection, reposed in security on the assurance of Dunwoody, without harassing herself with doubts that she possessed not the means of satisfying, but believing her lover able to accomplish everything that man could do, and retaining a vivid recollection of the manner and benevolent appearance of Harper, she abandoned herself to all the felicity of renovated hope. The joy of Miss Peyton was more sobered, and she took frequent occasions to reprove her niece for the exuberance of her spirits, before there was a certainty that their expectations were to be realized. But the slight smile that hovered around the lips of the Virgin contradicted the very sobriety of feeling that she inculcated. "Why, dearest aunt," said Francis playfully, in reply to one of her frequent reprimands, "would you have me repress the pleasure that I feel at Henry's deliverance, when you yourself have so often declared it to be impossible that such men as ruled in our country could sacrifice an innocent man? Nay, I did believe it impossible, my child, and yet think so, but still there is a discretion to be shown in joy as well as in sorrow." Francis recollected the declaration of Isabella, and turned an eye filled with tears of gratitude on her excellent aunt, as she replied, "True, but there are feelings that will not yield to reason. Ah, here are those monsters, who have come to witness the death of a fellow creature, moving around yon field as if life was, to them, nothing but a military show." "It is but little more to the hireling soldier," said Henry, endeavoring to forget his uneasiness. "You gaze, my love, as if you thought a military show of some importance," said Miss Peyton, observing her niece to be looking from the window with a fixed and abstracted attention. But Francis answered not. From the window where she stood, the pass that they had traveled through the highlands was easily to be seen, and the mountain which held on its summit the mysterious hut was directly before her. Its side was rugged and barren, huge and apparently impassable barriers of rocks presenting themselves through the stunted oaks, which, stripped of their foliage, were scattered over its surface. The base of the hill was not half a mile from the house, and the object which attracted the notice of Francis was the figure of a man emerging from behind a rock of remarkable formation, and as suddenly disappearing. The maneuver was several times repeated, as if it were the intention of the fugitive, for such by his air he seemed to be, to reconnoiter the proceedings of the soldiery, and assure himself of the position of things on the plain. Notwithstanding the distance, Francis instantly imbibed the opinion that it was Birch. Perhaps this impression was partly owing to the air and figure of the man, but in a great measure to the idea that presented itself on formerly beholding the object at the summit of the mountain. That they were the same figure she was confident, although this wanted the appearance which, in the other, she had taken for the pack of the peddler. Harvey had so connected himself with the mysterious deportment of Harper within her imagination, that under circumstances of less agitation than those in which she had labored since her arrival, she would have kept her suspicions to herself. Francis, therefore, sat ruminating on this second appearance in silence, and endeavoring to trace what possible connection this extraordinary man could have with the fortunes of her own family. He had certainly saved Sarah in some degree from the blow that had partially alighted on her, and in no instance had he proved himself to be hostile to their interests. After gazing for a long time at the point where she had last seen the figure, in the vain expectation of its reappearance, she turned to her friends in the apartment. Miss Peyton was sitting by Sarah, who gave some slight additional signs of observing what passed, but who still continued insensible either to joy or grief. "I suppose by this time, my love, that you are well acquainted with the maneuvers of a regiment," said Miss Peyton. "It is no bad quality in a soldier's wife, at all events." "I am not a wife yet," said Francis, coloring to the eyes, "and we have little reason to wish for another wedding in our family." "Francis!" exclaimed her brother, starting from his seat and pacing the floor in violent agitation. "Touch not the cord again, I entreat you. While my fate is uncertain, I would wish to be at peace with all men." "Then let the uncertainty cease," cried Francis, springing to the door, "for here comes Peyton with the joyful intelligence of your release." The words were hardly uttered, before the door opened, and the Major entered. In his air there was the appearance of neither success nor defeat, but there was a marked display of vexation. He took the hand that Francis, in the fullness of her heart, extended towards him, but instantly relinquishing it, threw himself into a chair, in evident fatigue. "You have failed," said Wharton with a bound of his heart, but an appearance of composure. "Have you seen Harper?" cried Francis, turning pale. "I have not. I crossed the river in one boat as he must have been coming to this side, in another. I returned without delay and traced him for several miles into the highlands by the western pass, but there I unaccountably lost him. I have returned here to relieve your uneasiness, but see him I will this night, and bring a respite for Henry." "But saw you Washington?" asked Miss Peyton. Dunwoodie gazed at her a moment in abstracted musing, and the question was repeated. He answered gravely, and with some reserve. The commander-in-chief had left his quarters. "But Peyton," cried Francis in returning terror, "if they should not see each other, it will be too late. Harper alone will not be sufficient." Her lover turned his eyes slowly on her anxious countenance, and dwelling a moment on her features, said, still musing, "You say that he promised to assist Henry." "Certainly of his own accord and in requital for the hospitality he had received." Dunwoodie shook his head, and began to look grave. "I like not that word hospitality. It has an empty sound. There must be something more reasonable to tie Harper. I dread some mistake. Repeat to me all that passed." Frances, in a hurried and earnest voice, complied with his request. She related particularly the manner of his arrival at the Locusts, the reception that he received, and the events that passed as minutely as her memory could supply her with the means. As she alluded to the conversation that occurred between her father and his guest, the Major smiled but remained silent. She then gave a detail of Henry's arrival and the events of the following day. She dwelt upon the part where Harper had desired her brother to throw aside his disguise and recounted, with wonderful accuracy, his remarks upon the hazard of the step that the youth had taken. She even remembered a remarkable expression of his to her brother, that he was safer from Harper's knowledge of his person than he would be without it. Frances mentioned, with the warmth of youthful admiration, the benevolent character of his deportment to herself, and gave a minute relation of his adieus to the whole family. Dunwoodie at first listened with grave attention. Evident satisfaction followed as she proceeded. When she spoke of herself in connection with their guest, he smiled with pleasure, and as she concluded, he exclaimed with delight, "We are safe! We are safe!" But he was interrupted, as will be seen in the following chapter. Chapter 28. The owlet loves the gloom of night, the lark salutes the day, the timid dove will coo at hand, but falcons soar away, song in duo. In a country settled, like these states, by a people who fled their native land and much-loved firesides, victims of consciences and religious zeal, none of the decencies and solemnities of a Christian death are dispensed with when circumstances will admit of their exercise. The good woman of the house was a strict adherent to the forms of the church to which she belonged, and having herself been awakened to a sense of her depravity by the ministry of the divine who harangued the people of the adjoining parish, she thought it was from his exhortations only that salvation could be meted out to the short-lived hopes of Henry Wharton. Not that the kind-hearted matron was so ignorant of the doctrines of the religion which she professed as to depend theoretically on mortal aid for protection, but she had, to use her own phrase, sat so long under the preaching of good Mr., that she had unconsciously imbibed a practical reliance on his assistance. For that which her faith should have taught her could come from the deity alone. With her, the consideration of death was at all times awful, and the instant that the sentence of the prisoner was promulgated, she dispatched Caesar, mounted on one of her husband's best horses, in quest of her clerical monitor. This step had been taken without consulting either Henry or his friends, and it was only when the services of Caesar were required on some domestic emergency that she explained the nature of his absence. The youth heard her at first, with an unconquerable reluctance to admit of such a spiritual guide, but as our view of the things of this life becomes less vivid, our prejudices and habits cease to retain their influence, and a civil bow of thanks was finally given in requital for the considerate care of the well-meaning woman. The Black returned early from his expedition, and, as well as could be gathered from his somewhat incoherent narrative, a minister of God might be expected to arrive in the course of the day. The interruption that we mentioned in our preceding chapter was occasioned by the entrance of the landlady. At the intercession of Dunwoodie, orders had been given to the sentinel who guarded the door of Henry's room, that the members of the prisoner's family should, at all times, have free access to his apartment. Caesar was included in this arrangement as a matter of convenience by the officer in command, But strict inquiry and examination was made into the errand of every other applicant for admission. The major had, however, included himself among the relatives of the British officer, and one pledge, that no rescue should be attempted, was given in his name, for them all. A short conversation was passing between the woman of the house and the corporal of the guard, before the door that the sentinel had already opened in anticipation of the decision of his non-commissioned commandant. "Would you refuse the consolations of religion to a fellow creature about to suffer death?" said the matron, with earnest zeal. "Would you plunge a soul into the fiery furnace, and a minister at hand to point out the straight and narrow path?" "I'll tell you what, good woman," returned the corporal, gently pushing her away. "I've no notion of my back being a highway for any man to walk to heaven upon. A pretty figure I should make at the pickets for disobeying orders. Just step down and ask Lieutenant Mason, and you may bring in a whole congregation. We have not taken the guard from the foot soldiers but an hour, and I shouldn't like to have it said that we know less than the militia." "Admit the woman," said Dunwoody sternly, observing, for the first time, that one of his own corps was on post. The corporal raised his hand to his cap and fell back in silence. The soldier stood to his arms and the matron entered. "Here is a reverend gentleman below, come to soothe the parting soul, in the place of our own divine, who is engaged with an appointment that could not be put aside. 'Tis to bury old Mr." "Show him in at once," said Henry, with feverish impatience. "But will the sentinel let him pass? I would not wish a friend of Mr. to be rudely stopped on the threshold, and he a stranger." All eyes were now turned on Dunwoody, who, looking at his watch, spoke a few words with Henry in an undertone, and hastened from the apartment, followed by Francis. The subject of their conversation was a wish expressed by the prisoner for a clergyman of his own persuasion, and a promise from the major that one should be sent from Fishkill town, through which he was about to pass, on his way to the ferry to intercept the expected return of Harper. Mason soon made his bow at the door, and willingly complied with the wishes of the landlady, and the divine was invited to make his appearance accordingly. The person who was ushered into the apartment, preceded by Caesar and followed by the matron, was a man beyond the middle age, or who might rather be said to approach the downhill of life. In stature he was above the size of ordinary men, though his excessive leanness might contribute in deceiving as to his height. His countenance was sharp and unbending, and every muscle seemed set in rigid compression. No joy or relaxation appeared ever to have dwelt on features that frowned habitually, as if in detestation of the vices of mankind. The brows were beetling, dark and forbidding, giving the promise of eyes of no less repelling expression, but the organs were concealed beneath a pair of enormous green goggles, through which they glared around with a fierceness that denounced the coming day of wrath. All was fanaticism, uncharitableness, and denunciation. Long, lank hair, a mixture of gray and black, fell down his neck, and in some degree obscured the sides of his face, and parting on his forehead, fell in either direction in straight and formal screens. On the top of this ungraceful exhibition was laid impending forward, so as to overhang in some measure the whole fabric, a large hat of 3 equal cocks. His coat was of a rusty black, and his breeches and stockings were of the same color, his shoes without luster and half concealed beneath huge plated buckles. He stalked into the room, and giving a stiff nod with his head, took the chair offered him by the black, in dignified silence. For several minutes no one broke this ominous pause in the conversation, Henry feeling a repugnance to his guest that he was vainly endeavoring to conquer, and the stranger himself drawing forth occasional sighs and groans that threatened a dissolution of the unequal connection between his sublimated soul and its ungainly tenement. During this death-like preparation, Mr. Wharton, with a feeling nearly allied to that of his son, led Sarah from the apartment. His retreat was noticed by the divine, in a kind of scornful disdain, who began to hum the air of a popular psalm tune, giving it the full richness of the twang that distinguishes the Eastern psalmody. "Caesar," said Miss Peyton, "hand the gentleman some refreshment. He must need it after his ride." "My strength is not in the things of this life," said the divine, speaking in a hollow, sepulchral voice. "Thrice have I this day held forth in my master's service and fainted not. Still it is prudent to help this frail tenement of clay, for, surely, the laborer is worthy of his hire." Opening a pair of enormous jaws, he took a good measure of the proffered brandy and suffered it to glide downwards, with that sort of facility with which man is prone to sin. I apprehend then, sir, that fatigue will disable you from performing the duties which kindness has induced you to attempt." "Woman," exclaimed the stranger with energy, "when was I ever known to shrink from a duty? But judge not lest ye be judged, and fancy not that it is given to mortal eyes to fathom the intentions of the deity." "Nay," returned the maiden meekly, and slightly disgusted with his jargon, "I pretend not to judge of either events, or the intentions of my fellow creatures, much less of those of omnipotence." "'Tis well, woman, 'tis well," cried the minister, moving his head with supercilious disdain. "Humility becometh thy sex and lost condition, thy weakness driveth thee on headlong like unto the bosom of destruction." Surprised at this extraordinary deportment, but yielding to that habit which urges us to speak reverently on sacred subjects, even when perhaps we had better continue silent, Miss Peyton replied, "There is a power above that can and will sustain us all in well-doing, if we seek its support in humility and truth." The stranger turned a lowering look at the speaker, and then composing himself into an air of self-abasement, he continued in the same repelling tones, "It is not everyone that crieth out for mercy that will be heard. The ways of providence are not to be judged by men. Many are called, but few chosen. It is easier to talk of humility than to feel it. Are you so humble, vile worm, as to wish to glorify God by your own damnation? If not, away with you for a publican and a Pharisee." Such gross fanaticism was uncommon in America, and Miss Peyton began to imbibe the impression that her guest was deranged, but remembering that he had been sent by a well-known divine, and one of reputation, she discarded the idea, and, with some forbearance, observed, "I may deceive myself in believing that mercy is proffered to all, but it is so soothing a doctrine that I would not willingly be undeceived." "Mercy is only for the elect," cried the stranger, with an unaccountable energy, "and you are in the valley of the shadow of death. Are you not a follower of idle ceremonies, which belong to the vain church that our tyrants would gladly establish here, along with their stamp acts and tea laws? Answer me that, woman, and remember that heaven hears your answer. Are you not of that idolatrous communion?" "I worship at the altars of my fathers," said Miss Peyton, motioning to Henry for silence, "but bow to no other idol than my own infirmities." "Yes, yes, I know ye, self-righteous and papal as ye are, followers of forms, and listeners to bookish preaching. Think you, woman, that holy Paul had notes in his hand to propound the word to the believers?" "My presence disturbs you," said Miss Peyton, rising. "I will leave you with my nephew, and offer those prayers in private that I did wish to mingle with his." So saying, she withdrew, followed by the landlady, who was not a little shocked, and somewhat surprised by the intemperate zeal of her new acquaintance. For, although the good woman believed that Miss Peyton and her whole church were on the high road to destruction, she was by no means accustomed to hear such offensive and open avowals of their fate. Henry had with difficulty repressed the indignation excited by this unprovoked attack on his meek and unresisting aunt, but as the door closed on her retiring figure, he gave way to his feelings. "I must confess, sir," he exclaimed with heat, "that in receiving a minister of God I thought I was admitting a Christian, and one who, by feeling his own weaknesses, knew how to pity the frailties of others. You have wounded the meek spirit of an excellent woman, and I acknowledge but little inclination to mingle in prayer with so intolerant a spirit." The minister stood erect, with grave composure, following with his eyes, in a kind of scornful pity, the retiring females, and suffered the expostulation of the youth to be given as if unworthy of his notice. A third voice, however, spoke. Such a denunciation would have driven many women into fits, but it has answered the purpose well enough, as it is. "Who's that?" cried the prisoner, in amazement, gazing around the room in quest of the speaker. "It is I, Captain Wharton," said Harvey Birch, removing the spectacles, and exhibiting his piercing eyes, shining under a pair of false eyebrows. "Good heavens, Harvey!" "Silence," said the peddler, solemnly. "'Tis a name not to be mentioned, and least of all here within the heart of the American army." Birch paused and gazed around him for a moment with an emotion exceeding the base passion of fear, and then continued in a gloomy tone, "There are 1,000 halters in that very name, and little hope would there be left me of another escape. Should I be again taken? This is a fearful venture that I am making, but I could not sleep in quiet and know that an innocent man was about to die the death of a dog, when I might save him. No, said Henry, with a glow of generous feeling on his cheek. If the risk to yourself be so heavy, retire as you came, and leave me to my fate. Dunwoody is making, even now, powerful exertions in my behalf, and if he meets with Mr. Harper in the course of the night, my liberation is certain. Harper! Echoed the peddler, remaining with his hands raised, in the act of replacing the spectacles. What do you know of Harper? And why do you think he will do you service? I have his promise. You remember our recent meeting in my father's dwelling, and he then gave an unasked promise to assist me. Yes, but do you know him? That is, why do you think he has the power? Or what reason have you for believing he will remember his word? If there ever was the stamp of truth, or simple, honest benevolence, in the countenance of man, it shone in his, said Henry. Besides, Dunwoody has powerful friends in the rebel army, and it would be better that I take the chance where I am, than thus to expose you to certain death, if detected. Captain Wharton, said Birch, looking guardedly around and speaking with impressive seriousness of manner, if I fail you, all fail you. No Harper nor Dunwoody can save your life, unless you get out with me, and that within the hour you die tomorrow on the gallows of a murderer. Yes, such are their laws. The man who fights and kills and plunders is honored, but he who serves his country as a spy, no matter how faithfully, no matter how honestly, lives to be reviled, or dies like the vilest criminal. You forget, Mr. Birch, said the youth, a little indignantly, that I am not a treacherous, lurking spy who deceives to betray, but innocent of the charge imputed to me. The blood rushed over the pale, meager features of the peddler, until his face was one glow of fire, but it passed quickly away as he replied, I have told you truth. Caesar met me as he was going on his errand this morning, and with him I have laid the plan which, if executed as I wish, will save you, otherwise you are lost, and I again tell you that no other power on earth, not even Washington, can save you. I submit, said the prisoner, yielding to his earnest manner, and goaded by the fears that were thus awakened anew. The peddler beckoned him to be silent, and walking to the door, opened it, with the stiff, formal air with which he had entered the apartment. Friend, let no one enter, he said to the sentinel. We are about to go to prayer, and would wish to be alone. I don't know that any will wish to interrupt you, returned the soldier, with a waggish leer of his eye. But should they be so disposed, I have no power to stop them, if they be of the prisoner's friends. I have my orders, and must mind them, whether the Englishman goes to heaven or not. Audacious sinner, said the pretended priest, have you not the fear of God before your eyes? I tell you, as you will dread punishment at the last day, to let none of the idolatrous communion enter, to mingle in the prayers of the righteous. Who you? What a noble commander you'd make for Sergeant Hollister. You'd preach him dumb in a roll call. Harkee, I'll thank you not to make such a noise when you hold forth, as to drown our bugles, or you may get a poor fellow a short horn at his grog, for not turning out to the evening parade. If you want to be alone, have you no knife to stick over the door latch, that you must have a troop of horse to guard your meeting house? The peddler took the hint, and closed the door immediately, using the precautions suggested by the dragoon. You overact your part, said young Wharton, in constant apprehension of discovery. Your zeal is too intemperate. For a foot soldier and them Eastern militia, it might be, said Harvey, turning a bag upside down that Caesar now handed him. But these dragoons are fellows that you must brag down. A faint heart, Captain Wharton, would do but little here. But come, here is a black shroud for your good-looking countenance, taking at the same time a parchment mask and fitting it to the face of Henry. The master and the man must change places for a season. I don't think he look a bit like me, said Caesar, with disgust, as he surveyed his young master with his new complexion. Stop a minute, Caesar, said the peddler, with the lurking drollery that at times formed part of his manner, till we get on the wool. He worse than ever now, cried the discontented African, a tink-colored man like a sheep. I never see sick a lip, Harvey, he most as big as a sausage. Great pains had been taken in forming the different articles used in the disguise of Captain Wharton, and when arranged under the skillful superintendence of the peddler, they formed together a transformation that would easily escape detection, from any but an extraordinary observer. The mask was stuffed and shaped in such a manner as to preserve the peculiarities, as well as the color, of the African visage, and the wig was so artfully formed of black and white wool as to imitate the pepper and salt color of Caesar's own head, and to exact plaudits from the black himself, who thought it an excellent counterfeit in everything but quality. "There is but one man in the American army who could detect you, Captain Wharton," said the peddler, surveying his work with satisfaction, "and he is just now out of our way." "And who is he?" "The man who made you prisoner. He would see your white skin through a plank. But strip, both of you. Your clothes must be exchanged from head to foot." Caesar, who had received minute instructions from the peddler in their morning interview, immediately commenced throwing aside his coarse garments, which the youth took up and prepared to invest himself with, unable, however, to repress a few signs of loathing. In the manner of the peddler there was an odd mixture of care and humor. The former was the result of a perfect knowledge of their danger and the means necessary to be used in avoiding it, and the latter proceeded from the unavoidably ludicrous circumstances before him, acting on an indifference which sprang from habit and long familiarity with such scenes as the present. "Here, Captain," he said, taking up some loose wool, and beginning to stuff the stockings of Caesar, which were already on the leg of the prisoner. "Some judgment is necessary in shaping this limb. You will have to display it on horseback, and the Southern dragoons are so used to the brittle shins that should they notice your well-turned calf, they'd know at once it never belonged to a black." "Golly," said Caesar with a chuckle that exhibited a mouth open from ear to ear, "Massa Harry breeches fit." "Anything but your leg," said the peddler, coolly pursuing the toilet of Henry. "Slip on the coat, Captain, over all. Upon my word you'd pass well at a Pinkster frolic, and here, Caesar, place this powdered wig over your curls, and be careful and look out of the window, whenever the door is open, and on no account speak, or you will betray all." "I s'pose Harvey think a colored man ain't got a tongue like oder folk," grumbled the black, as he took the station assigned to him. Everything now was arranged for action, and the peddler very deliberately went over the whole of his injunctions to the two actors in the scene. The captain he conjured to dispense with his erect military carriage, and for a season to adopt the humble paces of his father's Negro, and Caesar he enjoined to silence and disguise, so long as he could possibly maintain them. Thus prepared, he opened the door and called aloud to the sentinel, who had retired to the farthest end of the passage in order to avoid receiving any of that spiritual comfort, which he felt was the sole property of another. "Let the woman of the house be called," said Harvey in the solemn key of his assumed character, "and let her come alone. The prisoner is in a happy train of meditation and must not be led from his devotions." Caesar sank his face between his hands, and when the soldier looked into the apartment, he thought he saw his charge in deep abstraction. Casting a glance of huge contempt at the divine, he called aloud for the good woman of the house. She hastened at the summons, with earnest zeal, entertaining a secret hope that she was to be admitted to the gossip of a deathbed repentance. "Sister," said the minister in the authoritative tones of a master, "have you in the house the Christian criminal's last moments, or thoughts on eternity, for them who die a violent death?" "I never heard of the book," said the matron in astonishment. "'Tis not unlikely. There are many books you have never heard of. It is impossible for this poor penitent to pass in peace without the consolations of that volume. 1 hour's reading in it is worth an age of man's preaching. Bless me, what a treasure to possess! When was it put out?" "It was first put out at Geneva in the Greek language, and then translated at Boston. It is a book, woman, that should be in the hands of every Christian, especially such as die upon the gallows. Have a horse prepared instantly for this black, who shall accompany me to my brother, and I will send down the volume yet in season. Brother, compose thy mind. You are now in the narrow path to glory." Caesar wriggled a little in his chair, but he had sufficient recollection to conceal his face with hands that were, in their turn, concealed by gloves. The landlady departed, to comply with this very reasonable request, and the group of conspirators were again left to themselves. "This is well," said the peddler, "but the difficult task is to deceive the officer who commands the guard. He is lieutenant to Lawton, and has learned some of the captain's own cunning in these things. Remember, Captain Wharton," continued he with an air of pride, "that now is the moment when everything depends on our coolness." "My fate can be made but little worse than it is at present, my worthy fellow," said Henry. but for your sake I will do all that in me lies." "And wherein can I be more forlorn and persecuted than I now am?" asked the peddler, with that wild incoherence which often crossed his manner. "But I have promised one to save you, and to him I have never yet broken my word." "And who is he?" said Henry, with awakened interest. "No one." The man soon returned, and announced that the horses were at the door. Harvey gave the captain a glance, and led the way down the stairs, first desiring the woman to leave the prisoner to himself, in order that he might digest the wholesome mental food that he had so lately received. A rumor of the odd character of the priest had spread from the sentinel at the door to his comrades, so that when Harvey and Wharton reached the open space before the building, they found a dozen idle dragoons loitering about with the waggish intention of quizzing the fanatic, and employed in affected admiration of the steeds. "A fine horse," said the leader in this plan of mischief, "but a little low in flesh, I suppose from hard labor in your calling." "My calling may be laborsome to both myself and this faithful beast, but then a day of settling is at hand, that will reward me for all my outgoings and incomings," said Birch, putting his foot in the stirrup and preparing to mount. "You work for pay, then, as we fight for it?" cried another of the party. "Even so is not the laborer worthy of his hire. Come, suppose you give us a little preaching. We have a leisure moment just now, and there's no telling how much good you might do a set of reprobates like us, in a few words. Here, mount this horse block, and take your text where you please." The men now gathered in eager delight around the peddler, who, glancing his eye expressively towards the captain, who had been suffered to mount, replied, "Doubtless, for such is my duty. But Caesar, you can ride up the road and deliver the note the unhappy prisoner will be wanting the book, for his hours are numbered." Aye, go along, Caesar, and get the book," shouted half a dozen voices, all crowding eagerly around the ideal priest, in anticipation of a frolic. The peddler inwardly dreaded that, in their unceremonious handling of himself and garments, his hat and wig might be displaced, when detection would be certain. He was therefore fain to comply with their request. Ascending the horse block, after hemming once or twice, and casting several glances at the captain, who continued immovable, he commenced as follows. "I shall call your attention, my brethren, to that portion of Scripture which you will find in the second book of Samuel, and which is written in the following words. And the king lamented over Abner, and said, Died Abner as a fool dieth. Thy hands were not bound, nor thy feet put into fetters, as a man falleth before wicked men, so fellest thou. And all the people wept again over him. Caesar, ride forward, I say, and obtain the book as directed. Thy master is groaning in spirit even now for the want of it." "An excellent text," cried the dragoons. Go on. Let the snowball stay. He wants to be edified as well as another." "What are you at there, scoundrels?" cried Lieutenant Mason, as he came in sight from a walk he had taken to sneer at the evening parade of the regiment of militia. "Away with every man of you to your quarters, and let me find that each horse is cleaned and littered, when I come round." The sound of the officer's voice operated like a charm, and no priest could desire a more silent congregation, although he might possibly have wished for one that was more numerous. Mason had not done speaking when it was reduced to the image of Caesar only. The peddler took that opportunity to mount, but he had to preserve the gravity of his movements, for the remark of the troopers upon the condition of their beasts was but too just, and a dozen dragoon horses stood saddled and bridled at hand, ready to receive their riders at a moment's warning. "Well, have you bidded the poor fellow within," said Mason, "that he can take his last ride under the curb of divinity, old gentleman?" "There is evil in thy conversation, profane man," cried the priest, raising his hands and casting his eyes upwards in holy horror. "So I will depart from thee unhurt, as Daniel was liberated from the lion's den. Off with you for a hypocritical, psalm-singing, canting rogue in disguise," said Mason scornfully. "By the life of Washington, it worries an honest fellow to see such voracious beasts of prey ravaging a country for which he sheds his blood. If I had you on a Virginia plantation for a quarter of an hour, I'd teach you to worm the tobacco with the turkeys. I leave you, and shake the dust off my shoes, that no remnant of this wicked whole may tarnish the vestments of the godly. Start, or I will shake the dust from your jacket, designing knave, a fellow to be preaching to my men." There's Hollister put the devil in them by his exhorting. The rascals were getting too conscientious to strike a blow that would raise the skin. But hold. Whither do you travel, Master Blackie, in such godly company? He goes, said the minister, hastily speaking for his companion, to return with a book of much condolence and virtue to the sinful youth above, whose soul will speedily become white, even as his outwards are black and unseemly. Would you deprive a dying man of the consolation of religion? No, no, poor fellow, his fate is bad enough. A famous good breakfast his prim body of an ant gave us. But harkee, Mr. Revelation, if the youth must die secundum arlem, let it be under a gentleman's directions, and my advice is that you never trust that skeleton of yours among us again, or I will take the skin off and leave you naked. Out upon thee for a reviler and scoffer of goodness, said Birch, moving slowly, and with a due observance of clerical dignity down the road, followed by the imaginary Caesar. But I leave thee, and that behind me that will prove thy condemnation, and take from thee a hearty and joyful deliverance. Damn him, muttered the trooper. The fellow rides like a stake, and his legs stick out like the cocks of his hat. I wish I had him below these hills, where the law is not over particular-eyed. Corporal of the guard, corporal of the guard, shouted the sentinel in the passage to the chambers. Corporal of the guard, corporal of the guard. The subaltern flew up the narrow stairway that led to the room of the prisoner, and demanded the meaning of the outcry. The soldier was standing at the open door of the apartment, looking in with a suspicious eye on the supposed British officer. On observing his lieutenant, he fell back with habitual respect, and replied, with an air of puzzled thought, I don't know, sir, but just now the prisoner looked queer. Ever since the preacher has left him, he don't look as he used to do, but, gazing intently over the shoulder of his officer, it must be him too. There is the same powdered head, and the darn in the coat, where he was hit the day we had the last brush with the enemy. And then all this noise is occasioned by your doubting whether that poor gentleman is your prisoner or not, is it, sirrah? Who the devil do you think it can be, else? I don't know who else it can be, returned the fellow sullenly, but he has grown thicker and shorter if it is he. And see for yourself, sir, he shakes all over like a man in an ague. This was but too true. Caesar was an alarmed auditor of this short conversation, and from congratulating himself upon the dexterous escape of his young master, his thoughts were very naturally beginning to dwell upon the probable consequences to his own person. The pause that succeeded the last remark of the sentinel in no degree contributed to the restoration of his faculties. Lieutenant Mason was busied in examining with his own eyes the suspected person of the black, and Caesar was aware of the fact, by stealing a look through a passage under one of his arms, that he had left expressly for the purpose of reconnoitering. Captain Lawton would have discovered the fraud immediately, but Mason was by no means so quick-sighted as his commander. He therefore turned rather contemptuously to the soldier and, speaking in an undertone, observed, That Anabaptist, Methodistical, Quaker, psalm-singing rascal has frightened the boy, with his farrago about flames and brimstone. I'll step in and cheer him with a little rational conversation. I have heard of fear making a man white, said the soldier, drawing back, and staring as if his eyes would start from their sockets, but it has changed the royal captain to a black. The truth was that Caesar, unable to hear what Mason uttered in a low voice, and having every fear aroused in him by what had already passed, incautiously removed the wig a little from one of his ears, in order to hear the better, without in the least remembering that its color might prove fatal to his disguise. The sentinel had kept his eyes fastened on his prisoner, and noticed the action. The attention of Mason was instantly drawn to the same object, and forgetting all delicacy for a brother officer in distress, or, in short, forgetting everything but the censure that might alight on his corps, the lieutenant sprang forward and seized the terrified African by the throat, for no sooner had Caesar heard his color named, than he knew his discovery was certain. And at the first sound of Mason's heavy boot on the floor, he arose from his seat, and retreated precipitately to a corner of the room. Who are you? Cried Mason, dashing the head of the old man against the angle of the wall at each interrogatory. Who the devil are you, and where is the Englishman? Speak, thou thundercloud. Answer me, you jackdaw, or I'll hang you on the gallows of the spy. Caesar continued firm. Neither the threats nor the blows could extract any reply, until the lieutenant, by a very natural transition in the attack, sent his heavy boot forward in a direction that brought it in direct contact with the most sensitive part of the Negro, his shin. The most obdurate heart could not have exacted further patience, and Caesar instantly gave in. The first words he spoke were, "Golly, massa, you tink I got no feelin'?" "By heavens," shouted the lieutenant, "it is the Negro himself. Scoundrel, where is your master, and who was the priest?" While speaking, he made a movement as if about to renew the attack, but Caesar cried aloud for mercy, promising to tell all that he knew. "Who was the priest?" repeated the dragoon, drawing back his formidable leg and holding it in threatening suspense. "Harvey, Harvey," cried Caesar, dancing from one leg to the other as he thought each member in turn might be assailed. "Harvey who, you black villain?" cried the impatient lieutenant as he executed a full measure of vengeance by letting his leg fly. "Birch!" shrieked Caesar, falling on his knees, the tears rolling in large drops over his shining face. "Harvey Birch!" echoed the trooper, hurling the black from him and rushing from the room. To arms, 50 guineas for the life of the peddler spy, give no quarter to either. Mount, mount, to arms, to horse." During the uproar occasioned by the assembling of the dragoons, who all rushed tumultuously to their horses, Caesar rose from the floor where he had been thrown by Mason and began to examine into his injuries. Happily for himself, he had alighted on his head and consequently sustained no material damage. Chapter 29. Away went Gilpin, neck or nought, away went hat and wig. He little dreamt, when he set out, of running such a rig. Cowper. The road which it was necessary for the peddler and the English captain to travel, in order to reach the shelter of the hills, lay, for a half-mile, in full view from the door of the building that had so recently been the prison of the latter. Running for the whole distance over the rich plain that spreads to the very foot of the mountains, which here rise in a nearly perpendicular ascent from their bases, it then turned short to the right, and was obliged to follow the windings of nature, as it won its way into the bosom of the highlands. To preserve the supposed difference in their stations, Harvey rode a short distance ahead of his companion and maintained the sober, dignified pace that was suited to his assumed character. On their right, the regiment of foot that we have already mentioned lay in tents, and the sentinels who guarded their encampment were to be seen moving with measured tread under the hills themselves. The first impulse of Henry was, certainly, to urge the beast he rode to his greatest speed at once, and by a coup de main not only accomplish his escape, but relieve himself from the torturing suspense of his situation. But the forward movement that the youth made for this purpose was instantly checked by the peddler. "Hold up!" he cried, dexterously reining his own horse across the path of the other. "Would you ruin us both? Fall into the place of a black, following his master. Did you not see their blooded chargers, all saddled and bridled, standing in the sun before the house? How long do you think that miserable Dutch horse you are on would hold his speed if pursued by the Virginians? Every foot that we can gain, without giving the alarm, counts a day in our lives. Ride steadily after me, and on no account look back. They are as subtle as foxes, aye, and as ravenous for blood as wolves." Henry reluctantly restrained his impatience and followed the direction of the peddler. His imagination, however, continually alarmed him with the fancied sounds of pursuit, though Birch, who occasionally looked back under the pretense of addressing his companion, assured him that all continued quiet and peaceful. "But," said Henry, "it will not be possible for Caesar to remain long undiscovered. Had we not better put our horses to the gallop, and by the time they can reflect on the cause of our flight, we can reach the corner of the woods?" "Ah, you little know them, Captain Wharton," returned the peddler. "There is a sergeant at this moment looking after us, as if he thought all was not right. The keen-eyed fellow watches me like a tiger lying in wait for his leap. When I stood on the horse block, he half suspected that something was wrong. Nay, check your beast. We must let the animals walk a little, for he is laying his hand on the pommel of his saddle. If he mounts, we are gone. The foot soldiers could reach us with their muskets." "What does he now?" asked Henry, reining his horse to a walk, but at the same time pressing his heels into the animal's sides to be in readiness for a spring. He turns from his charger and looks the other way. Now trot on gently, not so fast, not so fast. Observe the sentinel in the field. A little ahead of us, he eyes us keenly. "Never mind the footman," said Henry impatiently. "He can do nothing but shoot us, whereas these dragoons may make me a captive again. Surely, Harvey, there are horse moving down the road behind us. Do you see nothing particular?" "Humph!" ejaculated the peddler. "There is something particular indeed to be seen behind the thicket on our left. Turn your head a little, and you may see and profit by it too." Henry eagerly seized this permission to look aside, and the blood curdled to his heart as he observed that they were passing a gallows, which unquestionably had been erected for his own execution. He turned his face from the sight in undisguised horror. "There is a warning to be prudent," said the peddler, in the sententious manner that he often adopted. "It is a terrific sight indeed," cried Henry, for a moment veiling his eyes with his hand, as if to drive a vision from before him. The peddler moved his body partly around, and spoke with energetic but gloomy bitterness. "And yet, Captain Wharton, you see it where the setting sun shines full upon you. The air you breathe is clear, and fresh from the hills before you. Every step that you take leaves that hated gallows behind, and every dark hollow, and every shapeless rock in the mountains, offers you a hiding place from the vengeance of your enemies. But I have seen the gibbet raised, when no place of refuge offered. Twice have I been buried in dungeons where, fettered and in chains, I have passed nights in torture, looking forward to the morning's dawn that was to light me to a death of infamy. The sweat has started from limbs that seemed already drained of their moisture, and if I ventured to the hole that admitted air through grates of iron to look out upon the smiles of nature, which God has bestowed for the meanest of his creatures, the gibbet has glared before my eyes, like an evil conscience harrowing the soul of a dying man. 4 times have I been in their power, besides this last, but twice did I think my hour had come. It is hard to die at the best, Captain Wharton, but to spend your last moments alone and unpitied, to know that none near you so much as think of the fate that is to you the closing of all that is earthly, to think that, in a few hours, you are to be led from the gloom, which, as you dwell on what follows, becomes dear to you to the face of day, and there to meet all eyes fixed upon you, as if you were a wild beast, and to lose sight of everything amidst the jeers and scoffs of your fellow creatures, that, Captain Wharton, that indeed is to die." Henry listened in amazement, as his companion uttered this speech with a vehemence altogether new to him. Both seemed to have forgotten their danger and their disguises. "What? Were you ever so near death as that?" "Have I not been the hunted beast of these hills for 3 years past?" resumed Harvey. "And once they even led me to the foot of the gallows itself, and I escaped only by an alarm from the royal troops. Had they been a quarter of an hour later, I must have died. There was I placed in the midst of unfeeling men, and gaping women and children, as a monster to be cursed. When I would pray to God, my ears were insulted with the history of my crimes, and when, in all that multitude, I looked around for a single face that showed me any pity, I could find none, no, not even one. All cursed me as a wretch who would sell his country for gold. The sun was brighter to my eyes than common, but it was the last time I should see it. The fields were gay and pleasant, and everything seemed as if this world was a kind of heaven. Oh, how sweet life was to me at that moment. 'Twas a dreadful hour, Captain Wharton, and such as you have never known. You have friends to feel for you, but I had none but a father to mourn my loss when he might hear of it. But there was no pity, no consolation near to soothe my anguish. Everything seemed to have deserted me. I even thought that he had forgotten that I lived." "What? Did you feel that God himself had forgotten you, Harvey?" "God never forsakes his servants," returned Birch with reverence, and exhibiting naturally a devotion that hitherto he had only assumed. "And whom did you mean by he?" The peddler raised himself in his saddle to the stiff and upright posture that was suited to his outward appearance. The look of fire, that for a short time glowed on his countenance, disappeared in the solemn lines of unbending self-abasement, and speaking as if addressing a Negro, he replied, "In heaven there is no distinction of color, my brother. Therefore you have a precious charge within you that you must hereafter render an account of," dropping his voice. "This is the last sentinel near the road. Look not back, as you value your life." Henry remembered his situation and instantly assumed the humble demeanor of his adopted character. The unaccountable energy of the peddler's manner was soon forgotten in the sense of his own immediate danger, and with the recollection of his critical situation, returned all the uneasiness that he had momentarily forgotten. "What see you, Harvey?" he cried, observing the peddler to gaze towards the building they had left, with ominous interest. "What see you at the house?" "That which bodes no good to us," returned the pretended priest. "Throw aside the mask and wig. You will need all your senses without much delay. Throw them in the road. There are none before us that I dread, but there are those behind who will give us a fearful race." "Nay, then," cried the captain, casting the implements of his disguise into the highway, "let us improve our time to the utmost. We want a full quarter to the turn. Why not push for it at once? Be cool, they are in alarm, but they will not mount without an officer, unless they see us fly. Now he comes, he moves to the stables, trots briskly. A dozen are in their saddles, but the officer stops to tighten his girths. They hope to steal a march upon us. He is mounted. Now ride, Captain Wharton, for your life, and keep at my heels. If you quit me, you will be lost." A second request was unnecessary. The instant that Harvey put his horse to his speed, Captain Wharton was at his heels, urging the miserable animal he rode to the utmost. Birch had selected his own beast, and although vastly inferior to the high-fed and blooded chargers of the dragoons, still it was much superior to the little pony that had been thought good enough to carry Caesar Thompson on an errand. A very few jumps convinced the captain that his companion was fast leaving him, and a fearful glance thrown behind informed the fugitive that his enemies were as speedily approaching. With that abandonment that makes misery doubly grievous, when it is to be supported alone, Henry cried aloud to the peddler not to desert him. Harvey instantly drew up, and suffered his companion to run alongside of his own horse. The cocked hat and wig of the peddler fell from his head the moment that his steed began to move briskly, and this development of their disguise, as it might be termed, was witnessed by the dragoons, who announced their observation by a boisterous shout that seemed to be uttered in the very ears of the fugitives. So loud was the cry, and so short the distance between them. "Had we not better leave our horses," said Henry, "and make for the hills across the fields on our left? The fence will stop our pursuers." "That way lies the gallows," returned the peddler. "These fellows go 3 feet to our 2, and would mind the fences no more than we do these ruts. But it is a short quarter to the turn, and there are 2 roads behind the wood. They may stand to choose until they can take the track, and we shall gain a little upon them there." "But this miserable horse is blown already," cried Henry, urging his beast with the end of his bridle, at the same time that Harvey aided his efforts by applying the lash of a heavy riding whip he carried. "He will never stand it for half a mile farther." "A quarter will do, a quarter will do," said the peddler. "A single quarter will save us if you follow my directions." Somewhat cheered by the cool and confident manner of his companion, Henry continued silently urging his horse forward. A few moments brought them to the desired turn, and as they doubled round a point of low underbrush, the fugitives caught a glimpse of their pursuers scattered along the highway. Mason and the sergeant, being better mounted than the rest of the party, were much nearer to their heels than even the peddler thought could be possible. At the foot of the hills, and for some distance up the dark valley that wound among the mountains, a thick underwood of saplings had been suffered to shoot up, where the heavier growth was felled for the sake of the fuel. At the sight of this cover, Henry again urged the peddler to dismount and to plunge into the woods, but his request was promptly refused. The 2 roads before mentioned met at very sharp angles at a short distance from the turn, and both were circuitous, so that but little of either could be seen at a time. The peddler took the one which led to the left, but held it only a moment, for, on reaching a partial opening in the thicket, he darted across into the right-hand path and led the way up a steep ascent, which lay directly before them. This maneuver saved them. On reaching the fork, the dragoons followed the track and passed the spot where the fugitives had crossed to the other road before they missed the marks of the footsteps. Their loud cries were heard by Henry and the peddler as their wearied and breathless animals toiled up the hill, ordering their comrades in the rear to ride in the right direction. The captain again proposed to leave their horses and dash into the thicket. "Not yet, not yet," said Birch in a low voice. "The road falls from the top of this hill as steep as it rises. First let us gain the top." While speaking, they reached the desired summit, and both threw themselves from their horses, Henry plunging into the thick underwood, which covered the side of the mountain for some distance above them. Harvey stopped to give each of their beasts a few severe blows of his whip, that drove them headlong down the path on the other side of the eminence, and then followed his example. The peddler entered the thicket with a little caution, and avoided, as much as possible, rustling or breaking the branches in his way. There was but time only to shelter his person from view when a dragoon led up the ascent, and on reaching the height, he cried aloud, "I saw one of their horses turning the hill this minute." "Drive on, spur forward, my lads," shouted Mason. "Give the Englishman quarter, but cut down the peddler and make an end of him." Henry felt his companion grip his arm hard as he listened in a great tremor to this cry, which was followed by the passage of a dozen horsemen, with a vigor and speed that showed too plainly how little security their overtired steeds could have afforded them. "Now," said the peddler, rising from the cover to reconnoiter, and standing for a moment in suspense, "all that we gain is clear gain, for, as we go up, they go down. Let us be stirring." "But will they not follow us, and surround this mountain?" said Henry, rising and imitating the labored but rapid progress of his companion. "Remember, they have foot as well as horse, and at any rate, we shall starve in the hills." "Fear nothing, Captain Wharton," returned the peddler with confidence. "This is not the mountain that I would be on, but necessity has made me a dexterous pilot among these hills. I will lead you where no man will dare to follow. See, the sun is already setting behind the tops of the western mountains, and it will be 2 hours to the rising of the moon. Who, think you, will follow us far on a November night among these rocks and precipices?" "Listen!" exclaimed Henry. "The dragoons are shouting to each other. They miss us already." "Come to the point of this rock, and you may see them," said Harvey, composedly setting himself down to rest. "Nay, they can see us. Observe, they are pointing up with their fingers. There, one has fired his pistol, but the distance is too great even for a musket." "They will pursue us," cried the impatient Henry. "Let us be moving." "They will not think of such a thing," returned the peddler, picking the checkerberries that grew on the thin soil where he sat, and very deliberately chewing them, leaves and all, to refresh his mouth. What progress could they make here, in their heavy boots and spurs, and long swords? No, they may go back and turn out the foot, but the horse pass through these defiles when they can keep the saddle, with fear and trembling. Come, follow me, Captain Wharton. We have a troublesome march before us, but I will bring you where none will think of venturing this night." So saying, they both arose, and were soon hid from view amongst the rocks and caverns of the mountain. The conjecture of the peddler was true. Mason and his men dashed down the hill, in pursuit, as they supposed, of their victims, but, on reaching the bottom lands, they found only the deserted horses of the fugitives. Some little time was spent in examining the woods near them, and in endeavoring to take the trail on such ground as might enable the horse to pursue, when one of the party descried the peddler and Henry seated on the rock already mentioned. "He's off," muttered Mason, eyeing Harvey with fury. "He's off, and we are disgraced. By heavens, Washington will not trust us with the keeping of a suspected Tory if we let the rascal trifle in this manner with the corps. And there sits the Englishman, too, looking down upon us with a smile of benevolence. I fancy that I can see it. Well, my lad, you are comfortably seated, I will confess, and that is something better than dancing upon nothing. But you are not to the west of the Harlem River yet, and I'll try your wind before you tell Sir Henry what you have seen." "Shall I fire and frighten the peddler?" asked one of the men, drawing his pistol from the holster. "Aye, startle the birds from their perch. Let us see how they can use the wing." The man fired the pistol, and Mason continued, "'Fore George, I believe the scoundrels laugh at us. But homeward, or we shall have them rolling stones upon our heads, and the Royal Gazettes teeming with an account of a rebel regiment routed by 2 loyalists. They have told bigger lies than that, before now." The dragoons moved sullenly after their officer, who rode towards their quarters, musing on the course it behooved him to pursue in the present dilemma. It was twilight when Mason's party reached the dwelling, before the door of which were collected a great number of the officers and men, busily employed in giving and listening to the most exaggerated accounts of the escape of the spy. The mortified dragoons gave their ungrateful tidings with the sullen air of disappointed men, and most of the officers gathered round Mason to consult of the steps that ought to be taken. Miss Peyton and Francis were breathless and unobserved listeners to all that passed between them, from the window of the chamber immediately above their heads. Something must be done, and that speedily. observed the commanding officer of the regiment, which lay encamped before the house. This English officer is doubtless an instrument in the great blow aimed at us by the enemy lately. Besides, our honor is involved in his escape. "Let us beat the woods," cried several at once. "By morning we shall have them both again." "Softly, softly, gentlemen," returned the colonel. "No man can travel these hills after dark, unless used to the passes. Nothing but horse can do service in this business, and I presume Lieutenant Mason hesitates to move without the orders of his major." "I certainly dare not," replied the subaltern, gravely shaking his head, "unless you will take the responsibility of an order, but Major Dunwoody will be back again in 2 hours, and we can carry the tidings through the hills before daylight, so that by spreading patrols across, from one river to the other, and offering a reward to the country people, their escape will yet be impossible, unless they can join the party that is said to be out on the Hudson." "A very plausible plan," cried the colonel, "and one that must succeed, but let a messenger be dispatched to Dunwoody, or he may continue at the ferry until it proves too late, though doubtless the runaways will lie in the mountains tonight." To this suggestion Mason acquiesced, and a courier was sent to the major with the important intelligence of the escape of Henry, and an intimation of the necessity of his presence to conduct the pursuit. After this arrangement, the officers separated. When Miss Peyton and her niece first learned the escape of Captain Wharton, it was with difficulty they could credit their senses. They both relied so implicitly on the success of Dunwoody's exertions that they thought the act, on the part of their relative, extremely imprudent, but it was now too late to mend it. While listening to the conversation of the officers, both were struck with the increased danger of Henry's situation if recaptured, and they trembled to think of the great exertions that would be made to accomplish this object. Miss Peyton consoled herself and endeavored to cheer her niece with the probability that the fugitives would pursue their course with unremitting diligence, so that they might reach the neutral ground before the horse would carry down the tidings of their flight. The absence of Dunwoody seemed to her all important, and the artless lady was anxiously devising some project that might detain her kinsman, and thus give her nephew the longest possible time. But very different were the reflections of Frances. She could no longer doubt that the figure she had seen on the hill was Birch, and she felt certain that, instead of flying to the friendly forces below, her brother would be taken to the mysterious hut to pass the night. Frances and her aunt held a long and animated discussion by themselves when the good spinster reluctantly yielded to the representation of her niece, and folding her in her arms, she kissed her cold cheek, and fervently blessing her, allowed her to depart on an errand of fraternal love. Chapter 30. And here, forlorn and lost, I tread, with fainting steps and slow, where wilds immeasurably spread seem lengthening as I go. Goldsmith. The night had set in dark and chilling as Frances Wharton, with a beating heart but light step, moved through the little garden that lay behind the farmhouse which had been her brother's prison, and took her way to the foot of the mountain, where she had seen the figure of him she supposed to be the peddler. It was still early, but the darkness and the dreary nature of a November evening would, at any other moment, or with less inducement to exertion, have driven her back in terror to the circle she had left. Without pausing to reflect, however, she flew over the ground with a rapidity that seemed to bid defiance to all impediments, nor stopped even to breathe, until she had gone half the distance to the rock that she had marked as the spot where Birch made his appearance on that very morning. The good treatment of their women is the surest evidence that a people can give of their civilization, and there is no nation which has more to boast of, in this respect, than the Americans. Frances felt but little apprehension from the orderly and quiet troops who were taking their evening's repast on the side of the highway, opposite to the field through which she was flying. They were her countrymen, and she knew that her sex would be respected by the Eastern militia, who composed this body, but in the volatile and reckless character of the Southern horse she had less confidence. Outrages of any description were seldom committed by the really American soldiery, but she recoiled, with exquisite delicacy, from even the appearance of humiliation. When, therefore, she heard the footsteps of a horse moving slowly up the road, she shrank, timidly, into a little thicket of wood which grew around the spring that bubbled from the side of a hillock near her. The vidette, for such it proved to be, passed her without noticing her form, which was so enveloped as to be as little conspicuous as possible, humming a low air to himself, and probably thinking of some other fare that he had left on the banks of the Potomac. Francis listened anxiously to the retreating footsteps of his horse, and, as they died upon her ear, she ventured from her place of secrecy and advanced a short distance into the field, where, startled at the gloom and appalled with the dreariness of the prospect, she paused to reflect on what she had undertaken. Throwing back the hood of her cardinal, she sought the support of a tree and gazed towards the summit of the mountain that was to be the goal of her enterprise. It rose from the plain like a huge pyramid, giving nothing to the eye but its outlines. The pinnacle could be faintly discerned in front of a lighter background of clouds, between which a few glimmering stars occasionally twinkled in momentary brightness, and then gradually became obscured by the passing vapor that was moving before the wind, at a vast distance below the clouds themselves. Should she return, Henry and the peddler would most probably pass the night in fancied security upon that very hill, towards which she was straining her eyes, in the vain hope of observing some light that might encourage her to proceed. The deliberate, and what to her seemed cold-blooded, project of the officer for the recapture of the fugitives still rang in her ears, and stimulated her to go on, but the solitude into which she must venture, the time, the actual danger of the ascent, and the uncertainty of her finding the hut, or what was still more disheartening, the chance that it might be occupied by unknown tenants, and those of the worst description, urged her to retreat. The increasing darkness was each moment rendering objects less and less distinct, and the clouds were gathering more gloomily in the rear of the hill until its form could no longer be discerned. Francis threw back her rich curls with both hands on her temples in order to possess her senses in their utmost keenness, but the towering hill was entirely lost to the eye. At length she discovered a faint and twinkling blaze in the direction in which she thought the building stood, that, by its reviving and receding luster, might be taken for the glimmering of a fire. But the delusion vanished as the horizon again cleared, and the star of evening shone forth from a cloud, after struggling hard, as if for existence. She now saw the mountain to the left of the place where the planet was shining, and suddenly a streak of mellow light burst upon the fantastic oaks that were thinly scattered over its summit, and gradually moved down its side, until the whole pile became distinct under the rays of the rising moon. Although it would have been physically impossible for our heroine to advance without the aid of the friendly light, which now gleamed on the long line of level land before her, yet she was not encouraged to proceed. If she could see the goal of her wishes, she could also perceive the difficulties that must attend her reaching it. While deliberating in distressing incertitude, now shrinking with the timidity of her sex and years from the enterprise, and now resolving to rescue her brother at every hazard, Francis turned her looks towards the east, in earnest gaze at the clouds which constantly threatened to involve her again in comparative darkness. Had an adder stung her, she could not have sprung with greater celerity than she recoiled from the object against which she was leaning and which she for the first time noticed. The two upright posts, with a crossbeam on their tops, and a rude platform beneath, told but too plainly the nature of the structure. Even the cord was suspended from an iron staple, and was swinging to and fro in the night air. Francis hesitated no longer, but rather flew than ran across the meadow, and was soon at the base of the rock, where she hoped to find something like a path to the summit of the mountain. Here she was compelled to pause for breath, and she improved the leisure by surveying the ground about her. The ascent was quite abrupt, but she soon found a sheep path that wound among the shelving rocks and through the trees, so as to render her labor much less tiresome than it otherwise would have been. Throwing a fearful glance behind, the determined girl commenced her journey upwards. Young, active, and impelled by her generous motive, she moved up the hill with elastic steps, and very soon emerged from the cover of the woods into an open space of more level ground that had evidently been cleared of its timber for the purpose of cultivation. But either the war or the sterility of the soil had compelled the adventurer to abandon the advantages that he had obtained over the wilderness, and already the bushes and briars were springing up afresh, as if the plow had never traced furrows through the mold which nourished them. Francis felt her spirits invigorated by these faint vestiges of the labor of man, and she walked up the gentle acclivity with renewed hopes of success. The path now diverged in so many different directions that she soon saw it would be useless to follow their windings, and abandoning it, at the first turn, she labored forward towards what she thought was the nearest point of the summit. The cleared ground was soon passed, and woods and rocks, clinging to the precipitous sides of the mountain, again opposed themselves to her progress. Occasionally, The path was to be seen running along the verge of the clearing, and then striking off into the scattering patches of grass and herbage, but in no instance could she trace it upward. Tufts of wool hanging to the briars sufficiently denoted the origin of these tracks, and Francis rightly conjectured that whoever descended the mountain would avail himself of their existence to lighten the labor. Seating herself on a stone, the wearied girl again paused to rest and to reflect. The clouds were rising before the moon, and the whole scene at her feet lay pictured in softest colors. The white tents of the militia were stretched in regular lines immediately beneath her. The light was shining in the window of her aunt, who, Francis easily fancied, was watching the mountain, racked with all the anxiety she might be supposed to feel for her niece. Lanterns were playing about in the stable yard where she knew the horses of the dragoons were kept, and believing them to be preparing for their night march, she again sprang upon her feet and renewed her toil. Our heroine had to ascend more than a quarter of a mile farther, although she had already conquered 2/3 of the height of the mountain, but she was now without a path or any guide to direct her in her course. Fortunately, the hill was conical, like most of the mountains in that range, and by advancing upwards, she was certain of at length reaching the desired hut, which hung, as it were, on the very pinnacle. Nearly an hour did she struggle with the numerous difficulties that she was obliged to overcome, when, having been repeatedly exhausted with her efforts, and in several instances in great danger from falls, she succeeded in gaining the small piece of tableland on the summit. Faint with her exertions, which had been unusually severe for so slight a frame, she sank on a rock to recover her strength and fortitude for the approaching interview. A few moments sufficed for this purpose, when she proceeded in quest of the hut. All of the neighboring hills were distinctly visible by the aid of the moon, and Francis was able, where she stood, to trace the route of the highway from the plains into the mountains. By following this line with her eyes, she soon discovered the point whence she had seen the mysterious dwelling, and directly opposite to that point she well knew the hut must stand. The chilling air sighed through the leafless branches of the gnarled and crooked oaks, as with a step so light as hardly to rustle the dry leaves on which she trod, Francis moved forward to that part of the hill where she expected to find this secluded habitation, but nothing could she discern that in the least resembled a dwelling of any sort. In vain she examined every recess of the rocks, or inquisitively explored every part of the summit that she thought could hold the tenement of the peddler. No hut, nor any vestige of a human being could she trace. The idea of her solitude struck on the terrified mind of the affrighted girl, and approaching to the edge of a shelving rock, she bent forward to gaze on the signs of life in the vale, when a ray of keen light dazzled her eyes, and a warm ray diffused itself over her whole frame. Recovering from her surprise, Francis looked on the ledge beneath her, and at once perceived that she stood directly over the object of her search. A hole through its roof afforded a passage to the smoke, which, as it blew aside, showed her a clear and cheerful fire crackling and snapping on a rude hearth of stone. The approach to the front of the hut was by a winding path around the point of the rock on which she stood, and by this she advanced to its door. 3 sides of this singular edifice, if such it could be called, were composed of logs laid alternately on each other, to a little more than the height of a man, and the 4th was formed by the rock against which it leaned. The roof was made of the bark of trees, laid in long strips from the rock to its eaves. The fissures between the logs had been stuffed with clay, which in many places had fallen out, and dried leaves were made use of as a substitute to keep out the wind. A single window of 4 panes of glass was in front, but a board carefully closed it in such a manner as to emit no light from the fire within. After pausing some time to view this singularly constructed hiding place, for such Francis well knew it to be, she applied her eye to a crevice to examine the inside. There was no lamp or candle, but the blazing fire of dry wood made the interior of the hut light enough to read by. In one corner lay a bed of straw, with a pair of blankets thrown carelessly over it, as if left where they had last been used. Against the walls and rock were suspended, from pegs forced into the crevices, various garments, and such as were apparently fitted for all ages and conditions, and for either sex. British and American uniforms hung peaceably by the side of each other, and on the peg that supported a gown of striped calico, such as was the usual country wear, was also depending a well-powdered wig. In short, the attire was numerous and as various as if a whole parish were to be equipped from this one wardrobe. In the angle against the rock and opposite to the fire which was burning in the other corner was an open cupboard that held a plate or two, a mug, and the remains of some broken meat. Before the fire was a table, with one of its legs fractured and made of rough boards. These, with a single stool, composed the furniture, if we except a few articles of cooking. A book that by its size and shape appeared to be a Bible was lying on the table unopened. But it was the occupant of the hut in whom Francis was chiefly interested. This was a man sitting on the stool, with his head leaning on his hand, in such a manner as to conceal his features, and deeply occupied in examining some open papers. On the table lay a pair of curiously and richly mounted horseman's pistols, and the handle of a sheathed rapier, of exquisite workmanship, protruded from between the legs of the gentleman, one of whose hands carelessly rested on its guard. The tall stature of this unexpected tenant of the hut, and his form, much more athletic than that of either Harvey or her brother, told Frances, without the aid of his dress, that it was neither of those she sought. A close surtout was buttoned high in the throat of the stranger, and parting at his knees, showed breeches of buff, with military boots and spurs. His hair was dressed so as to expose the whole face, and, after the fashion of that day, it was profusely powdered. A round hat was laid on the stones that formed a paved floor to the hut, as if to make room for a large map, which, among the other papers, occupied the table. This was an unexpected event to our adventurer. She had been so confident that the figure twice seen was the peddler, that on learning his agency in her brother's escape, she did not in the least doubt of finding them both in the place, which, she now discovered, was occupied by another and a stranger. She stood, earnestly looking through the crevice, hesitating whether to retire, or to wait with the expectation of yet meeting Henry, as the stranger moved his hand from before his eyes, and raised his face, apparently in deep musing, when Frances instantly recognized the benevolent and strongly marked, but composed features of Harper. All that Dunwoodie had said of his power and disposition, all that he had himself promised her brother, and all the confidence that had been created by his dignified and paternal manner, rushed across the mind of Frances, who threw open the door of the hut, and falling at his feet, clasped his knees with her arms, as she cried, "Save him! Save him! Save my brother! Remember your promise, and save him." Harper had risen as the door opened, and there was a slight movement of one hand towards his pistols, but it was cool and instantly checked. He raised the hood of the cardinal, which had fallen over her features, and exclaimed with some uneasiness, "Miss Wharton, but you cannot be alone? There is none here but my God and you, and by his sacred name, I conjure you to remember your promise and save my brother." Harper gently raised her from her knees and placed her on the stool, begging her at the same time to be composed and to acquaint him with the nature of her errand. This Frances instantly did, ingenuously admitting him to a knowledge of all her views in visiting that lone spot at such an hour, and by herself. It was at all times difficult to probe the thoughts of one who held his passions in such disciplined subjection as Harper, but still there was a lighting of his thoughtful eye and a slight unbending of his muscles, as the hurried and anxious girl proceeded in her narrative. His interest, as she dwelt upon the manner of Henry's escape and the flight to the woods, was deep and manifest, and he listened to the remainder of her tale with a marked expression of benevolent indulgence. Her apprehensions that her brother might still be too late through the mountains seemed to have much weight with him, for as she concluded, he walked a turn or two across the hut, in silent musing. Frances hesitated and unconsciously played with the handle of one of the pistols, and the paleness that her fears had spread over her fine features began to give place to a rich tint, as, after a short pause, she added, "We can depend much on the friendship of Major Dunwoodie, but his sense of honor is so pure that notwithstanding his feelings, his desire to serve us, he will conceive it to be his duty to apprehend my brother again. Besides, he thinks there will be no danger in so doing, as he relies greatly on your interference." "On mine," said Harper, raising his eyes in surprise. "Yes, on yours. When we told him of your kind language, he at once assured us all that you had the power, and, if you had promised, would have the inclination to procure Henry's pardon." "Said he more?" asked Harper, who appeared slightly uneasy. "Nothing but reiterated assurances of Henry's safety. Even now he is in quest of you." "Miss Wharton, that I bear no mean part, in the unhappy struggle between England and America, it might now be useless to deny. You owe your brother's escape, this night, to my knowledge of his innocence, and the remembrance of my word. Major Dunwoody is mistaken when he says that I might openly have procured his pardon. I now, indeed, can control his fate, and I pledge to you a word which has some influence with Washington, that means shall be taken to prevent his recapture. But from you also I exact a promise that this interview, and all that has passed between us, remain confined to your own bosom, until you have my permission to speak upon the subject." Francis gave the desired assurance, and he continued, "The peddler and your brother will soon be here, but I must not be seen by the royal officer, or the life of Birch might be the forfeiture." "Never!" cried Francis ardently. "Henry could never be so base as to betray the man who saved him." "It is no childish game that we are now playing, Miss Wharton. Men's lives and fortunes hang upon slender threads, and nothing must be left to accident that can be guarded against. Did Sir Henry Clinton know that the peddler had communion with me, and under such circumstances the life of the miserable man would be taken instantly. Therefore, as you value human blood, or remember the rescue of your brother, be prudent and be silent. Communicate what you know to them both, and urge them to instant departure. If they can reach the last pickets of our army before morning, it shall be my care that there are none to intercept them. There is better work for Major Dunwoody than to be exposing the life of his friend." While Harper was speaking, he carefully rolled up the map he had been studying and placed it, together with sundry papers that were also open, into his pocket. He was still occupied in this manner, when the voice of the peddler, talking in unusually loud tones, was heard directly over their heads. "Stand farther this way, Captain Wharton, and you can see the tents in the moonshine. But let them mount and ride. I have a nest here that will hold us both, and we will go in at our leisure." "And where is this nest?" "I confess that I have eaten but little the last 2 days, and I crave some of the cheer you mention." "Hem," said the peddler, exerting his voice still more. "Hem, this fog has given me a cold, but move slow and be careful not to slip, or you may land on the bayonet of the sentinel on the flats. 'Tis a steep hill to rise, but one can go down it with ease." Harper pressed his finger on his lip to remind Francis of her promise, and, taking his pistols and hat, so that no vestige of his visit remained, he retired deliberately to a far corner of the hut, where, lifting several articles of dress, he entered a recess in the rock, and, letting them fall again, was hid from view. Francis noticed by the strong firelight as he entered that it was a natural cavity, and contained nothing but a few more articles of domestic use. The surprise of Henry and the peddler, on entering and finding Francis in possession of the hut, may be easily imagined. Without waiting for explanations or questions, the warm-hearted girl flew into the arms of her brother, and gave a vent to her emotions in tears. But the peddler seemed struck with very different feelings. His first look was at the fire, which had been recently supplied with fuel. He then drew open a small drawer of the table, and looked a little alarmed at finding it empty. "Are you alone, Miss Fanny?" he asked, in a quick voice. "You did not come here alone?" "As you see me, Mr. Birch," said Francis, raising herself from her brother's arms, and turning an expressive glance towards the secret cavern, that the quick eye of the peddler instantly understood. "But why and wherefore are you here?" exclaimed her astonished brother. "And how knew you of this place at all?" Francis entered at once into a brief detail of what had occurred at the house since their departure, and the motives which induced her to seek them. "But," said Birch, "why follow us here, when we were left on the opposite hill?" Francis related the glimpse that she had caught of the hut and peddler, in her passage through the Highlands, as well as her view of him on that day, and her immediate conjecture that the fugitives would seek the shelter of this habitation for the night. Birch examined her features as, with open ingenuousness, she related the simple incidents that had made her mistress of his secret, and, as she ended, he sprang upon his feet, and, striking the window with the stick in his hand, demolished it at a blow. "'Tis but little luxury or comfort that I know," he said, "but even that little cannot be enjoyed in safety. Miss Wharton," he added, advancing before Francis, and speaking with the bitter melancholy that was common to him, "I am hunted through these hills like a beast of the forest, but whenever, tired with my toils, I can reach this spot, poor and dreary as it is, I can spend my solitary nights in safety. Will you aid to make the life of a wretch still more miserable?" "Never," cried Francis with fervor. "Your secret is safe with me." "Mr. Dunwoodie," said the peddler, slowly, turning an eye upon her that read her soul. Frances lowered her head upon her bosom, for a moment in shame, then, elevating her fine and glowing face, she added with enthusiasm, "Never, never, Harvey, as God may hear my prayers." The peddler seemed satisfied, for he drew back, and watching his opportunity, unseen by Henry, slipped behind the screen and entered the cavern. Frances and her brother, who thought his companion had passed through the door, continued conversing on the latter's situation for several minutes, when the former urged the necessity of expedition on his part in order to precede Dunwoodie, from whose sense of duty they knew they had no escape. The captain took out his pocketbook and wrote a few lines with his pencil. Then, folding the paper, he handed it to his sister. "Frances," he said, "you have this night proved yourself to be an incomparable woman. As you love me, give that unopened to Dunwoodie, and remember that 2 hours may save my life." I will. But why delay? Why not fly and improve these precious moments?" "Your sister says well, Captain Wharton," exclaimed Harvey, who had re-entered unseen. "We must go at once. Here is food to eat as we travel." "But who is to see this fair creature in safety?" cried the captain. "I can never desert my sister in such a place as this." Leave me," said Francis. "I can descend as I came up. Do not doubt me. You know not my courage nor my strength." "I have not known you, dear girl, it is true, but now, as I learn your value, can I quit you here?" "Never, never." "Captain Wharton," said Birch, throwing open the door, "you can trifle with your own lives. If you have many to spare, I have but one, and must nurse it. Do I go alone, or not?" Go, dear Henry," said Francis, embracing him. "Go, remember our father, remember Sarah." She waited not for his answer, but gently forced him through the door, and closed it with her own hands. For a short time there was a warm debate between Henry and the peddler, but the latter finally prevailed, and the breathless girl heard the successive plunges as they went down the sides of the mountain at a rapid rate. Immediately after the noise of their departure had ceased, Harper reappeared. He took the arm of Frances in silence and led her from the hut. The way seemed familiar to him, for ascending to the ledge above them, he led his companion across the tableland tenderly, pointing out the little difficulties in their route and cautioning her against injury. Frances felt, as she walked by the side of this extraordinary man, that she was supported by one of no common stamp. The firmness of his step and the composure of his manner seemed to indicate a mind settled and resolved. By taking a route over the back of the hill, they descended with great expedition and but little danger. The distance it had taken Francis an hour to conquer was passed by Harper and his companion in 10 minutes, and they entered the open space already mentioned. He struck into one of the sheep paths, and, crossing the clearing with rapid steps, they came suddenly upon a horse, caparisoned for a rider of no mean rank. The noble beast snorted and pawed the earth as his master approached and replaced the pistols in the holsters. Harper then turned and, taking the hand of Frances, spoke as follows. "You have this night saved your brother, Miss Wharton. It would not be proper for me to explain why there are limits to my ability to serve him. But if you can detain the horse for 2 hours, he is assuredly safe. After what you have already done, I can believe you equal to any duty. God has denied to me children, young lady. But if it had been his blessed will that my marriage should not have been childless, such a treasure as yourself would I have asked from his mercy. But you are my child. All who dwell in this broad land are my children, and my care, and take the blessing of one who hopes yet to meet you in happier days." As he spoke, with a solemnity that touched Frances to the heart, he laid his hand impressively upon her head. The guileless girl turned her face towards him, and the hood again falling back, exposed her lovely features to the moonbeams. A tear was glistening on either cheek, and her mild blue eyes were gazing upon him in reverence. Harper bent and pressed a paternal kiss upon her forehead and continued, "Any of these sheep paths will take you to the plain, but here we must part. I have much to do and far to ride. Forget me in all but your prayers." He then mounted his horse, and lifting his hat, rode towards the back of the mountain, descending at the same time, and was soon hid by the trees. Frances sprang forward with a lightened heart, and taking the first path that led downwards, in a few minutes she reached the plain in safety. While busied in stealing through the meadows towards the house, the noise of horse approaching startled her, and she felt how much more was to be apprehended from man, in some situations, than from solitude. Hiding her form in the angle of a fence near the road, she remained quiet for a moment and watched their passage. A small party of dragoons whose dress was different from the Virginians passed at a brisk trot. They were followed by a gentleman, enveloped in a large cloak, whom she at once knew to be Harper. Behind him rode a black in livery, and two youths in uniform brought up the rear. Instead of taking the road that led by the encampment, they turned short to the left and entered the hills. Wondering who this unknown but powerful friend of her brother could be, Frances glided across the fields, and using due precautions in approaching the dwelling, regained her residence undiscovered and in safety. Chapter 31. Hence, bashful cunning, and prompt me, plain and holy innocence, I am your wife, if you will marry me. Tempest. On joining Miss Peyton, Frances learned that Dunwoody was not yet returned, although, with a view to relieve Henry from the importunities of the supposed fanatic, he had desired a very respectable divine of their own church to ride up from the river and offer his services. This gentleman was already arrived, and had been passing the half-hour he had been there, in a sensible and well-bred conversation with the spinster, that in no degree touched upon their domestic affairs. To the eager inquiries of Miss Peyton, relative to her success in her romantic excursion, Frances could say no more than that she was bound to be silent, and to recommend the same precaution to the good maiden also. There was a smile playing around the beautiful mouth of Frances, while she uttered this injunction, which satisfied her aunt that all was as it should be. She was urging her niece to take some refreshment after her fatiguing expedition, when the noise of a horseman riding to the door announced the return of the Major. He had been found by the courier who was dispatched by Mason, impatiently waiting the return of Harper to the ferry, and immediately flew to the place where his friend had been confined, tormented by 1,000 conflicting fears. The heart of Frances bounded as she listened to his approaching footsteps. It wanted yet an hour to the termination of the shortest period that the peddler had fixed as the time necessary to effect his escape. Even Harper, powerful and well-disposed as he acknowledged himself to be, had laid great stress upon the importance of detaining the Virginians during that hour. She, however, had not time to rally her thoughts before Dunwoody entered one door, as Miss Peyton, with the readiness of female instinct, retired through another. The countenance of Peyton was flushed, and an air of vexation and disappointment pervaded his manner. "'Twas imprudent, Frances, nay, it was unkind," he cried, throwing himself in a chair, "to fly at the very moment that I had assured him of safety. I can almost persuade myself that you delight in creating points of difference in our feelings and duties." "In our duties there may very possibly be a difference," returned his mistress, approaching and leaning her slender form against the wall, "but not in our feelings, Peyton. You must certainly rejoice in the escape of Henry. There was no danger impending. He had the promise of Harper, and it is a word never to be doubted. Oh, Frances! Frances, had you known the man, you would never have distrusted his assurance, nor would you have again reduced me to this distressing alternative." "What alternative?" asked Frances, pitying his emotions deeply, but eagerly seizing upon every circumstance to prolong the interview. "What alternative? Am I not compelled to spend this night in the saddle to recapture your brother, when I had thought to lay my head on its pillow, with the happy consciousness of having contributed to his release? You make me seem your enemy, I who would cheerfully shed the last drop of blood in your service. I repeat, Frances, it was rash, it was unkind, it was a sad, sad mistake." She bent towards him and timidly took one of his hands, while with the other she gently removed the curls from his burning brow. "Why go at all, dear Peyton?" she asked. "You have done much for your country, and she cannot exact such a sacrifice as this at your hand." "Frances, Miss Wharton," exclaimed the youth, springing on his feet and pacing the floor with a cheek that burned through its brown covering, and an eye that sparkled with wounded integrity. "It is not my country, but my honor, that requires the sacrifice. Has he not fled from a guard of my own corps? But for this, I might have been spared the blow. But if the eyes of the Virginians are blinded to deception and artifice, their horses are swift of foot and their sabers keen. We shall see before tomorrow's sun who will presume to hint that the beauty of the sister furnished a mask to conceal the brother. Yes, yes, I should like, even now, he continued, laughing bitterly, to hear the villain who would dare to surmise that such treachery existed. Peyton, dear Peyton, said Francis, recoiling from his angry eye, you curdle my blood, would you kill my brother? Would I not die for him? Exclaimed Dunwoodie, as he turned to her more mildly. You know I would, but I am distracted with the cruel surmise to which this step of Henry's subjects me. What will Washington think of me, should he learn that I ever became your husband? If that alone impels you to act so harshly towards my brother, returned Francis with a slight tremor in her voice, let it never happen for him to learn. And this is consolation, Francis. Nay, dear Dunwoodie, I meant nothing harsh or unkind, but are you not making us both of more consequence with Washington than the truth will justify? I trust that my name is not entirely unknown to the Commander-in-Chief, said the Major, a little proudly, nor are you as obscure as your modesty would make you. I believe you, Francis, when you say that you pity me, and it must be my task to continue worthy of such feelings. But I waste the precious moments. We must go through the hills tonight, that we may be refreshed in time for the duty of tomorrow. Mason is already waiting my orders to mount. Francis, I leave you with a heavy heart. Pity me, but feel no concern for your brother. He must again become a prisoner, but every hair of his head is sacred. Stop. Dunwoodie, I conjure you, cried Francis, gasping for breath as she noticed that the hand of the clock still wanted many minutes to the desired hour. Before you go on your errand of fastidious duty, read this note that Henry has left for you, and which, doubtless, he thought he was writing to the friend of his youth. Francis, I excuse your feelings, but the time will come when you will do me justice. That time is now, she answered, extending her hand, unable any longer to feign a displeasure that she did not feel. Where got you this note? Exclaimed the youth, glancing his eyes over its contents. Poor Henry, you are indeed my friend. If anyone wishes me happiness, it is you. He does, cried Francis eagerly. He wishes you every happiness. Believe what he tells you. Every word is true. I do believe him, lovely girl, and he refers me to you for its confirmation. Would that I could trust equally to your affections? You may, Peyton, said Francis, looking up with innocent confidence towards her lover. Then read for yourself and verify your words, interrupted Dunwoodie, holding the note towards her. Francis received it in astonishment and read the following. Life is too precious to be trusted to uncertainties. I leave you, Peyton, unknown to all but Caesar, and I recommend him to your mercy. But there is a care that weighs me to the earth. Look at my aged and infirm parent. He will be reproached for the supposed crime of his son. Look at those helpless sisters that I leave behind me without a protector. Prove to me that you love us all. Let the clergyman whom you will bring with you unite you this night to Francis, and become at once brother, son, and husband. The paper fell from the hands of Francis, and she endeavored to raise her eyes to the face of Dunwoodie, but they sank abashed to the floor. Am I worthy of this confidence? Will you send me out this night to meet my own brother? Or will it be the officer of Congress in quest of the officer of Britain? And would you do less of your duty because I am your wife, Major Dunwoodie? In what degree would it better the condition of Henry? Henry, I repeat, is safe. The word of Harper is his guarantee, but I will show the world a bridegroom, continued the youth, perhaps deceiving himself a little, who is equal to the duty of arresting the brother of his bride. And will the world comprehend this refinement? Said Francis with a musing air that lighted 1,000 hopes in the bosom of her lover. In fact, the temptation was mighty. Indeed, there seemed no other way to detain Dunwoodie until the fatal hour had elapsed. The words of Harper himself, who had so lately told her that openly he could do but little for Henry, and that everything depended upon gaining time, were deeply engraved upon her memory. Perhaps there was also a fleeting thought of the possibility of an eternal separation from her lover, should he proceed and bring back her brother to punishment. It is difficult at all times to analyze human emotions, and they pass through the sensitive heart of a woman with the rapidity and nearly with the vividness of lightning. Why do you hesitate, dear Francis? cried Dunwoodie, who was studying her varying countenance. "A few minutes might give me a husband's claim to protect you." Frances grew giddy. She turned an anxious eye to the clock, and the hand seemed to linger over its face, as if with intent to torture her. "Speak, Frances," murmured Dunwoodie. "May I summon my good kinswoman? Determined, for time presses." She endeavored to reply, but could only whisper something that was inaudible, but which her lover, with the privilege of immemorial custom, construed into assent. He turned and flew to the door, when his mistress recovered her voice. "Stop, Peyton. I cannot enter into such a solemn engagement with a fraud upon my conscience. I have seen Henry since his escape, and time is all important to him. Here is my hand. If, with this knowledge of the consequences of delay, you will not reject it, it is freely yours." "Reject it!" cried the delighted youth. "I take it as the richest gift of heaven. There is time enough for us all. 2 hours will take me through the hills, and by noon tomorrow I will return with Washington's pardon for your brother, and Henry will help to enliven our nuptials." "Then meet me here in 10 minutes, said Frances, greatly relieved by unburdening her mind, and filled with the hope of securing Henry's safety, "and I will return and take those vows which will bind me to you forever." Dunwoodie paused only to press her once to his bosom, and flew to communicate his wishes to the priest. Miss Peyton received the avowal of her niece with infinite astonishment and a little displeasure. It was violating all the order and decorum of a wedding to get it up so hastily and with so little ceremony. But Frances, with modest firmness, declared that her resolution was taken. She had long possessed the consent of her friends, and their nuptials, for months, had only waited her pleasure. She had now promised Dunwoodie, and it was her wish to comply. More she dare not say without committing herself, by entering into explanations that might endanger Birch or Harper or both. Unused to contention, and really much attached to her kinsman, the feeble objections of Miss Peyton gave way to the firmness of her niece. Mr. Wharton was too completely a convert to the doctrine of passive obedience and non-resistance to withstand any solicitation from an officer of Dunwoodie's influence in the rebel armies, and the maid returned to the apartment, accompanied by her father and aunt, at the expiration of the time that she had fixed. Dunwoodie and the clergyman were already there. Frances, silently, and without the affectation of reserve, placed in his hand the wedding ring of her own mother, and after some little time spent in arranging Mr. Wharton and herself, Miss Peyton suffered the ceremony to proceed. The clock stood directly before the eyes of Frances, and she turned many an anxious glance at the dial, but the solemn language of the priest soon caught her attention, and her mind became intent upon the vows she was uttering. The ceremony was quickly over, and as the clergyman closed the words of benediction, the clock told the hour of 9. This was the time that Harper had deemed so important, and Frances felt as if a mighty load was at once removed from her heart. Dunwoodie folded her in his arms, saluted the mild aunt again and again, and shook Mr. Wharton and the divine repeatedly by the hands. In the midst of the felicitation, a tap was heard at the door. It was opened, and Mason appeared. "We are in the saddle," said the lieutenant, "and with your permission I will lead on. As you are so well mounted, you can overtake us at your leisure." "Yes, yes, my good fellow. March," cried Dunwoodie, gladly seizing an excuse to linger. "I will reach you at the first halt." The subaltern retired to execute these orders. He was followed by Mr. Wharton and the divine. "Now, Peyton," said Frances, "it is indeed a brother that you seek. I am sure I need not caution you in his behalf, should you unfortunately find him." "Say fortunately," cried the youth, "for I am determined he shall yet dance at my wedding. Would that I could win him to our cause. It is the cause of his country, and I could fight with more pleasure, Frances, with your brother by my side." "Oh, mention it not. You awaken terrible reflections." "I will not mention it," returned her husband, "but I must now leave you. But the sooner I go, Frances, the sooner I shall return." The noise of a horseman was heard approaching the house, and Dunwoodie was yet taking leave of his bride and her aunt, when an officer was shown into the room by his own man. The gentleman wore the dress of an aide-de-camp, and the major at once knew him to be one of the military family of Washington. "Major Dunwoodie," he said, after bowing to the ladies, "the commander-in-chief has directed me to give you these orders." He executed his mission and, pleading duty, took his leave immediately. "Here, indeed," cried the Major, "is an unexpected turn in the whole affair. But I understand it. Harper has got my letter, and already we feel his influence." "Have you news affecting Henry?" cried Francis, springing to his side. "Listen, and you shall judge. Sir, upon the receipt of this, you will concentrate your squadron so as to be in front of a covering party which the enemy has sent up in front of his foragers by 10 o'clock tomorrow on the heights of Croton, where you will find a body of foot to support you. The escape of the English spy has been reported to me, but his arrest is unimportant, compared with the duty I now assign you. You will therefore recall your men, if any are in pursuit, and endeavor to defeat the enemy forthwith. Your obedient servant, George Washington." "Thank God," cried Dunwoodie. "My hands are washed of Henry's recapture. I can now move to my duty with honor." "And with prudence too, dear Peyton," said Francis with a face as pale as death. "Remember, Dunwoodie, you leave behind you new claims on your life." The youth dwelt on her lovely but pallid features with rapture, and, as he folded her to his heart, exclaimed, "For your sake I will, lovely innocent." Francis sobbed a moment on his bosom, and he tore himself from her presence. Miss Peyton retired with her niece, to whom she conceived it necessary, before they separated for the night, to give an admonitory lecture on the subject of matrimonial duty. Her instruction was modestly received, if not properly digested. We regret that history has not handed down to us this precious dissertation, but the result of all our investigation has been to learn that it partook largely of those peculiarities which are said to tincture the rules prescribed to govern bachelors' children. We shall now leave the ladies of the Wharton family and return to Captain Wharton and Harvey Birch. Chapter 32. Allow him not a parting word, short be the shrift and sure the cord, Rokeby. The peddler and his companion soon reached the valley, and after pausing to listen, and hearing no sounds which announced that pursuers were abroad, they entered the highway. Acquainted with every step that led through the mountains, and possessed of sinews inured to toil, Birch led the way, with the lengthened strides that were peculiar to the man and his profession. His pack alone was wanting to finish the appearance of his ordinary business air. At times, when they approached one of those little posts held by the American troops, with which the highlands abounded, he would take a circuit to avoid the sentinels, and plunge fearlessly into a thicket, or ascend a rugged hill, that to the eye seemed impassable. But the peddler was familiar with every turn in their difficult route, knew where the ravines might be penetrated, or where the streams were fordable. In one or two instances, Henry thought that their further progress was absolutely at an end, but the ingenuity or knowledge of his guide conquered every difficulty. After walking at a great rate for 3 hours, they suddenly diverged from the road, which inclined to the east, and held their course directly across the hills, in a due south direction. This movement was made, the peddler informed his companion, in order to avoid the parties who constantly patrolled in the southern entrance of the highlands, as well as to shorten the distance by traveling in a straight line. After reaching the summit of a hill, Harvey seated himself by the side of a little run, and opening a wallet that he had slung where his pack was commonly suspended, he invited his comrade to partake of the coarse fare it contained. Henry had kept pace with the peddler, more by the excitement natural to his situation than by the equality of his physical powers. The idea of a halt was unpleasant, so long as there existed a possibility of the horse getting below him in time to intercept their retreat through the neutral ground. He therefore stated his apprehensions to his companion, and urged a wish to proceed. "Follow my example, Captain Wharton," said the peddler, commencing his frugal meal. "If the horse have started, it will be more than man can do to head them, and if they have not, work is cut out for them that will drive all thoughts of you and me from their brains. You said yourself that 2 hours' detention was all important to us, and if we loiter here, of what use will be the advantage that we may have already obtained? The time is past, and Major Dunwoodie thinks little of following 2 men, when hundreds are waiting for him on the banks of the river." "Listen," interrupted Henry. "There are horse at this moment passing the foot of the hill. I hear them even laughing and talking to each other. Hist! There is the voice of Dunwoodie himself. He calls to his comrade in a manner that shows but little uneasiness. One would think that the situation of his friend would lower his spirits. Surely Francis could not have given him the letter." On hearing the first exclamation of the captain, Birch arose from his seat and approached cautiously to the brow of the hill, taking care to keep his body in the shadow of the rocks, so as to be unseen at any distance, and earnestly reconnoitered the group of passing horsemen. He continued listening until their quick footsteps were no longer audible, and then quietly returned to his seat, and with incomparable coolness resumed his meal. "You have a long walk, and a tiresome one, before you, Captain Wharton. You had better do as I do. You were eager for food at the hut above Fishkill, but traveling seems to have worn down your appetite. I thought myself safe then, but the information of my sister fills me with uneasiness, and I cannot eat." "You have less reason to be troubled now than at any time since the night before you were taken, when you refused my advice and an offer to see you in safety," returned the peddler. "Major Dunwoody is not a man to laugh and be gay when his friend is in difficulty. Come, then, and eat, for no horse will be in our way, if we can hold our legs for 4 hours longer, and the sun keeps behind the hills as long as common." There was a composure in the peddler's manner that encouraged his companion, and having once determined to submit to Harvey's government, he suffered himself to be persuaded into a tolerable supper, if quantity be considered without any reference to the quality. After completing their repast, the peddler resumed his journey. Henry followed in blind submission to his will. For 2 hours more they struggled with the difficult and dangerous passes of the Highlands without road or any other guide than the moon, which was traveling the heavens, now wading through flying clouds, and now shining brightly. At length they arrived at a point where the mountains sank into rough and unequal hillocks, and passed at once from the barren sterility of the precipices to the imperfect culture of the neutral ground. The peddler now became more guarded in the manner in which they proceeded, and took divers precautions to prevent meeting any moving parts of the Americans. With the stationary posts he was too familiar to render it probable he might fall upon any of them unawares. He wound among the hills and vales, now keeping the highways and now avoiding them, with a precision that seemed instinctive. There was nothing elastic in his tread, but he glided over the ground with enormous strides, and a body bent forward, without appearing to use exertion or know weariness. The moon had set, and a faint streak of light was beginning to show itself in the east. Captain Wharton ventured to express a sense of fatigue, and to inquire if they were not yet arrived at a part of the country where it might be safe to apply at some of the farmhouses for admission. "See here," said the peddler, pointing to a hill, at a short distance in the rear. "Do you not see a man walking on the point of that rock? Turn so as to bring the daylight in the range now. See, he moves, and seems to be looking earnestly at something to the eastward. That is a royal sentinel. 200 of the regular troops lay on that hill, no doubt sleeping on their arms." "Then," cried Henry, "let us join them, and our danger is ended." "Softly, softly, Captain Wharton," said the peddler dryly. "You've once been in the midst of 300 of them, but there was a man who could take you out. See you not yon dark body on the side of the opposite hill, just above the cornstalks? There are the rebels, since that is the word for us loyal subjects, waiting only for day to see who will be master of the ground." "Nay, then," exclaimed the fiery youth, "I will join the troops of my prince and share their fortune, be it good or be it bad." "You forget that you fight with a halter round your neck." "No, no, I have promised one whom I must not disappoint, to carry you safe in, and unless you forget what I have already done, and what I have risked for you, Captain Wharton, you will turn and follow me to Haarlem." To this appeal the youth felt unwillingly obliged to submit, and they continued their course towards the city. It was not long before they gained the banks of the Hudson. After searching for a short time under the shore, the peddler discovered a skiff that appeared to be an old acquaintance, and entering it with his companion, he landed him on the south side of the Croton. Here Birch declared they were in safety, for the royal troops held the Continentals at bay, and the former were out in too great strength for the light parties of the latter to trust themselves below that river on the immediate banks of the Hudson. Throughout the whole of this arduous flight, the peddler had manifested a coolness and presence of mind that nothing appeared to disturb. All his faculties seemed to be of more than usual perfection, and the infirmities of nature to have no dominion over him. Henry had followed him like a child in leading strings, and he now reaped his reward, as he felt a bound of pleasure at his heart on hearing that he was relieved from apprehension and permitted to banish every doubt of security. A steep and laborious ascent brought them from the level of the tidewaters to the high lands that form, in this part of the river, the eastern banks of the Hudson. Retiring a little from the highway, under the shelter of a thicket of cedars, the peddler threw his form on a flat rock and announced to his companion that the hour for rest and refreshment was at length arrived. The day was now opened, and objects could be seen in the distance with distinctness. Beneath them lay the Hudson, stretching to the south in a straight line as far as the eye could reach. To the north, the broken fragments of the highlands threw upwards their lofty heads, above masses of fog that hung over the water, and by which the course of the river could be traced into the bosom of hills whose conical summits were grouping together, one behind another, in that disorder which might be supposed to have succeeded their gigantic, but fruitless, efforts to stop the progress of the flood. Emerging from these confused piles, the river, as if rejoicing at its release from the struggle, expanded into a wide bay, which was ornamented by a few fertile and low points that jutted humbly into its broad basin. On the opposite or western shore, the rocks of Jersey were gathered into an array that has obtained for them the name of the Palisades, elevating themselves for many hundred feet, as if to protect the rich country in their rear from the inroads of the conqueror. But, disdaining such an enemy, the river swept proudly by their feet and held its undeviating way to the ocean. A ray of the rising sun darted upon the slight cloud that hung over the placid river, and at once the whole scene was in motion, changing and assuming new forms, and exhibiting fresh objects in each successive moment. At the daily rising of this great curtain of nature, at the present time, scores of white sails and sluggish vessels are seen thickening on the water, with that air of life which denotes the neighborhood to the metropolis of a great and flourishing empire. But to Henry and the peddler it displayed only the square yards and lofty masts of a vessel of war, riding a few miles below them. Before the fog had begun to move, the tall spars were seen above it, and from one of them a long pennant was feebly borne abroad in the current of night air that still quivered along the river. But as the smoke arose, the black hull, the crowded and complicated mass of rigging, and the heavy yards and booms, spreading their arms afar, were successively brought into view. "There, Captain Wharton," said the peddler. "There is a safe resting place for you. America has no arm that can reach you, if you gain the deck of that ship. She is sent up to cover the foragers, and support the troops. The Wrigler officers are fond of the sound of cannon from their shipping." Without condescending to reply to the sarcasm conveyed in this speech, or perhaps not noticing it, Henry joyfully acquiesced in the proposal, and it was accordingly arranged between them that as soon as they were refreshed, he should endeavor to get on board the vessel. While busily occupied in the very indispensable operation of breaking their fast, our adventurers were startled with the sound of distant firearms. At first a few scattering shots were fired, which were succeeded by a long and animated roll of musketry, and then quick and heavy volleys followed each other. "Your prophecy is made good," cried the English officer, springing upon his feet. "Our troops and the rebels are at it. I would give 6 months' pay to see the charge." "Umph," returned his companion, without ceasing his meal. "They do very well to look at from a distance. I can't say but the company of this bacon, cold as it is more to my taste just now than a hot fire from the Continentals. The discharges are heavy for so small a force, but the fire seems irregular." "The scattering guns are from the Connecticut militia," said Harvey, raising his head to listen. "They rattle it off finely and are no fools at a mark. The volleys are the Wriglers who, fire by word as long as they can." "I like not the warmth of what you call a scattering fire," exclaimed the captain, moving about with uneasiness. "It is more like the roll of a drum than skirmishers shooting." No, I said not scrimmagers," returned the other, raising himself upon a knee and ceasing to eat. "So long as they stand, they are too good for the best troops in the Royal Army. Each man does his work as if fighting by the job, and then they think while they fight and don't send bullets to the clouds that were meant to kill men on earth." "You talk and look, sir, as if you wish them success," said Henry sternly. "I wish success to the good cause only, Captain Wharton. I thought you knew me too well to be uncertain which party I favored." "Oh, you are reputed loyal, Mr. Birch, but the volleys have ceased." Both now listened intently for a little while, during which the irregular reports became less brisk, and suddenly heavy and repeated volleys followed. "They've been at the bayonet," said the peddler. "The Wriglers have tried the bayonet, and the rebels are driven." "Aye, Mr. Birch, the bayonet is the thing for the British soldier after all. They delight in the bayonet. "Well, to my notion," said the peddler, "there's but little delight to be taken in any such fearful weapon. I dare say the militia are of my mind, for half of them don't carry the ugly things. Lord, Lord, Captain, I wish you'd go with me once into the rebel camp and hear what lies the men will tell about Bunker Hill and Bergeen. You'd think they loved the bayonet as much as they do their dinners." There was a chuckle and an air of affected innocency about his companion that rather annoyed Henry, and he did not deign to reply. The firing now became desultory, occasionally intermingled with heavy volleys. Both of the fugitives were standing, listening with much anxiety, when a man, armed with a musket, was seen stealing towards them, under the shelter of the cedar bushes that partially covered the hill. Henry first observed this suspicious-looking stranger and instantly pointed him out to his companion. Birch started, and certainly made an indication of sudden flight, but recollecting himself, he stood, in sullen silence, until the stranger was within a few yards of them. "'Tis friends," said the fellow, clubbing his gun, but apparently afraid to venture nearer. "You had better retire," said Birch. "Here are rigglers at hand. We are not near Dunwoody's horse now, and you will not find me an easy prize today." "Damn Major Dunwoody and his horse," cried the leader of the Skinners, for it was he. "God bless King George and a speedy end to the rebellion, say I. If you would show me the safe way into the refugees, Mr. Birch, I'll pay you well, and ever after stand your friend in the bargain." "The road is as open to you as to me," said Birch, turning from him in ill-concealed disgust. "If you want to find the refugees, you know well where they lay." "Aye, but I am a little doubtful of going in upon them by myself. Now, you are well known to them all, and it will be no detriment to you just to let me go in with you." Henry here interfered, and after holding a short dialogue with the fellow, he entered into a compact with him that, on condition of surrendering his arms, he might join the party. The man complied instantly, and Birch received his gun with eagerness, nor did he lay it upon his shoulder to renew their march before he had carefully examined the priming and ascertained to his satisfaction that it contained a good, dry ball cartridge. As soon as this engagement was completed, they commenced their journey anew. By following the bank of the river, Birch led the way free from observation until they reached the point opposite to the frigate, when, by making a signal, a boat was induced to approach. Some time was spent and much precaution used before the seamen would trust themselves ashore, but Henry having finally succeeded in making the officer who commanded the party credit his assertions, he was able to rejoin his companions in arms in safety. Before taking leave of Birch, the captain handed him his purse, which was tolerably well supplied for the times. The peddler received it, and, watching an opportunity, he conveyed it, unnoticed by the Skinner, to a part of his dress that was ingeniously contrived to hold such treasures. The boat pulled from the shore, and Birch turned on his heel, drawing his breath, like one relieved, and shot up the hills with the strides for which he was famous. The Skinner followed, and each party pursued the common course, casting frequent and suspicious glances at the other, and both maintaining a most impenetrable silence. Wagons were moving along the river road, and occasional parties of horse were seen escorting the fruits of the inroad towards the city. As the peddler had views of his own, he rather avoided falling in with any of these patrols than sought their protection. But, after traveling a few miles on the immediate banks of the river, during which, notwithstanding the repeated efforts of the Skinner to establish something like sociability, he maintained a most determined silence, keeping a firm hold of the gun, and always maintaining a jealous watchfulness of his associate, the peddler suddenly struck into the highway, with an intention of crossing the hills towards Harlem. At the moment he gained the path, a body of horse came over a little eminence, and was upon him before he perceived them. It was too late to retreat, and after taking a view of the materials that composed this party, Birch rejoiced in the rencounter, as a probable means of relieving him from his unwelcome companion. There were some 18 or 20 men, mounted and equipped as dragoons, though neither their appearance nor manners denoted much discipline. At their head rode a heavy, middle-aged man, whose features expressed as much of animal courage, and as little of reason as could be desired for such an occupation. He wore the dress of an officer, but there was none of that neatness in his attire, nor grace in his movements, that was usually found about the gentlemen who bore the royal commission. His limbs were firm and not pliable, and he sat his horse with strength and confidence, but his bridle hand would have been ridiculed by the meanest rider amongst the Virginians. As he expected, this leader instantly hailed the peddler in a voice by no means more conciliating than his appearance. "Hey, my gentleman, which way so fast?" he cried. "Has Washington sent you down as spies?" "I am an innocent peddler," returned Harvey meekly, "and am going below to lay in a fresh stock of goods." "And how do you expect to get below, my innocent peddler? Do you think we hold the forts at King's Bridge to cover such peddling rascals as you, in your goings in and comings out?" "I believe I hold a pass that will carry me through," said the peddler, handing him a paper with an air of indifference. The officer, for such he was, read it, and cast a look of surprise and curiosity at Harvey when he had done. Then, turning to one or two of his men who had officiously stopped the way, he cried, "Why do you detain the man? Give way and let him pass in peace. But whom have we here? Your name is not mentioned in the pass." "No, sir," said the Skinner, lifting his hat with humility. "I have been a poor, deluded man who has been serving in the rebel army, but, thank God, I've lived to see the error of my ways, and am now come to make reparation by enlisting under the Lord's anointed." "Umph. A deserter, a Skinner, I'll swear, wanting to turn cowboy. In the last brush I had with the scoundrels, I could hardly tell my own men from the enemy. We are not over well supplied with coats, and as for countenances, the rascals change sides so often that you may as well count their faces for nothing. But trudge on, we will contrive to make use of you, sooner or later." Ungracious as was this reception, if you could judge of the Skinner's feelings from his manner, it nevertheless delighted him. He moved with alacrity towards the city, and really was so happy to escape the brutal looks and frightful manner of his interrogator, as to lose sight of all other considerations. But the man who performed the functions of orderly in the irregular troop rode up to the side of his commander, and commenced a close and apparently a confidential discourse with his principal. They spoke in whispers and cast frequent and searching glances at the Skinner, until the fellow began to think himself an object of more than common attention. His satisfaction at this distinction was somewhat heightened at observing a smile on the face of the captain, which, although it might be thought grim, certainly denoted satisfaction. This pantomime occupied the time they were passing a hollow, and concluded as they rose another hill. Here the captain and his sergeant both dismounted, and ordered the party to halt. The two partisans each took a pistol from his holster, a movement that excited no suspicion or alarm, as it was a precaution always observed, and beckoned to the peddler and the Skinner to follow. A short walk brought them to a spot where the hill overhung the river, the ground falling nearly perpendicularly to the shore. On the brow of the eminence stood a deserted and dilapidated barn. Many boards of its covering were torn from their places, and its wide doors were lying, the one in front of the building, and the other halfway down the precipice, whither the wind had cast it. Entering this desolate spot, the refugee officer very coolly took from his pocket a short pipe, which, from long use, had acquired not only the hue but the gloss of ebony, a tobacco box, and a small roll of leather that contained steel, flint, and tinder. With this apparatus, he soon furnished his mouth with a companion that habit had long rendered necessary to reflection. So soon as a large column of smoke arose from this arrangement, the captain significantly held forth a hand towards his assistant. A small cord was produced from the pocket of the sergeant and handed to the other. The refugee threw out vast puffs of smoke until nearly all of his head was obscured, and looked around the building with an inquisitive eye. At length he removed the pipe and, inhaling a draught of pure air, returned it to its domicile and proceeded at once to business. A heavy piece of timber lay across the girths of the barn, but a little way from the southern door, which opened directly upon a full view of the river as it stretched far away towards the Bay of New York. Over this beam the refugee threw one end of the rope, and, regaining it, joined the two parts in his hand. A small and weak barrel that wanted a head, the staves of which were loose, and at one end standing apart, was left on the floor, probably as useless. The sergeant, in obedience to a look from his officer, placed it beneath the beam. All of these arrangements were made with composure, and they now seemed completed to the officer's perfect satisfaction. "Come," he said coolly to the Skinner, who, admiring the preparations, had stood a silent spectator of their progress. He obeyed, and it was not until he found his neckcloth removed and hat thrown aside, that he took the alarm. But he had so often resorted to a similar expedient to extort information or plunder, that he by no means felt the terror an unpracticed man would have suffered at these ominous movements. The rope was adjusted to his neck with the same coolness that formed the characteristic of the whole movement, and a fragment of board being laid upon the barrel, he was ordered to mount. "But it may fall," said the Skinner, for the first time beginning to tremble. "I will tell you anything, even how to surprise our party at the pond, without all this trouble, and it is commanded by my own brother." "I want no information," returned his executioner, for such he now seemed really to be, throwing the rope repeatedly over the beam, first drawing it tight so as to annoy the Skinner a little, and then casting the end from him, beyond the reach of anyone. "This is joking too far," cried the Skinner in a tone of remonstrance, and raising himself on his toes, with the vain hope of releasing himself from the cord by slipping his head through the noose. But the caution and experience of the refugee officer had guarded against this escape. "What have you done with the horse you stole from me, rascal?" muttered the officer of the cowboys, throwing out columns of smoke while he waited for a reply. "He broke down in the chase," replied the Skinner quickly, "but I can tell you where one is to be found that is worth him and his sire." "Liar! I will help myself when I am in need. You had better call upon God for aid, as your hour is short." On concluding this consoling advice, he struck the barrel a violent blow with his heavy foot, and the slender staves flew in every direction, leaving the Skinner whirling in the air. As his hands were unconfined, he threw them upwards and held himself suspended by main strength. "Come, Captain," he said coaxingly, a little huskiness creeping into his voice, and his knees beginning to shake with tremor. "End the joke. 'Tis enough to make a laugh, and my arms begin to tire. I can't hold on much longer." "Harkee, Mr. Peddler," said the refugee, in a voice that would not be denied, "I want not your company. Through that door lies your road, march. Offer to touch that dog and you'll swing in his place, though 20 Sir Henrys wanted your services." So saying, he retired to the road with the sergeant, as the peddler precipitately retreated down the bank. Birch went no farther than a bush that opportunely offered itself as a screen to his person, while he yielded to an unconquerable desire to witness the termination of this extraordinary scene. Left alone, the Skinner began to throw fearful glances around, to espy the hiding places of his tormentors. For the first time, the horrid idea seemed to shoot through his brain that something serious was intended by the cowboy. He called entreatingly to be released, and made rapid and incoherent promises of important information, mingled with affected pleasantry at their conceit, which he would hardly admit to himself could mean anything so dreadful as it seemed. But as he heard the tread of the horses moving on their course, and in vain looked around for human aid, violent trembling seized his limbs, and his eyes began to start from his head with terror. He made a desperate effort to reach the beam, but, too much exhausted with his previous exertions, he caught the rope in his teeth, in a vain effort to sever the cord, and fell to the whole length of his arms. Here his cries were turned into shrieks. "Help! Cut the rope! Captain! Birch! Good peddler! Down with the Congress! Sergeant! For God's sake, help! Hurrah for the King! Oh God! Oh God! Mercy! Mercy! Mercy!" As his voice became suppressed, one of his hands endeavored to make its way between the rope and his neck, and partially succeeded, but the other fell quivering by his side. A convulsive shuddering passed over his whole frame, and he hung a hideous corpse. Birch continued gazing on this scene with a kind of infatuation. At its close he placed his hands to his ears and rushed towards the highway. Still the cries for mercy rang through his brain, and it was many weeks before his memory ceased to dwell on the horrid event. The cowboys rode steadily on their route, as if nothing had occurred, and the body was left swinging in the wind until chance directed the wandering footsteps of some lonely straggler to the place. Chapter 33. Green be the turf above thee, friend of my better days. None knew thee but to love thee, none named thee but to praise. Halleck. While the scenes and events that we have recorded were occurring, Captain Lawton led his small party, by slow and wary marches from the four corners to the front of a body of the enemy, where he so successfully maneuvered, for a short time, as completely to elude all their efforts to entrap him, and yet so disguised his own force as to excite the constant apprehension of an attack from the Americans. This forbearing policy on the side of the partisan was owing to positive orders received from his commander. When Dunwoody left his detachment, the enemy were known to be slowly advancing, and he directed Lawton to hover around them until his own return, and the arrival of a body of foot might enable him to intercept their retreat. The trooper discharged his duty to the letter, but with no little of the impatience that made part of his character when restrained from the attack. During these movements, Betty Flanagan guided her little cart with indefatigable zeal among the rocks of Westchester, now discussing with the sergeant the nature of evil spirits, and now combating with the surgeon sundry points of practice that were hourly arising between them. But the moment arrived that was to decide the temporary mastery of the field. A detachment of the eastern militia moved out from their fastnesses and approached the enemy. The junction between Lawton and his auxiliaries was made at midnight, and an immediate consultation was held between him and the leader of the foot soldiers. After listening to the statements of the partisan, who rather despised the prowess of his enemy, the commandant of the party determined to attack the British, the moment daylight enabled him to reconnoiter their position, without waiting for the aid of Dunwoody and his horse. So soon as this decision was made, Lawton retired from the building where the consultation was held, and rejoined his own small command. The few troopers who were with the captain had fastened their horses in a spot adjacent to a haystack, and laid their own frames under its shelter, to catch a few hours' sleep. But Dr. Sitgreaves, Sergeant Hollister, and Betty Flanagan were congregated at a short distance by themselves, having spread a few blankets upon the dry surface of a rock. Lawton threw his huge frame by the side of the surgeon, and folding his cloak about him, leaned his head upon one hand, and appeared deeply engaged in contemplating the moon as it waded through the heavens. The sergeant was sitting upright, in respectful deference to the surgeon, and the washerwoman was now raising her head, in order to vindicate some of her favorite maxims, and now composing it to sleep. "So, Sergeant," continued Sitgreaves, following up a previous position, "if you cut upwards, the blow, by losing the additional momentum of your weight, will be less destructive, and at the same time effect the true purpose of war, that of disabling your enemy." "Pooh, Sergeant dear," said the washerwoman, raising her head from the blanket. "Where's the harm of taking a life, just in the way of battle? Is it the Wrigglers who'll show favor and they fighting? Ask Captain Jack there if the country could get free, and the boys no strike their might. I wouldn't have them disparage the whiskey so much." "It is not to be expected that an ignorant female like yourself, Mrs. Flanagan," returned the surgeon, with a calmness that only rendered his contempt more stinging to Betty, "can comprehend the distinctions of surgical science. Neither are you accomplished in the sword exercise, so that dissertations upon the judicious use of that weapon could avail you nothing either in theory or in practice. It's hut little I care anyway for such botherment, but fighting is no play, and a body shouldn't be particular how they strike, or who they hit, so it's the enemy." "Are we likely to have a warm day, Captain Lawton?" "'Tis more than probable," replied the trooper. "These militia seldom fail of making a bloody field, either by their cowardice or their ignorance, and the real soldier is made to suffer for their bad conduct." "Are you ill, John?" said the surgeon, passing his hand along the arm of the captain, until it instinctively settled on his pulse, but the steady, even beat announced neither bodily nor mental malady. "Sick at heart, Archibald, at the folly of our rulers in believing that battles are to be fought and victories won by fellows who handle a musket as they would a flail, lads who wink when they pull a trigger and form a line like a hoop pole. The dependence we place on these men spills the best blood of the country." The surgeon listened with amazement. It was not the matter but the manner that surprised him. The trooper had uniformly exhibited on the eve of battle an animation and an eagerness to engage that was directly at variance with the admirable coolness of his manner at other times. But now there was a despondency in the tones of his voice and a listlessness in his air that was entirely different. The operator hesitated a moment to reflect in what manner he could render this change of service in furthering his favorite system, and then continued. "It would be wise, John, to advise the colonel to keep at long shot. A spent ball will disable." "No," exclaimed the trooper impatiently. "Let the rascals singe their whiskers at the muzzles of the British muskets, if they can be driven there, but enough of them. Archibald, do you deem that moon to be a world like this, containing creatures like ourselves?" "Nothing more probable, dear John. We know its size and, reasoning from analogy, may easily conjecture its use. Whether or not its inhabitants have attained to that perfection in the sciences which we have acquired must depend greatly on the state of its society, and in some measure upon its physical influences. I care nothing about their learning, Archibald, but 'tis a wonderful power that can create such worlds, and control them in their wanderings. I know not why, but there is a feeling of melancholy excited within me as I gaze on that body of light, shaded as it is by your fancied sea and land. It seems to be the resting place of departed spirits. "Take a drop, darling," said Betty, raising her head once more and proffering her own bottle. "'Tis the night damp that chills the blood, and then the talk with the cursed militia is no good for a fiery temper. Take a drop, darling, and you'll sleep till the morning. I fed Roanoke myself, for I thought ye might need hard riding the morrow." "'Tis a glorious heaven to look upon," continued the trooper in the same tone, disregarding the offer of Betty, "and 'tis 1,000 pities that such worms as men should let their vile passions deface such goodly work. You speak the truth, dear John. There is room for all to live and enjoy themselves in peace, if each could be satisfied with his own. Still, war has its advantages. It particularly promotes the knowledge of surgery, and—" "There is a star," continued Lawton, still bent on his own ideas, struggling to glitter through a few driving clouds. "Perhaps that too is a world, and contains its creatures endowed with reason like ourselves. Think you that they know of war and bloodshed?" "If I might be so bold," said Sergeant Hollister, mechanically raising his hand to his cap, "'tis mentioned in the good book that the Lord made the sun to stand still while Joshua was charging the enemy, in order, sir, as I suppose, that they might have daylight to turn their flank, or perhaps make a feint in the rear, or some such maneuver. Now, if the Lord would lend them a hand, fighting cannot be sinful. I have often been nonplussed, though, to find that they used them chariots instead of heavy dragoons, who are, in all comparison, better to break a line of infantry, and who, for the matter of that, could turn such wheel carriages, and getting into the rear, play the very devil with them, horse and all." "It is because you do not understand the construction of those ancient vehicles, Sergeant Hollister, that you judge of them so erroneously," said the surgeon. "They were armed with sharp weapons that protruded from their wheels, and which broke up the columns of foot, like dismembered particles of matter. I doubt not, if similar instruments were affixed to the cart of Mrs. Flanagan, that great confusion might be carried into the ranks of the enemy thereby, this very day. It's but little that the mare would go, and the Riglars firing at her," grumbled Betty, from under her blanket. "When we got the plunder, the time we drove them through the jarseys it was, I had to back the baste up to the dead. For the divil the foot would she move, fornint the firing, wid her eyes open. Roanoke and Captain Jack are good enough for the redcoats, letting alone myself and the mare." A long roll of the drums from the hill occupied by the British announced that they were on the alert, and a corresponding signal was immediately heard from the Americans. The bugle of the Virginians struck up its martial tones, and in a few moments both the hills, the one held by the royal troops and the other by their enemies, were alive with armed men. Day had begun to dawn, and preparations were making by both parties to give and to receive the attack. In numbers, the Americans had greatly the advantage, but in discipline and equipment the superiority was entirely with their enemies. The arrangements for the battle were brief, and by the time the sun rose the militia moved forward. The ground did not admit of the movements of horse, and the only duty that could be assigned to the dragoons was to watch the moment of victory and endeavor to improve the success to the utmost. Lawton soon got his warriors into the saddle, and leaving them to the charge of Hollister, he rode himself along the line of foot, who, in varied dresses and imperfectly armed, were formed in a shape that in some degree resembled a martial array. A scornful smile lowered about the lip of the trooper as he guided Roanoke with a skillful hand through the windings of their ranks, and when the word was given to march, he turned the flank of the regiment and followed close in the rear. The Americans had to descend into a little hollow and rise a hill on its opposite side to approach the enemy. The descent was made with tolerable steadiness until near the foot of the hill, when the royal troops advanced in a beautiful line, with their flanks protected by the formation of the ground. The appearance of the British drew a fire from the militia, which was given with good effect, and for a moment staggered the regulars. But they were rallied by their officers and threw in volley after volley with great steadiness. For a short time the fire was warm and destructive, until the English advanced with the bayonet. This assault the militia had not sufficient discipline to withstand. Their line wavered, then paused, and finally broke into companies and fragments of companies, keeping up at the same time a scattering and desultory fire. Lawton witnessed these operations in silence, nor did he open his mouth until the field was covered with parties of the flying Americans. Then, indeed, he seemed stung with the disgrace thus heaped upon the arms of his country. Spurring Roanoke along the side of the hill, he called to the fugitives in all the strength of his powerful voice. He pointed to the enemy and assured his countrymen that they had mistaken the way. There was such a mixture of indifference and irony in his exhortations that a few paused in surprise, more joined them, until, roused by the example of the trooper and stimulated by their own spirit, they demanded to be led against their foe once more. "Come on then, my brave friends," shouted the trooper, turning his horse's head towards the British line, one flank of which was very near him. "Come on and hold your fire until it will scorch their eyebrows." The men sprang forward and followed his example, neither giving nor receiving a fire until they had come within a very short distance of the enemy. An English sergeant, who had been concealed by a rock, enraged with the audacity of the officer who thus dared their arms, stepped from behind his cover and leveled his musket. "Fire and you die," cried Lawton, spurring his charger, which leaped forward at the instant. The action and the tone of his voice shook the nerves of the Englishman, who drew his trigger with an uncertain aim. Roanoke sprang with all his feet from the earth and, plunging, fell headlong and lifeless at the feet of his destroyer. Lawton kept his feet, standing face to face with his enemy. The latter presented his bayonet and made a desperate thrust at the trooper's heart. The steel of their weapons emitted sparks of fire, and the bayonet flew 50 feet in the air. At the next moment its owner lay a quivering corpse. "Come on!" shouted the trooper, as a body of English appeared on the rock and threw in a close fire. "Come on!" he repeated, and brandished his saber fiercely. Then his gigantic form fell backward, like a majestic pine yielding to the axe, but still, as he slowly fell, he continued to wield his saber, and once more the deep tones of his voice were heard uttering, "Come on!" The advancing Americans paused aghast, and turning, they abandoned the field to the royal troops. It was neither the intention nor the policy of the English commander to pursue his success, for he well knew that strong parties of the Americans would soon arrive. Accordingly, he only tarried to collect his wounded, and forming in a square, he commenced his retreat towards the shipping. Within 20 minutes of the fall of Lawton, the ground was deserted by both English and Americans. When the inhabitants of the country were called upon to enter the field, they were necessarily attended by such surgical advisors as were furnished by the low state of the profession in the interior at that day. Dr. Sitgreaves entertained quite as profound a contempt for the medical attendants of the militia as the captain did of the troops themselves. He wandered, therefore, around the field, casting many a glance of disapprobation at the slight operations that came under his eye. But when, among the flying troops, he found that his comrade and friend was nowhere to be seen, he hastened back to the spot at which Hollister was posted to inquire if the trooper had returned. Of course, the answer was in the negative. Filled with 1,000 uneasy conjectures, the surgeon, without regarding, or indeed without at all reflecting upon any dangers that might lie in his way, strode over the ground at an enormous rate, to the point where he knew the final struggle had been. Once before, the surgeon had rescued his friend from death in a similar situation, and he felt a secret joy in his own conscious skill as he perceived Betty Flanagan seated on the ground, holding in her lap the head of a man whose size and dress he knew could belong only to the trooper. As he approached the spot, the surgeon became alarmed at the aspect of the washerwoman. Her little black bonnet was thrown aside, and her hair, which was already streaked with gray, hung around her face in disorder. "John, dear John," said the doctor tenderly, as he bent and laid his hand upon the senseless wrist of the trooper, from which it recoiled with an intuitive knowledge of his fate. "John, where are you hurt? Can I help you?" "Ye talk to the senseless clay," said Betty, rocking her body, and unconsciously playing with the raven ringlets of the trooper's hair. "It's no more will he hear, and it's but little will he mind ye're probes and ye're medicines. Oak hone. And where will be the liberty now? Or who will there be to fight the battle, or gain the day?" "John," repeated the surgeon, still unwilling to believe the evidence of his unerring senses. "Dear John, speak to me. Say what you will, that you do but speak. O God, he is dead. Would that I had died with him." "There is but little use in living and fighting now," said Betty. "Both him and the baste. See, there is the poor cratur, and here is the master. I fed the horse with my own hands the day, and the last meal that he ate was of my own cooking. Oakhone, that Captain Jack should live to be killed by the Riglars." "John, my dear John," said the surgeon with convulsive sobs, "thy hour has come, and many a more prudent man survives thee, but none better nor braver. O John, thou wert to me a kind friend and very dear. It is unphilosophical to grieve, but for thee I must weep in bitterness of heart." The doctor buried his face in his hands and for several minutes sat yielding to an ungovernable burst of sorrow, while the washerwoman gave vent to her grief in words, moving her body in a kind of writhing and playing with different parts of her favorite dress with her fingers. "And who'll there be to encourage the boys now?" she said. "O Captain Jack, ye was the soul of the troop, and it was but little we knowed of the danger and ye fighting. Oak, he was no mally-mouthed, that quarrelled wid a widowed woman for the matter of a burn in the mate, or the want of a breakfast. Taste a drop, darling, and it may be, 'twill revive ye. Oak, and he'll niver taste again. Here's the doctor, honey, him ye used to blarney wid, waping as if the poor sow would die for ye. Oak, he's gone, and the liberty is gone with him." A thundering sound of horses' feet came rolling along the road which led near the place where Lawton lay, and directly the whole body of Virginians appeared, with Dunwoody at their head. The news of the captain's fate had reached him. For the instant that he saw the body, he halted the squadron, and dismounting, approached the spot. The countenance of Lawton was not in the least distorted, but the angry frown which had lowered over his brow during the battle was fixed even in death. His frame was composed and stretched as in sleep. Dunwoody took hold of his hand and gazed a moment in silence. His own dark eye kindled, and the paleness which had overspread his features was succeeded by a spot of deep red in either cheek. "With his own sword will I avenge him," he cried, endeavoring to take the weapon from the hand of Lawton, but the grasp resisted his utmost strength. "It shall be buried with him. Sitgreaves, take care of our friend, while I revenge his death." The major hastened back to his charger, and led the way in pursuit of the enemy. While Dunwoody had been thus engaged, the body of Lawton lay in open view of the whole squadron. He was a universal favorite, and the sight inflamed the men to the utmost. Neither officers nor soldiers possessed that coolness which is necessary to ensure success in military operations. They spurred after their enemies, burning for vengeance. The English were formed in a hollow square which contained their wounded, who were far from numerous, and were marching steadily across a very uneven country as the dragoons approached. The horse charged in column, and were led by Dunwoody, who, burning with revenge, thought to ride through their ranks and scatter them at a blow. But the enemy knew their own strength too well, and standing firm, they received the charge on the points of their bayonets. The horses of the Virginians recoiled, and the rear rank of the foot throwing in a close fire, the major, with a few men, fell. The English continued their retreat the moment they were extricated from their assailants, and Dunwoody, who was severely but not dangerously wounded, recalled his men from further attempts, which must be fruitless. A sad duty remained to be fulfilled. The dragoons retired slowly through the hills, conveying their wounded commander and the body of Lawton. The latter they interred under the ramparts of one of the Highland forts, and the former they consigned to the tender care of his afflicted bride. Many weeks were gone before the major was restored to sufficient strength to be removed. During those weeks, how often did he bless the moment that gave him a right to the services of his beautiful nurse. She hung around his couch with fond attention, administered with her own hands every prescription of the indefatigable Sitgreaves, and grew each hour in the affections and esteem of her husband. An order from Washington soon sent the troops into winter quarters, and permission was given to Dunwoody to repair to his own plantation, with the rank of lieutenant colonel, in order to complete the restoration of his health. Captain Singleton made one of the party, and the whole family retired from the active scenes of the war, to the ease and plenty of the major's own estate. Before leaving Fishkill, however, letters were conveyed to them, through an unknown hand, acquainting them with Henry's safety and good health, and also that Colonel Wellmere had left the continent for his native island, lowered in the estimation of every honest man in the Royal Army. It was a happy winter for Dunwoody, and smiles once more began to play around the lovely mouth of Francis. Chapter 34. Midst furs and silks and jewels' sheen he stood, in simple Lincoln green, the center of the glittering ring, and Snowdon's knight is Scotland's king, Lady of the Lake. The commencement of the following year was passed, on the part of the Americans in making great preparations, in conjunction with their allies, to bring the war to a close. In the South, Greene and Rawdon made a bloody campaign that was highly honorable to the troops of the latter, but which, by terminating entirely to the advantage of the former, proved him to be the better general of the two. New York was the point that was threatened by the Allied armies, and Washington, by exciting a constant apprehension for the safety of that city, prevented such reinforcements from being sent to Cornwallis as would have enabled him to improve his success. At length, as autumn approached, every indication was given that the final moment had arrived. The French forces drew near to the royal lines, passing through the neutral ground, and threatened an attack in the direction of King's Bridge, while large bodies of Americans were acting in concert. By hovering around the British posts and drawing nigh in the Jerseys, they seemed to threaten the royal forces from that quarter also. The preparations partook of the nature of both a siege and a storm, but Sir Henry Clinton, in the possession of intercepted letters from Washington, rested within his lines and cautiously disregarded the solicitations of Cornwallis for succor. It was at the close of a stormy day in the month of September that a large assemblage of officers was collected near the door of a building that was situated in the heart of the Americans' troops, who held the Jerseys. The age, the dress, and the dignity of deportment of most of these warriors indicated them to be of high rank, but to one in particular was paid a deference and obedience that announced him to be of the highest. His dress was plain, but it bore the usual military distinctions of command. He was mounted on a noble animal of a deep bay, and a group of young men in gayer attire evidently awaited his pleasure and did his bidding. Many a hat was lifted as its owner addressed this officer, and when he spoke, a profound attention, exceeding the respect of mere professional etiquette, was exhibited on every countenance. At length the general raised his own hat and bowed gravely to all around him. The salute was returned, and the party dispersed, leaving the officer without a single attendant, except his body servants and one aide-de-camp. Dismounting, he stepped back a few paces, and for a moment viewed the condition of his horse with the eye of one who well understood the animal, and then, casting a brief but expressive glance at his aide, he retired into the building, followed by that gentleman. On entering an apartment that was apparently fitted for his reception, he took a seat and continued for a long time in a thoughtful attitude, like one in the habit of communing much with himself. During this silence, the aide-de-camp stood in expectation of his orders. At length the general raised his eyes and spoke in those low, placid tones that seemed natural to him. "Has the man whom I wish to see arrived, sir?" "He waits the pleasure of your excellency." "I will receive him here, and alone, if you please." The aide bowed and withdrew. In a few minutes the door again opened, and a figure, gliding into the apartment, stood modestly at a distance from the general, without speaking. His entrance was unheard by the officer, who sat gazing at the fire, still absorbed in his own meditations. Several minutes passed when he spoke to himself in an undertone. "Tomorrow we must raise the curtain and expose our plans. May heaven prosper them." A slight movement made by the stranger caught his ear, and he turned his head and saw that he was not alone. He pointed silently to the fire toward which the figure advanced, although the multitude of his garments, which seemed more calculated for disguise than comfort, rendered its warmth unnecessary. A second mild and courteous gesture motioned to a vacant chair, but the stranger refused it with a modest acknowledgement. Another pause followed, and continued for some time. At length the officer arose, and opening a desk that was laid upon the table near which he sat, took from it a small, but apparently heavy bag. "Harvey Birch," he said, turning to the stranger, "the time has arrived when our connection must cease. Henceforth and forever we must be strangers." The peddler dropped the folds of the greatcoat that concealed his features, and gazed for a moment earnestly at the face of the speaker. Then dropping his head upon his bosom, he said, meekly, "If it be your Excellency's pleasure." "It is necessary. Since I have filled the station which I now hold, it has become my duty to know many men who, like yourself, have been my instruments in procuring intelligence. You have I trusted more than all. I early saw in you a regard to truth and principle that, I am pleased to say, has never deceived me. You alone know my secret agents in the city, and on your fidelity depend not only their fortunes but their lives." He paused, as if to reflect in order that full justice might be done to the peddler, and then continued. "I believe you are one of the very few that I have employed who have acted faithfully to our cause, and, while you have passed as a spy of the enemy, have never given intelligence that you were not permitted to divulge. To me, and to me only of all the world, you seem to have acted with a strong attachment to the liberties of America." During this address, Harvey gradually raised his head from his bosom until it reached the highest point of elevation. A faint tinge gathered in his cheeks, and, as the officer concluded, it was diffused over his whole countenance in a deep glow, while he stood proudly swelling with his emotions, but with eyes that sought the feet of the speaker. "It is now my duty to pay you for these services. Hitherto you have postponed receiving your reward, and the debt has become a heavy one. I wish not to undervalue your dangers. Here are 100 doubloons. Remember the poverty of our country, and attribute to it the smallness of your pay." The peddler raised his eyes to the countenance of the speaker, but, as the other held forth the money, he moved back, as if refusing the bag. "It is not much for your services and risks, I acknowledge," continued the general, "but it is all that I have to offer. Hereafter, it may be in my power to increase it. Does your Excellency think that I have exposed my life and blasted my character for money? If not for money, what then? What has brought your Excellency into the field? For what do you daily and hourly expose your precious life to battle and the halter? What is there about me to mourn, when such men as you risk their all for our country? No, 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 not a dollar of your gold will I touch. Poor America has need of it all." The bag dropped from the hand of the officer and fell at the feet of the peddler, where it lay neglected during the remainder of the interview. The officer looked steadily at the face of his companion and continued, "There are many motives which might govern me, that to you are unknown. Our situations are different. I am known as the leader of armies, but you must descend into the grave with the reputation of a foe to your native land. Remember that the veil which conceals your true character cannot be raised in years, perhaps never." Birch again lowered his face, but there was no yielding of the soul in the movement. "You will soon be old. The prime of your days is already past. What have you to subsist on?" "These," said the peddler, stretching forth his hands, that were already embrowned with toil. "But those may fail you. Take enough to secure a support to your age. Remember your risks and cares. I have told you that the characters of men who are much esteemed in life depend on your secrecy. What pledge can I give them of your fidelity?" "Tell them," said Birch, advancing and unconsciously resting one foot on the bag. "Tell them that I would not take the gold." The composed features of the officer relaxed into a smile of benevolence, and he grasped the hand of the peddler firmly. "Now, indeed, I know you, and although the same reasons which have hitherto compelled me to expose your valuable life will still exist and prevent my openly asserting your character, in private I can always be your friend. Fail not to apply to me when in want or suffering, and so long as God giveth to me, so long will I freely share with a man who feels so nobly and acts so well. If sickness or want should ever assail you and peace once more smile upon our efforts, seek the gate of him whom you have so often met as Harper, and he will not blush to acknowledge you." "It is little that I need in this life," said Harvey. "So long as God gives me health and honest industry, I can never want in this country. But to know that your Excellency is my friend is a blessing that I prize more than all the gold of England's treasury." The officer stood for a few moments in the attitude of intense thought. He then drew to him the desk and wrote a few lines on a piece of paper and gave it to the peddler. "That Providence destines this country to some great and glorious fate I must believe, while I witness the patriotism that pervades the bosoms of her lowest citizens," he said. "It must be dreadful to a mind like yours to descend into the grave, branded as a foe to liberty, but you already know the lives that would be sacrificed should your real character be revealed." It is impossible to do you justice now, but I fearlessly entrust you with this certificate. Should we never meet again, it may be serviceable to your children." "Children," exclaimed the peddler. "Can I give to a family the infamy of my name?" The officer gazed at the strong emotion he exhibited with pain, and he made a slight movement towards the gold, but it was arrested by the expression of his companion's face. Harvey saw the intention and shook his head as he continued more mildly. "It is, indeed, a treasure that Your Excellency gives me. It is safe, too. There are men living who could say that my life was nothing to me compared to your secrets. The paper that I told you was lost I swallowed when taken last by the Virginians. It was the only time I ever deceived Your Excellency, and it shall be the last. Yes, this is, indeed, a treasure to me, perhaps," he continued, with a melancholy smile. "It may be known after my death who was my friend, but if it should not, there are none to grieve for me. Remember," said the officer with strong emotion, "that in me you will always have a secret friend, but openly I cannot know you." I know it, said Birch. "I knew it when I took the service. 'Tis probably the last time that I shall ever see Your Excellency. May God pour down His choicest blessings on your head." He paused and moved towards the door. The officer followed him with eyes that expressed deep interest. Once more the peddler turned and seemed to gaze on the placid, but commanding features of the general with regret and reverence, and, bowing low, he withdrew. The armies of America and France were led by their illustrious commander against the enemy under Cornwallis, and terminated a campaign in triumph that had commenced in difficulties. Great Britain soon after became disgusted with the war, and the state's independence was acknowledged. As years rolled by, it became a subject of pride among the different actors in the war and their descendants to boast of their efforts in the cause which had confessedly heaped so many blessings upon their country. But the name of Harvey Birch died away among the multitude of agents who were thought to have labored in secret against the rights of their countrymen. His image, however, was often present to the mind of the powerful chief, who alone knew his true character, and several times did he cause secret inquiries to be made into the other's fate, one of which only resulted in any success. By this he learned that a peddler of a different name but similar appearance was toiling through the new settlements that were springing up in every direction, and that he was struggling with the advance of years and apparent poverty. Death prevented further inquiries on the part of the officer, and a long period passed before he was again heard of. Chapter 35. Some village Hampton that with dauntless breast the village tyrant of his fields withstood, some mute inglorious Milton here may rest, some Cromwell guiltless of his country's blood. Gray. It was 33 years after the interview which we have just related that an American army was once more arrayed against the troops of England, but the scene was transferred from Hudson's banks to those of the Niagara. The body of Washington had long lain moldering in the tomb, but as time was fast obliterating the slight impressions of political enmity or personal envy, his name was hourly receiving new luster, and his worth and integrity each moment became more visible, not only to his countrymen, but to the world. He was already the acknowledged hero of an age of reason and truth, and many a young heart amongst those who formed the pride of our army in 1814 was glowing with the recollection of the one great name of America, and inwardly beating with the sanguine expectation of emulating, in some degree, its renown. In no one were these virtuous hopes more vivid than in the bosom of a young officer who stood on the Table Rock, contemplating the Great Cataract, on the evening of the 25th of July of that bloody year. The person of this youth was tall and finely molded, indicating a just proportion between strength and activity. His deep black eyes were of a searching and dazzling brightness. At times, as they gazed upon the flood of waters that rushed tumultuously at his feet, there was a stern and daring look that flashed from them, which denoted the ardor of an enthusiast. But this proud expression was softened by the lines of a mouth around which there played a suppressed archness that partook of feminine beauty. His hair shone in the setting sun like ringlets of gold, as the air from the falls gently moved the rich curls from a forehead whose whiteness showed that exposure and heat alone had given their darker hue to a face glowing with health. There was another officer standing by the side of this favored youth, and both seemed, by the interest they betrayed, to be gazing for the first time at the wonder of the Western world. A profound silence was observed by each, until the companion of the officer that we have described suddenly started, and pointing eagerly with his sword into the abyss beneath, exclaimed, "See, Wharton, there is a man crossing in the very eddies of the cataract, and in a skiff no bigger than an eggshell." "He has a knapsack, it is probably a soldier," returned the other. "Let us meet him at the ladder, Mason, and learn his tidings." Some time was expended in reaching the spot where the adventurer was intercepted. Contrary to the expectations of the young soldiers, he proved to be a man far advanced in life, and evidently no follower of the camp. His years might be 70, and they were indicated more by the thin hairs of silver that lay scattered over his wrinkled brow than by any apparent failure of his system. His frame was meager and bent, but it was the attitude of habit, for his sinews were strung with the toil of half a century. His dress was mean, and manifested the economy of its owner by the number and nature of its repairs. On his back was a scantily furnished pack that had led to the mistake in his profession. A few words of salutation and, on the part of the young men, of surprise that one so aged should venture so near the whirlpools of the cataract, were exchanged, when the old man inquired, with a voice that began to manifest the tremor of age, the news from the contending armies. "We whipped the redcoats here the other day, among the grass on the Chippewa plains," said the one who was called Mason. "Since when, we have been playing hide-and-go-seek with the ships, but we are now marching back from where we started, shaking our heads, and as surly as the devil." "Perhaps you have a son among the soldiers," said his companion with a milder demeanor and an air of kindness. "If so, tell me his name and regiment, and I will take you to him." The old man shook his head and, passing his hand over his silver locks with an air of meek resignation, he answered, "No, I am alone in the world." "You should have added Captain Dunwoody," cried his careless comrade, "if you could find either, for nearly half our army has marched down the road, and may be by this time under the walls of Fort George, for anything that we know to the contrary." The old man stopped suddenly, and looked earnestly from one of his companions to the other. The action being observed by the soldiers, they paused also. "Did I hear right?" the stranger uttered, raising his hand to screen his eyes from the rays of the setting sun. "What did he call you?" "My name is Wharton Dunwoody," replied the youth, smiling. The stranger motioned silently for him to remove his hat, which the youth did accordingly, and his fair hair blew aside like curls of silk, and opened the whole of his ingenuous countenance to the inspection of the other. "'Tis like our native land," exclaimed the old man with vehemence, improving with time. "God has blessed both." "Why do you stare thus, Lieutenant Mason?" cried Captain Dunwoody, laughing a little. "You show more astonishment than when you saw the falls." "Oh, the falls. They are a thing to be looked at on a moonshiny night, by your Aunt Sarah and that gay old bachelor, Colonel Singleton. But a fellow like myself never shows surprise, unless it may be at such a touch as this." The extraordinary vehemence of the stranger's manner had passed away as suddenly as it was exhibited. But he listened to this speech with deep interest, while Dunwoody replied, a little gravely, "Come, come, Tom. No jokes about my good aunt, I beg. She is kindness itself, and I have heard it whispered that her youth was not altogether happy." "Why, as to rumor," said Mason, "there goes one in a Comac, that Colonel Singleton offers himself to her regularly every Valentine's Day. And there are some who add that your old great-aunt helps his suit." "Aunt Jeanette," said Dunwoody, laughing. "Dear, good soul, she thinks but little of marriage in any shape, I believe, since the death of Dr. Sitgreaves. There were some whispers of a courtship between them formerly, but it ended in nothing but civilities, and I suspect that the whole story arises from the intimacy of Colonel Singleton and my father. You know they were comrades in the horse, as indeed was your own father. I know all that, of course, but you must not tell me that the particular, prim bachelor goes so often to General Dunwoody's plantation merely for the sake of talking old soldier with your father. The last time I was there, that yellow, sharp-nosed housekeeper of your mother's took me into the pantry and said that the colonel was no despisable match, as she called it, and how the sale of his plantation in Georgia had brought him, oh Lord, I don't know how much." "Quite likely," returned the captain. "Katie Haynes is no bad calculator." They had stopped during this conversation in uncertainty whether their new companion was to be left or not. The old man listened to each word as it was uttered, with the most intense interest, but, towards the conclusion of the dialogue, The earnest attention of his countenance changed to a kind of inward smile. He shook his head, and passing his hands over his forehead, seemed to be thinking of other times. Mason paid but little attention to the expression of his features, and continued. To me, she is selfishness embodied. Her selfishness does but little harm, returned Dunwoodie. One of her greatest difficulties is her aversion to the blacks. She says that she never saw but one she liked. And who was he? His name was Caesar. He was a house servant of my late grandfather Wharton. You don't remember him, I believe. He died the same year with his master, while we were children. Katie yearly sings his requiem, and, upon my word, I believe he deserved it. I have heard something of his helping my English uncle, as we call General Wharton, in some difficulty that occurred in the old war. My mother always speaks of him with great affection. Both Caesar and Katie came to Virginia with my mother when she married. My mother was an angel, interrupted the old man, in a voice that startled the young soldiers by its abruptness and energy. Did you know her? Cried the son, with a glow of pleasure on his cheek. The reply of the stranger was interrupted by sudden and heavy explosions of artillery, which were immediately followed by continued volleys of small arms, and in a few minutes the air was filled with the tumult of a warm and well-contested battle. The two soldiers hastened with precipitation towards the camp, accompanied by their new acquaintance. The excitement and anxiety created by the approaching fight prevented a continuance of the conversation, and the three held their way to the army, making occasional conjectures on the cause of the fire and the probability of a general engagement. During their short and hurried walk, Captain Dunwoodie, however, threw several friendly glances at the old man, who moved over the ground with astonishing energy for his years, for the heart of the youth was warmed by an eulogium on a mother that he adored. In a short time they joined the regiment to which the officers belonged, when the captain, squeezing the stranger's hand, earnestly begged that he would make inquiries after him on the following morning, and that he might see him in his own tent. Here they separated. Everything in the American camp announced an approaching struggle. At a distance of a few miles, the sound of cannon and musketry was heard above the roar of the cataract. The troops were soon in motion, and a movement made to support the division of the army which was already engaged. Night had set in before the reserve and irregulars reached the foot of Lundy's Lane, a road that diverged from the river and crossed a conical eminence, at no great distance from the Niagara Highway. The summit of this hill was crowned with the cannon of the British, and in the flat beneath was the remnant of Scott's gallant brigade, which for a long time had held an unequal contest with distinguished bravery. A new line was interposed, and one column of the Americans directed to charge up the hill, parallel to the road. This column took the English in flank and, bayoneting their artillerists, gained possession of the cannon. They were immediately joined by their comrades, and the enemy was swept from the hill. But large reinforcements were joining the English general momentarily, and their troops were too brave to rest easy under the defeat. Repeated and bloody charges were made to recover the guns, but in all they were repulsed with slaughter. During the last of these struggles, the ardor of the youthful captain whom we have mentioned urged him to lead his men some distance in advance, to scatter a daring party of the enemy. He succeeded, but in returning to the line missed his lieutenant from the station that he ought to have occupied. Soon after this repulse, which was the last, orders were given to the shattered troops to return to the camp. The British were nowhere to be seen, and preparations were made to take in such of the wounded as could be moved. At this moment Wharton Dunwoodie, impelled by affection for his friend, seized a lighted fusee, and taking 2 of his men went himself in quest of his body, where he was supposed to have fallen. Mason was found on the side of the hill, seated with great composure, but unable to walk from a fractured leg. Dunwoodie saw and flew to the side of his comrade, saying, "Ah, dear Tom, I knew I should find you the nearest man to the enemy." "Softly, softly, handle me tenderly," replied the lieutenant. "No, there is a brave fellow still nearer than myself, and who he can be I know not. He rushed out of our smoke near my platoon to make a prisoner or some such thing, but, poor fellow, he never came back. There he lies just over the hillock. I have spoken to him several times, but I fancy he is past answering." Dunwoodie went to the spot, and to his astonishment beheld the aged stranger. "It is the old man who knew my mother," cried the youth. "For her sake he shall have honorable burial. Lift him, and let him be carried in. His bones shall rest on native soil." The men approached to obey. He was lying on his back, with his face exposed to the glaring light of the fusee. His eyes were closed, as if in slumber. His lips, sunken with years, were slightly moved from their natural position, but it seemed more like a smile than a convulsion which had caused the change. A soldier's musket lay near him. His hands were pressed upon his breast, and one of them contained a substance that glittered like silver. Dunwoodie stooped, and removing the limbs, perceived the place where the bullet had found a passage to his heart. The subject of his last care was a tin box, through which the fatal lead had gone, and the dying moments of the old man must have passed in drawing it from his bosom. Dunwoodie opened it, and found a paper in which, to his astonishment, he read the following. Circumstances of political importance, which involve the lives and fortunes of many, have hitherto kept secret what this paper now reveals. Harvey Birch has for years been a faithful and unrequited servant of his country. Though man does not, may God reward him for his conduct. George Washington. It was the spy of the neutral ground who died as he had lived, devoted to his country and a martyr to her liberties. The end.
A whole galaxy to go.